The sound a world ends with is not an explosion. It is not a shock wave or a klaxon or the grinding collapse of infrastructure under its own defeated weight. It is a soft, definitive thunk. The sound of a rubber stamp meeting an ink pad and then a piece of paper, in that order, in the regional classification office of the Galactic Administrative Bureau's administrative station, Ledger Prime, where a 7-foot Thessian assessor named Velt Moradun was working through his morning queue between his nutrient paste and his 1015 workflow audit. The stamp was carved from Thessian ironwood. The ink was a proprietary GAB formulation, red, acid-resistant, rated to remain legible for 4,000 years. The Bureau had commissioned that durability deliberately. Omega-class decisions, the original charter read, must endure beyond the memory of those who made them. Velt brought the stamp down on line item 4201. His wrist rotated. The red impression dried in 4 seconds. He set the file in the outgoing tray, pulled the next one from the stack, and checked his schedule. The file read, Xylos 7, Planetary Body, Outer Reach Sector, Viability Assessment, pursuant to GAB Regulatory Statute 4471.09. 112 pages of atmospheric readings, geological surveys, biological hazard indexes, and infrastructure assessments, all of which arrived at the same conclusion the assessment team had reached before they booked their transit home. The planet was trying to kill everything on it. 14,000 colonists, 40 years of settlement. The conclusion on page 112 in the measured language of actuarial science was that continued residency was not supportable. The reclassification was final. GAB Regulatory Statute 4471.09 contained no appeal mechanism for Omega-class determinations by design. There was no process for contesting a world that the Bureau had formally decided to stop counting. Velt did not look at the stamp again. He had no reason to. Xylos 7 was line item 4201. There were more items in the tray. The notification arrived at 6 in the morning, Xylos 7 local time, on a cracked data pad that Governor Maren Voss was holding in the water reclamation plant because she was always in the water reclamation plant at 6 in the morning. The primary communications module had been destroyed by a thermal surge 2 years prior, and the replacement parts were still sitting in a backorder queue with a supplier 3 systems away who communicated via batch message twice monthly, which was the kind of logistical reality that Xylos 7 ran on. You worked with what the planet let you have. Voss had rebuilt the reclamation plant itself once after a toxic mudslide destroyed the original, half the supplies she should have had, 2/3 of the crew. 14,000 people drank clean water today because she had looked at a mudslide and seen a construction problem rather than a catastrophe. She read the subject line twice, then she opened the file. The notification was 340 pages long because GAB Procedural Code 17 mandated that all Omega classification notices include the full text of the viability assessment, the complete regulatory framework governing the assessment, the evidentiary record for each of the document's 47 findings, the terms of available resettlement options, and a 19-page glossary. 340 pages to say one thing. It was on page 212. Pursuant to GAB Regulatory Statute 4471.09, subsection C, the planetary body designated Xylos 7 is hereby reclassified as Class Omega Uninhabitable, effective immediately. All registered inhabitants are ordered to vacate within 90 standard galactic days. This classification is final. No appeal process exists under the governing statute. Resettlement options are detailed in Appendix F. Voss read it a second time, and a third, with the methodical attention she gave to structural load-bearing calculations and water pressure tables. Outside, the canyon walls that held Reclamation City in their dark, massive embrace were catching the first gray light of morning. The atmospheric shears, superheated wind columns that scoured the planet's surface on an 11-hour cycle, were still hours away, and in their absence, the air was almost still. Almost. The volcanic flats to the north were producing their usual amber haze. The blast shutters on the plant's upper windows were sealed, as always, against the particulate. She had spent 12 years as governor and 28 before that as an engineer, a foreman, a shift lead, a woman who had rebuilt what the planet destroyed and reinforced what it threatened, and gradually, methodically turned a place that wanted her dead into a place that merely resented her presence. The notification had apparently assessed the hostile conditions and concluded that 14,000 lives were at risk. It had not assessed what those 14,000 people had already done about it. It was, in that sense, a very accurate document about the wrong subject. Voss closed the file. She keyed her comm. Emergency assembly, main hall, tonight at 1900. Tell everyone. The converted cargo hangar at the center of Reclamation City had never been beautiful. 40 years of engine grease had permeated the ferrocrete walls past any point where ventilation could matter, and the lighting was the kind that made everyone look like they had been awake longer than they had. On this evening, it held the full 8,400 residents of Reclamation City in every cubic meter of available space, shoulder to shoulder on the floor, pressed along the walls, stacked into the loading bays at the rear, with the 5 outer outposts joining on video relay panels that flickered with the frequency of equipment repaired more times than replaced. Station 4's feed in the southern marshes kept dropping to static. Nobody adjusted it. There were larger problems. Voss read page 212 aloud from the podium, in the flat voice she used for quarterly infrastructure reports, without editorial. It was information these people were owed accurately and without theater. The silence afterward lasted approximately 3 seconds. Then the room came apart. It was not a single sound. It was the full spectrum of what 8,000 people sound like when they are told simultaneously that their home has been officially reclassified as not existing. There were colonists in the front rows who had been on Xylos 7 for all 40 years. They went quiet in the way that old shock is quiet, not the silence of nothing happening, but the silence of too much happening at once, overloading the machinery of response. A hydroponics engineer named Sev Kaldor, who had spent a decade designing the pressurized growing towers that fed the northern outposts, stood up without saying anything, stared at the wall for a long moment, and then sat back down and put his face in his hands. He was not crying. He was doing math. Specifically, he was calculating whether a decade of growing tower design would transfer to any resettlement station that could hold 14,000 people, and arriving at the answer that it would not, because no such station existed. Near the left loading bay, a young woman named Petra Weil was not doing math and was not standing still. She had been born on Xylos 7, one of the first generation to hold that distinction. And she had never lived anywhere else, and the concept of anywhere else had the quality for her that distant theoretical objects have for people who have never needed to think about them concretely. She was 23, and she was angry in the specific, clear way of someone who has just been told that a thing they never doubted is not real. "They can't do this," she was saying to the person next to her. "They just can't do this." The person next to her, an older woman who had been on Xylos 7 for 26 years and had weathered rather more of it than Petra had, said quietly, "They just did." There were children in the crowd who had been told to come to a meeting and didn't know yet what kind. They were learning now. The noise settled not because anyone gavelled it down, but because the room found its question, and the question found a voice. Hap Dawlish was 60 years old, not tall, not loud as a rule. A man who grew crops in the southern toxic marshes in soil with a pH between 1.2 and 2.8, roughly equivalent to battery acid, through 3 decades of empirical trial and error that had produced 17 acid-tolerant tomato cultivars, a pepper variety that required sulfuric compounds to fruit properly, and the kind of bone-level patience that accumulates in people who negotiate with hostile chemistry for a living. He stood from the 3rd row and waited until the noise had dropped enough for his voice to carry. "I spent 30 years teaching tomatoes to grow in acid," he said. "Now some 4-armed pencil pusher says the dirt I taught them to grow in doesn't qualify as ground." The noise that came back was not grief anymore. It was something with more structure to it. When it had settled enough for individual voices to surface, Hap asked the second question, the one nobody wanted to answer. "Where exactly do they expect us to go?" A man near the back called out that Appendix F listed a resettlement station. Voss had read Appendix F. The station it named had a rated capacity of 2,000 people. There were 14,000 colonists on Xylos 7 across 6 locations. The second best option in Appendix F was a transit processing hub with dormitory beds and a 6-month residency cap. The math did not work, and everyone in the room was either doing it or watching someone else arrive at the same answer from a different direction. The Bureau had condemned 14,000 people to a destination that did not functionally exist, through a process that contained no mechanism for appeal, with a stamp that had dried in 4 seconds. Voss raised her hand. She got quiet. "I know what you want me to say," she told the room. "You want appeals and petitions and Senate reviews and the GAB looking at what we've built here and changing their minds." She paused. "I won't say it. I don't believe it. There is no appeal process. The statute doesn't have one. The GAB stamped 40 years of our lives with a red mark, and institutions like the GAB do not unstamp things." Another wave. She let it run its length. "What we have is 90 days, and every option we haven't tried yet. We are going to find each one of them, by every means available to us, and we are not leaving without exhausting all of them." She looked out at the room, the grease smell, the flickering feed from Station 4, the families packed to the walls, Caldor still staring at his hands, Petra Weil still furious and correct. "I don't know what those options are yet, but we are going to find them. Every single one." She believed it somewhat more than she had that morning. Not much. Enough. The assembly dissolved the way they do when the news is too large for one standing, into clusters, into pairs, into individuals moving quietly back through Reclamation City's corridors toward their HAB units, and the private work of absorbing information no one had asked to receive. Voss stayed at the podium until most of the room had cleared, running the same numbers she had been running since 6 in the morning, and none of them had improved. She did not immediately notice the man in the back row, because he was not the kind of man who demanded to be noticed. 72 years old, thin, ink-stained fingers, reading glasses pushed up on his forehead in the manner of someone who considered the frames a tool rather than a fixture. He had been on Xylos 7 for 38 years, original survey team, which meant he had arrived when the planet was still theoretically a promising colonial prospect rather than a 4-decade argument with hostile geology. He had not spoken during the assembly. He had not shouted or grieved or done the math the way Caldor had done the math. He had sat in the back row with his datapad, and he had been reading, and he was still reading now, in the thinning light of the emptying hangar, with a quality of concentration that suggested he had not really been present for any of what had just occurred. He had been somewhere else entirely. Corbin Latch had spent 30 years as a commercial regulatory attorney before retiring to Xylos 7, which he described when asked as having chosen the planet because it was, in his professional assessment, less toxic than corporate law. His kitchen table had not been fully visible under its stacks of physical paper printouts in at least a decade. He had the particular stillness of people who spend careers in rooms where the dangerous things are invisible, conducted entirely in language, where a single misplaced word in a 200-page contract can dissolve a transaction worth more than most planetary economies. He did not trust datapads for legal work. He had his reasons. He was not reading the notification. He was not reading the 340 pages of condemnation that the rest of the colony had spent the evening absorbing. He was reading Gay B Regulatory Statute 4471.09, all of it, not just subsection C. Every subsection, every cross-reference, every definitional clause, every footnote routing the reader to ancillary statutes in other volumes of the GAB Regulatory Code. He was reading the way a structural engineer reads a schematic, not for what is there, which anyone can see, but for what the load-bearing elements are actually carrying, and whether the math behind them holds. He was smiling. It was not the smile of a man who had found good news. It was a professional expression, precise and contained, the particular look of someone who has just located, in a document they were never meant to examine this carefully, the exact place where the drafters stopped paying attention. Voss crossed the empty floor toward him. He looked up when she was close enough that pretending not to notice would have cost him effort. "You didn't speak," she said. "No." He turned the datapad over in his hands. "I was reading." "The notification?" "No." A brief glance up at her. "I've been a lawyer for 50 years, Governor. I know what the notification says. I was reading what it relies on." She waited. Outside, the wind was building, hours still before the shears proper, but Xylos 7 expressed its character in the spaces between its major events as much as in the events themselves. The blast shutters on the hangar's upper windows vibrated faintly in their seals. In the southern marshes, the acid organisms that Hap Dawlish had spent 3 decades studying were doing whatever they did at this hour, entirely indifferent to the GAB's filing system. Corbin Latch powered off his datapad, folded his reading glasses into his front pocket, and looked at Governor Marin Voss with the expression of a man who has spent a career identifying, in the language of institutions, the places where the language stops meaning what it claims to mean. "Well," he said quietly, "that's a hell of an oversight." He did not elaborate. He did not need to. The cargo hangar was nearly empty. The lights were still on, humming with the institutional indifference of fluorescent panels everywhere. Here, and 400 light-years away on Ledger Prime, where a classification assessor had stamped a file between his nutrient paste and his 1015 workflow audit, set it in the outgoing tray, and moved to the next item without looking back. The stamp had dried in 4 seconds. Corbin Latch had been reading for 3 hours. Chapter 2. The Fine Print. The first thing Voss noticed when Corbin Latch opened his door was that his kitchen no longer existed. The table was there, and the chairs were there, and the appliances were presumably still behind the wall of physical paper printouts stacked from counter height to the middle of the room. But the kitchen as a functional space for preparing food had been replaced sometime in the 2 days since the town hall by what appeared to be the complete regulatory output of the Galactic Administrative Bureau's Classification Division, sorted into columns she could not yet read the logic of, and annotated in a handwriting so compressed and precise it looked like a machine had done it. The window above the buried counter was fogged with the overnight condensation that Xylos 7's temperature swings produced every morning. Outside, the canyon was gray and still. The atmospheric shears were 6 hours away. Latch had 2 mugs on the cleared corner of the table. He had been awake, by the look of him, for most of the past 48 hours, not in the haggard way of a man who had been battling something, but in the alert, slightly elevated way of a person who had located something interesting and had not yet finished examining it from every angle. His reading glasses were on his nose rather than his forehead. That was how Voss knew this was serious. The glasses on the forehead were the prop he wore in rooms where he needed people to trust him. The glasses on the nose were for reading. He gestured at the second chair without ceremony. She sat. He pushed one of the mugs toward her. 2 days, she said, looking at the paper. I work faster when the material is interesting. She picked up the mug. Whatever passed for coffee on Xylos 7 was a cultivar Hap-Dawlish had developed from a bean variety that tolerated mildly acidic soil, which meant it tasted approximately like coffee the way ferrocrete was approximately like stone. Technically accurate, experientially approximate. She drank it anyway. All right, tell me what you found. Latch set down his own mug and placed both hands flat on the table, which she had learned was how he organized himself before a long explanation, the same way she organized herself before a complex structural assessment, establishing the base level before adding load. GAAB Regulatory Statute 4471.09, he said. The Uninhabitable Classification Protocol. You know what subsection C says. Everyone knows what subsection C says. He tapped the stack nearest to him. Nobody reads the rest of it. Voss waited. An Omega classification does not merely declare a planet dangerous. Dangerous planets have regulations. Dangerous planets have inspectors and safety codes and environmental compliance frameworks because dangerous planets have people on them who need protecting. He picked up the top printout and set it in front of her. A page dense with nested clauses, the kind of statutory language that requires 3 readings before it starts to mean anything. An Omega classification declares a planet non-existent, for regulatory purposes, completely and without qualification. She looked at the page. Non-existent. Removed from all active registries. Population registry, gone. Commercial licensing registry, gone. Tax registry, safety inspection registry, environmental compliance registry, jurisdictional enforcement registry, all of them. The logic is straightforward. Why would you regulate a planet no one is supposed to be on? You wouldn't inspect buildings on a world with no buildings. You wouldn't tax commerce on a world with no commerce. You wouldn't enforce safety codes on a world with no people. He folded his hands. The drafters of 4471.09 were thorough, Governor. They removed Xylos 7 from every system the Bureau uses to govern inhabited worlds. Every single one. They did it in 17 separate subsections across 44 pages of statute, and they did it completely. That sounds like the opposite of a loophole. The loophole, Latch said, with the exact patience of a man who has been waiting 2 days to deliver this particular sentence, is in what the statute does not say. He reached across the table for a second printout. A different document, shorter, dense in a different way. Subsection C of 4471.09 prohibits residence on an Omega classified world. Not presence, not commerce, residence. He pushed the printout toward her. Gab Statute 1102.3, subsection A. The definition of residence, as understood across the entirety of GAB regulatory law, the establishment of permanent domicile with intent to remain. He let her read it. Permanent domicile, intent to remain. She read it twice. And tourism isn't residence. Tourism is not residence. Employment is not residence. Operating a commercial enterprise is not residence. It is commerce. And commerce on an Omega world is not prohibited because it is not anticipated. There is no law against it. He spread his hands. There is no law against it because no one in the 4,000-year history of the GAB has ever attempted it. They didn't make it illegal to build a business on Xylos 7, Governor. They made it impossible to regulate one. The whole planet fell off their spreadsheet. And if it's not on the spreadsheet, it doesn't exist. And if it doesn't exist, he let the sentence end there. Nobody's in charge, Voss said quietly. Nobody's in charge. He picked up his mug. We are not exploiting a flaw in the system. We are operating in the space where the system isn't. There is a meaningful legal distinction between those two things, and that distinction is the foundation everything else stands on. Voss sat with it. Outside, the wind ticked against the blast shutters in the exploratory way it had before the shears built. The paper stacks rustled almost imperceptibly at the edges. She looked at the two documents in front of her, 4471.09 on the left, 1102.3a on the right, and felt the mechanism of it the way she felt the mechanism of a structural problem when the load-bearing logic clicked into place. She saw it. That was the trouble. She saw it completely. She also saw everything that could go wrong. They'll change the law, she said. Changing a GAB statute requires a quorum vote of the Regulatory Council. Quorum requires representation from all 400 member species. He said it without acceleration, the way you state a fact that has been true for a long time and will continue to be true regardless of how inconvenient it is. Average time to convene a quorum, 14 months. Average time to ratify a statutory amendment after the vote, 3 years. We have 90 days. By the time they can close the gap in the statute, we will have been operating inside it for years. They'll send enforcement. Enforce what? There is no statute governing commercial activity on Omega worlds. The GAB's enforcement arm operates on statutory authority. It identifies a violation, cites the applicable statute, and takes action pursuant to that statute. If there is no statute, there is no violation. If there is no violation, there is no authority to act. You cannot cite a law that doesn't exist. You cannot fine someone for violating a regulation that was never written. He paused. We are not residents. We are employees of a commercial entity operating on unregulated territory. The distinction matters. It is the only distinction that matters. They'll reclassify the planet, Voss said. If Xylos 7 is habitable, legally habitable, then all of this goes away. Latch put down his mug with the deliberate care of a man who has been waiting for this objection specifically. He reached for the third stack, a document thicker than the other two, dense with figures, cross-referenced with footnotes. GAB Statute 2298.1, Colonial Development Subsidy Protocol, standard rate for retrospective subsidy claims on inhabited worlds that were denied development funding. He opened it to a tabbed page. If Xylos 7 is reclassified as habitable, the GAB becomes formally liable for 40 years of denied colonial development subsidies, infrastructure grants, environmental hazard compensation, population support funding, logistical maintenance allowances, and compounding interest at the standard GAB rate of 1.4% annually. Voss looked at the page. The number at the bottom of the table had more digits than she was accustomed to encountering in a single figure. 800 billion credits, Latch said. I've run it 4 times. The calculation has 5 components. He counted them on his fingers with the unhurried precision of a man who had genuinely counted them on his fingers repeatedly and found the number satisfying each time. Infrastructure development grants. The standard rate for a colony of our population density over 40 years is 160 billion. Environmental hazard compensation. Xylos 7 qualifies under 3 separate hazard categories: atmospheric, geological, chemical, at a combined rate of 240 billion. Population support funding, 40 years at standard colonial rates, 200 billion. Logistical maintenance allowances for the supply chain delays and equipment back orders the GAB's own shipping prioritization caused, 80 billion. And then compounding interest on all of the above at the standard GAB rate of 1.4% annually for the full 40 years, 120 billion. He turned the document to face her. The lowest estimate, using the most conservative subsidy rates and excluding emotional distress provisions, is 740 billion. The highest, using the full hazard compensation table, is 920 billion. The median is 800 billion. I can defend any figure in that range in front of a Senate committee without notes. He closed the document with the satisfaction of someone folding a winning hand. They will not reclassify the planet. The cost of reclassifying it exceeds the cost of tolerating everything we can build on it. The loophole is self-defending. Every mechanism they have for closing it makes it more expensive to close. The wind outside had found a higher register. Voss was quiet for a long moment. She looked at the 3 documents on the table. She looked at the paper stacked to the middle of the room. She looked at Corbin Latch, 72 years old, ink on his fingers, reading glasses on his nose, who had spent the last 2 days in a buried kitchen on a condemned planet finding the structural load-bearing points in a bureaucracy that governed 400 species across thousands of worlds, and who was now sitting across from her with the patient, precise expression of a man waiting for a governor to catch up with a lawyer. She was running a different set of numbers, not the 800 billion. She understood that figure and what it meant. She was running the numbers she always ran when assessing a structure before committing weight to it. What are the failure points? Where do they sit? How much load do they carry? And what happens to the rest of the structure if any of them go? The failure points in Latch's framework were real. Quorum could be called faster than historical average if the political will was strong enough. Enforcement could be attempted even without statutory authority, and fighting it in court cost money they didn't have. The GAB had resources she was not in a position to fully account for. She was holding a legal argument on a napkin against the most powerful administrative institution in the galaxy, and the argument was correct. And correct arguments lost all the time when the opposition had 4 more arms and infinite filing capacity. She also knew what the alternative looked like. Appendix F, 2,000 beds on a station designed for transit, not for living. 14,000 people from a world that had made them into something particular, redistributed to environments that had not, waiting for a bureaucracy to decide what to do with them next. "You're telling me their own paperwork made us untouchable," she said. "I'm telling you their own paperwork made us invisible, and you can't regulate what you can't see." He reached into the stack to his left and produced a paper napkin, not a printout, not a document, just a napkin from the dispenser on the counter behind the paper wall. He had a pen in his breast pocket. He uncapped it. He wrote something. He slid the napkin across the table. His handwriting was the same compressed, precise script she had seen on the annotated margins of the printouts, the kind of handwriting that had learned early to put a great deal of meaning into a small amount of space. The napkin had a coffee ring on the lower left corner, where he had apparently set his mug on it at some point in the previous 2 days without noticing. The writing read, Xylos 7, the uninhabitable theme park. Below it, underlined once, where danger is the attraction. Voss stared at the napkin for a moment. Then she looked at Latch. He sipped his coffee with the measured calm of a man who had spent 50 years in rooms full of people who were only now arriving at conclusions he had reached an hour earlier. "You want to build a tourist attraction?" she said. "On a planet the galaxy says will kill you." "I want to build a tourist attraction on a planet the galaxy says isn't there. There's a distinction." He set down his mug. "One is reckless, the other is tax exempt." She looked at the napkin again, the coffee ring, the handwriting. The most consequential piece of paper on Xylos 7 was a napkin with a joke on it. She thought about the water reclamation plant and the mudslide, and the half crew and the half supplies, and the 14,000 people who drank clean water today because she had looked at a catastrophe and decided to treat it as a construction problem. She thought about Hap Dawlish and his 17 tomato cultivars and the battery acid they grew in. And she thought about page 212 and the red stamp that had dried in 4 seconds on a desk 400 light years away between breakfast and a workflow audit. "This is either the most brilliant thing I've ever heard," she said, "or the most expensive suicide note in human history." Latch settled back in his chair with the ease of someone who has heard this particular assessment before and considers it a reasonable description of the territory. "In my experience," he said, "the best contracts are both." Voss looked at the napkin one more time. Then she picked it up. She folded it once, carefully, along a clean crease, and put it in the front pocket of her work jacket, next to her governor's pin, the one she had made herself from reclaimed colony metal years ago, because the gay bee hadn't sent one, and she had needed something to hold the title in place. "I'll need a prospectus," she said. "I'll need engineers, a financial architect, and a corporate charter," he replied. "Start with the engineers. The charter takes about 40 minutes and costs 12 credits under Freeport commercial law. The engineering is the part that will try to kill us." Outside, the first of the day's wind shears announced itself against Reclamation City's canyon walls. Not the full shear, which was still hours away, but the pressure wave that preceded it. The planet's standing warning that something large and indifferent was coming. The blast shutters on Latch's kitchen window groaned once and held. The paper stacks shifted at their edges. Neither of them moved. They had work to do. Chapter 3, the Prospectus. 9,212 people voted yes. 4,788 voted no. The margin was not comfortable. The margin was not supposed to be comfortable. A margin that comfortable would mean the people voting had not understood what they were voting for, and the people in the main hall that evening had understood it precisely, which was why the no votes were distributed the way they were, not clustered in one demographic or one outpost or one age group, but spread across the full population the way that reasonable doubt spreads through a jury that has been presented with a compelling case and is still not entirely certain they believe it. A third of the colony thought this was either illegal, suicidal, or both. 2/3 had decided to find out. Xylos 7. Experiences. LLC was incorporated under Freeport commercial law at 11:47 in the evening, in a filing that Latch completed on his kitchen data pad. Not paper, because this was the one document he was willing to trust to a screen. The same way a surgeon is willing to use a different instrument for the final stitch than for the preceding 3 hours of work. The filing fee was 12 credits. The total founding capital of the entity that would, over the next several years, become the most legally consequential commercial operation in galactic history, was 12 credits, a napkin, and the accumulated practical knowledge of 14,000 people who had spent 40 years learning how a planet tried to kill you. Latch sent the confirmation to Voss at 11:49. Her reply arrived in under a minute. Get me engineers. The meeting the following morning was in Voss's office rather than the cargo hangar, because this was not a matter for the full colony yet. It was a matter for the people who were going to have to build the thing. The office was small and practical in the way that Voss's spaces always were. A desk, several chairs, a wall of geological surveys and infrastructure schematics that had been there so long they had become part of the architecture. On the desk, between two empty mugs, was the napkin. Drennawick arrived first, which was not surprising. Drenna arrived first to everything, not as a point of professional pride, but because arriving first gave her time to examine whatever space she was about to work in before the variables of other people's opinions were introduced. She was 45, built in the way of people who have spent decades in physical work in hostile environments, dense, scarred, the kind of strong that is not a physical attribute, but a structural one, like a wall that has been reinforced in the specific places that walls in that location tend to fail. She had a welding visor pushed up on her forehead and grease on her left forearm, from something she had apparently been doing before 6 in the morning, which was normal. She looked at the napkin on the desk. She looked at Voss. "That's the plan?" she said. "On a napkin?" "The plan is considerably more detailed than the napkin," Voss said. "The napkin is the title." Dr. Fen Oshiro came in behind Drenna, poured herself coffee without asking, and sat down with the economical movements of someone who had been operating in small spaces with inadequate resources for long enough that excess motion had been trained out of her. She was the colony's chief medical officer and had been since the previous chief medical officer had taken early retirement on account of a health condition he had developed on Xylos 7, which Oshiro described, when asked, as a perfectly predictable response to working in an environment with a background toxicity index of 4.3 on a scale where anything above 3.5 required a written waiver in most regulated jurisdictions. She read the napkin upside down from across the desk and did not change expression. "What's the liability structure?" she asked. "There isn't one," Latch said from the doorway. He had arrived during Oshiro's coffee and was leaning against the frame with his paper notebook open and his pen uncapped, which was how he attended meetings. Not sitting, not standing, positioned for rapid notation. That's the point. Under Freeport commercial law, filing in a jurisdiction that does not appear on any active GAB registry, there is no applicable liability framework. Forum non-convenience. There is literally no court with jurisdiction to hear a complaint against us. A lawsuit would need to name a jurisdiction, and the only jurisdiction we operate in does not officially exist. Oshiro considered this. So if a tourist is injured, they signed a waiver. How comprehensive is the waiver? Latch allowed himself a small, controlled smile. I have been writing it for 4 days. It is currently 61 pages, and I expect to add more. Oshiro set down her mug. I want to review it. I would welcome your input on the lethality sections. Drenna, who had been running her own calculations while this exchange occurred, looked up from the schematic she had produced from somewhere on her person. A folded sheet of engineering paper covered in dimensions and load estimates in a handwriting even more compressed than Latch's. The marsh access infrastructure is the first build, she said. Floating dock system, boat construction, acid-resistant polymer coating for hull exteriors. I can source the ferrocrete locally. We have extraction infrastructure already in the northern canyon. The polymer coating is the constraint. If we can't source it from within the embargo exclusion zone, we're not under embargo, Voss said. Not yet. Drenna folded the schematic. I build for what's coming, not what's here. She looked at Voss. Give me 6 weeks and a decent welder. I'll give you a ride. Hap Dawlish had been sitting in the back corner of the room so quietly that Voss had half forgotten he was there. He was not an engineer or a lawyer or a doctor. He was a farmer who grew crops in battery acid and had apparently decided, sometime between the town hall and this morning, that his particular expertise was relevant to whatever was being built. He raised his hand. Voss nodded at him. The marsh tour idea, he said. The boat ride. I know those marshes better than anyone alive. I know which sections of the chromatic dissolution pools have stable vapor patterns, where the fumaroles run predictable, which parts of the bioluminescent zone light up best when something large moves through the water. He paused. I spent 30 years trying to keep that marsh from killing things. Seems like it's time to let it try a little, under controlled conditions, at a price point. He looked at Drenna. I can tell you where to put the dock. Drenna looked at him for a moment with the expression she reserved for structural solutions that had presented themselves from an unexpected direction. Come by my workshop this afternoon, she said. The comms request from an unknown relay address arrived on Voss's terminal at 2 in the afternoon, while the rest of the founding team was on site at the marsh's edge watching Drenna direct the preliminary survey of the dock approach. The address routed through a Freeport trading station in the outer systems, not the kind of address that suggested a person with straightforward intentions, which was why Voss answered it. People with straightforward intentions generally arrived through normal channels. The channel this signal had used required knowing which frequencies the colony's relay responded to on its secondary input, which was not public information. Whoever this was had done their research. The face on the screen was Drellic, a species Voss recognized from interstellar trade summits, built along angular lines with skin that had a crystalline quality, not quite transparent, but not quite opaque either. that shifted color along its surface in response to conditions Voss had never been able to read reliably. This one's skin was currently cycling through a warm spectrum that moved from amber toward something close to gold. Voss did not know what that meant in Drellic physiology, but it did not look like distress. "Governor Voss," the Drellic said, "my name is Kes Varanth. I was, until approximately 3 weeks ago, a senior actuarial analyst with Meridian Financial Group. I was terminated for filing an internal report identifying that my employer had been systematically misrepresenting risk exposure to its clients for 11 years. A pause that was precise rather than uncertain. The report was accurate. The termination was illegal. Both of these facts are currently being litigated in 3 jurisdictions simultaneously, which is why I am calling from a relay rather than a fixed address." Another pause, shorter. "I have read your incorporation filing?" Voss kept her voice level. "How?" "Freeport commercial law filings are publicly accessible within the Freeport Registry Network to any entity with a valid commercial account. I have several. I read your filing 7 hours after it was submitted." Kes Varanth's skin shifted incrementally warmer. "I am not interested in your theme park, Governor. I am interested in the mathematics of your theme park. I have been running the projections since this morning. You have 0 regulatory overhead. Not reduced overhead, 0. You have 0 taxation liability on Omega classified territory under any jurisdiction I can identify. You have a built-in marketing premise that requires no advertising expenditure because the premise is inherently self-advertising." She paused again. "The projected operating margin at conservative visitor volume estimates and current construction cost projections is 94.7%. Voss looked at the screen. 94.7% was a figure from a different kind of mathematics than she was accustomed to working with. The water reclamation plant ran on a margin of perhaps 8% above operating cost on a good cycle. "You're certain of that number?" "I have run it 11 times. The variance across all 11 calculations is 0.3% in either direction. The figure is reliable." Kes Varanth's skin had settled into a steady warm amber that it appeared to intend to maintain. "I am not offering money, Governor. I do not currently have access to my liquid assets while the litigation is ongoing. I am offering myself. Specifically, I am offering the 11 years I spent building actuarial models for an organization that used them to commit fraud, applied instead to an organization that appears to be committing something considerably more interesting. A beat. My first act, if you accept, will be setting your admission price points. They must be below the GAB transaction reporting threshold, which is 12,000 credits per individual commercial transaction. Above that threshold, the Bureau receives automatic notification. Below it, the transaction is invisible to their financial monitoring systems, the same way your planet is invisible to their registries. Invisibility, Governor, compounds. Voss looked at the transmission for a long moment. Then she picked up her comm and called Latch. "I have a Drellic actuary on screen," she said. "She found our filing through the Freeport registry 7 hours after we submitted it. She has run our operating margin to 94.7%, and she wants to set our admission prices." A pause. "She was fired for exposing her employer's fraud." Latch was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. "Hire her." Drenna broke ground at the southern marsh edge at 4 in the afternoon with a crew of 11 and a piece of equipment that was technically a geological core sampler repurposed as a pile driver, which was the kind of engineering decision that Drenna documented meticulously in her personal logs under the heading of modifications that were not approved by anyone because they did not require approval, because the thing being modified was colony property and the person doing the modifying was the colony's chief engineer, a designation that Drenna had held for 6 years and interpreted broadly. The ferrocrete mixer was running. 2 welders were cutting the first dock support posts from salvaged canyon wall cladding. Hap Dawlish stood at the marsh edge with his boots in the shallower section of acid-tolerant sediment, pointing at sections of the waterway and explaining flow dynamics to Drenna with the authority of someone who has had 30 years of the subject's undivided personal attention. The ground here was dark and damp and smelled of sulfur and the particular complex chemical signature of the chromatic dissolution pools, where heavy metal concentrations in the marsh substrate produced colors that had no names in most galactic languages. The marsh bubbled softly at the edge of the construction site. Something below the surface moved, something large enough to displace visible ripples, and nobody on the crew stopped working to look at it. The geological core sampler was driving the 3rd foundation post when it hit something that was not rock. The operator, a construction tech named Bren, who had been doing this work for 15 years and had a reliable sense of the difference between planetary densities, stopped the equipment and called Drenna over. She crouched at the excavation and reached into the exposed substrate with a gloved hand. What she pulled out was a fragment no larger than her fist, but immediately unlike anything in the standard geological survey of the southern marsh. Dense, iridescent in a way that was not the marsh's chemical iridescence, but something structural, something in the material itself. It was warm, not the ambient warmth of subsurface material, warm in the way of a surface that was slowly, continuously releasing energy. Drenna cleaned the fragment on the thigh of her work trousers and held it up to the late afternoon light. The surface caught the sun at a dozen angles simultaneously and returned it differently from each one. Hap leaned over to look. "What is that?" "Velenite," Drenna said. The word came out with the flatness she used when something was either very bad or very important, and she had not yet determined which. "Rare earth mineral, found in high-pressure geological formations near chemical marsh substrates." She turned the fragment over in her hand. "Market value approximately 4 million credits per kilogram." The crew went quiet. Drenna looked at the excavation. Then she looked at the surrounding marsh, the full extent of the southern section, the depth of the substrate, the area of geological formation the core sampler had barely scratched the surface of. She did the estimation the way she estimated everything, conservatively, precisely, twice. She keyed her calm. "Latch," she said. "We've found something in the substrate. You need to come down here." Latch arrived 12 minutes later, looked at the fragment in Drenna's hand, looked at the excavation, and said nothing for a moment. Then he took the fragment, turned it over once, and handed it back. "Don't log it," he said. Drenna looked at him. "That's a legal requirement under GAB Mineral Discovery Statute 614.22, yes, which applies to registered colonial territories." He looked at the marsh, at the construction site, at the crew who had gone carefully back to their work and were not meeting anyone's eyes. Xylos 7 is not a registered colonial territory. It is an Omega classified planetary body that does not appear on any active registry. The reporting requirement does not apply. He looked back at Drenna. "That is not a resource. That is leverage. And leverage," he said quietly, "is not something you spend the moment you find it." He looked at the fragment one more time. Iridescent, dense, warm in Drenna's gloved palm, sitting on top of a geological formation that extended, by Drenna's conservative estimate, across the full 3 kilometers of southern marsh substrate at an average depth of 2.4 meters. "Keep building," he said, "and don't tell anyone." The marsh bubbled. The welders sparked. Somewhere in the chromatic dissolution pools, something that had no name in any galactic catalog moved through water the color of molten copper and registered no opinion whatsoever about the fact that the planet it lived on had just become very quietly the most valuable undisclosed asset in the Outer Reach sector. Chapter 4, Grand Opening. The entrance arch was not beautiful. It was not supposed to be. It was reclaimed hull plating from the colony's original landing vessels, the ones that had been stripped for parts over 40 years of making Xylos 7 work. Cut by Drenna's team into an arch shape using the colony's industrial laser array and bolted together with a structural confidence that significantly exceeded its aesthetic ambition. The letters had been cut into the plating by the same laser, each one half a meter tall, the edges still showing the slight oxidation burn that ferrocrete composite plating produced when you put high-intensity light through it. They read, Xylos 7, the uninhabitable theme park. Below the main text, in slightly smaller letters, the subtitle, Where Danger is the Attraction. Voss stood under the arch at the 22nd hour and looked at what they had built. Behind her, the path led into the park's first operational section. The toxic swamp boat ride on the left, the sheer drop platform on the right, the spore walk marked by a string of bioluminescent guide lights that Hap had sourced from the marsh's own organisms, contained in sealed polymer tubes, which gave the path the quality of being lit by the planet itself. The gift shop was a converted shipping container 40 meters to the right of the arch, hand-painted signage on its exterior, merchandise visible through the propped-open doors. Drenna had objected to calling it a gift shop on the grounds that the word implied gifts, and what they were selling were survival certificates and ironic apparel. But the signage had read gift shop since the afternoon, and Drenna had moved on. The marshes glowed as they always did at night. The bioluminescent organisms conducting their endless chemical conversation in golds and violets and mercury silvers, signals that meant flee and predator and too late, rendered visible in the dark by biology that had been doing this for longer than the colony had existed. Voss had seen this light thousands of times. For the first 20 years, it had been a hazard indicator. For the next 20, it had been a background fact. Standing under the arch tonight, she let herself see it differently for 30 seconds. It was, objectively, extraordinary. She keyed her calm. Drenna, is the plumbing working? There was a pause that she recognized as Drenna performing a rapid internal audit of the word working before committing to an answer. Define working, Drenna said. Water comes out when you turn the handle. Stops when you turn it back. In that case, yes. Mostly. What does mostly mean? The third facility's block in the sheer drop section has a pressure issue in the cold water line that I'm going to fix tonight. Everything else is operational. A brief pause. The boat ride dock seals tested clean. The sheer drop safety nets are calibrated. The spore walk containment barriers are holding at full integrity. The medical station is stocked and Dr. Oshiro has arranged her equipment in a configuration I find alarming, but she assures me is standard emergency layout. Another pause. We're ready, Governor. It's not pretty, but we're ready. Voss looked at the arch, at the bioluminescent path, at the gift shop with its propped open doors and its hand-painted sign and its rack of shirts that read, "I survived Xylos 7," in letters almost as tall as the ones on the arch. At the park, the ugly, unfinished, unmistakably real thing they had built in 6 weeks on a condemned planet with salvaged equipment and 12 credits of founding capital and the accumulated practical expertise of people who had been told their home did not count. "Open the gates," she said. The charter freighter carrying Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC's first 340 paying guests, made its approach through the atmospheric band at 7 in the morning, local time, and the passengers who had chosen window seats for the descent got their first view of the park approximately 40 seconds before landing. A canyon settlement built into gray-brown rock walls, green hydroponic towers visible behind radiation shielding, the entrance arch catching morning light at the canyon rim, and beyond the southern perimeter, the marshes, iridescent, vast, gently steaming in the early thermal gradient, the colors already shifting through their morning cycle. The passenger manifest was what Latch had predicted and Kess had priced for. Predominantly human thrill seekers in the 30 to 60 age bracket who had found the booking page through the channels that Kess had seeded it into, plus a contingent of 11 Korvathi who had, between them, collectively reviewed every extreme experience destination in the known galaxy and were approaching Xylos 7 with the focused enthusiasm of connoisseurs presented with an unknown vintage. There were also a botanist from the Palisade Academic Circuit who had requested access to the Spore Walk for research purposes and been directed to the standard booking process like everyone else, a retired GAB logistics coordinator who had given a name that was probably not her real one, and a human couple from a mid-rim agricultural station named Gus and Mirabelle Tanaka, whose presence Kess later described as the best 800 credits the park had spent on marketing without knowing it. Mirabelle Tanaka had booked the tickets. Gus Tanaka had been informed of the trip approximately 4 days before departure, in the manner of someone who had learned, over the course of a long marriage, that certain decisions were better presented as logistical facts than as proposals requiring his endorsement. He had spent the descent with both hands gripping the armrests and the expression of a man who was reviewing, in real time, the sequence of choices that had brought him to this specific seat on this specific approach to this specific planet. The safety briefing, delivered by a recorded version of Dr. Oshiro's voice over the freighter's cabin speakers, did not improve his disposition. Welcome to Xylos 7, the uninhabitable theme park. Before disembarking, please review the following. This planet's atmosphere contains trace concentrations of sulfuric compounds at levels the GAB classifies as requiring respiratory monitoring on standard habitable worlds. Xylos 7 is not a standard habitable world, and no such requirement applies. The marsh environments you will be visiting contain acidic compounds at a pH between 1.2 and 2.8. For context, battery acid registers at approximately 1.0. Please do not touch the water. Your boarding wristband contains a medical identifier linked to our on-site treatment facility. If the wristband activates without your initiating it, please proceed to the nearest marked medical station immediately. Enjoy your visit. A brief pause. Dr. Oshiro rates your probability of requiring medical attention during a standard visit at approximately 3%. She considers this a comfortable margin and notes that the canteen coffee presents a statistically comparable risk. The toxic swamp boat ride was the first attraction, and Mirabelle Tanaka walked onto the boarding dock ahead of her husband with the forward momentum of someone who had been waiting for this specifically. Gus followed with the momentum of someone who had accepted that the outcome was not in his hands. The boats were flat-bottomed, ugly, and built to last. Ferrocrete hulls with a triple-layer exterior coating, the sacrificial outermost layer already showing the slight surface dissolution from the dock's ambient chemistry that Drenna had told the crew to expect and not to worry about. The splash shields were transparent polymer panels that rose a full 2.2 meters around the passenger seating. Drenna had added 20 centimeters to the original specification after the construction phase, a change she logged under ongoing safety optimization and declined to elaborate on further. Hap Dawlish was at the dock, not as an operator but as the park's newly designated chief naturalist, which was a title that had been invented for him the previous week, and which he had accepted with the equanimity of someone who had spent 3 decades in circumstances requiring constant improvisation and was not fazed by job descriptions. Oshiro's audio guide began the moment the boat cleared the dock and the first section of the chromatic dissolution pools opened around them. The water on your left is approximately 30 centimeters deep over a heavy metal substrate that produces the coloration you're currently observing. The gold tones come from iron pyrite in suspension. The violet comes from manganese compounds at elevated concentration. The silver is mercury. A pause perfectly timed for the visual to land. We recommend not thinking too hard about the mercury. The polymer shields are rated to contain all splash contact. The rating has been tested extensively. The testing protocol involved things we are not legally required to disclose, but Dr. Oshiro is satisfied with the results. The pools were, as Hap had promised, and the photographs in the booking materials had only partially conveyed, extraordinary. The color shifts moved in slow pulses as the boat's displacement sent low waves through the mineral suspension. Golds brightening, violets deepening, the mercury silver catching light at the surface and returning it in directions that made no physical sense until you stopped expecting it to behave like water and accepted that it was something else, something that had arrived at liquid form from a different direction than water had. The fumarole narrows were loud. The temperature inside the boat climbed 17 degrees in the space of 40 meters as the canyon walls closed around the route, and the sulfuric vents in the rock face began releasing their columns of heated gas at a rate the boat's cooling system engaged to compensate for. The audio guide provided the relevant figure without particular urgency. Ambient air temperature in the Narrows is currently 68 degrees Celsius. Your boat's cooling system maintains interior temperature at a consistent 22 degrees. In the event of a cooling system failure, the Narrows section takes approximately 4 minutes to transit at standard speed. For context, 68 degrees Celsius is the temperature at which most food proteins denature. We suggest not dwelling on this. In the bioluminescent deep, the audio guide went quiet. This was Hap's instruction, delivered to Oshiro during the design phase with more firmness than he usually applied to anything. No narration in the deep. The organisms communicated in light, and they communicated loudly when something large moved through the water column beneath them, and the boat was large. And what they said to each other about the boat was the most spectacular thing on Xylos 7 that could be experienced from a seated position. The hull displacement triggered a cascade that started under the bow and radiated outward and backward in expanding rings of blue and violet and deep, pulsing gold. waves of biological alarm passing from organism to organism in the chain reaction of a warning system that had evolved over millions of years and was now, through no fault of its own, the park's signature attraction. Mirabelle Tanaka had both hands pressed to the polymer splash shield and her face approximately 3 centimeters from the surface. Gus Tanaka had forgotten to be unhappy. In the front of the boat, one of the Corvati was making a sound that his translator unit was rendering inadequately as extended positive vocalization. When the boat docked, Mirabelle stepped off with the slightly elevated energy of someone who has just had a chemical reaction confirmed. Gus stepped off, stood still for a moment, and then said, to no one in particular, "I want to do that again." He was then ill, briefly and thoroughly, in the receptacle that Oshiro had positioned at the dock's exit for precisely this reason, having correctly anticipated that the transition from bioluminescent deep back to the ordinary light of a Xylos 7 morning would produce a vestibular response in approximately 20% of first-time riders. He rated the experience 5 stars from the medical station, while Oshiro monitored his recovery with the clinical attention of someone whose interest was simultaneously professional and mildly satisfied. The shear drop's near miss happened on the second day, at the 14:30 slot, when the atmospheric shear arrived 11 minutes ahead of schedule. Xylos 7 shears were natural phenomena, and natural phenomena did not hold to timetables, which was something Drenna had built the shear drop's calibration system around, and something she had explained to the ride operators in a briefing that had lasted 2 hours and ended with the statement, "The shear does not care about our schedule. Our schedule cares about the shear. Any questions?" There had been no questions. The calibration system monitored atmospheric pressure differentials in real time and adjusted the drop platform's safety net tensioning and release timing to match actual shear behavior, not predicted shear behavior. The distinction, Drenna had said in the same briefing, was the difference between a ride and a funeral. When the shear arrived 11 minutes early, the calibration system registered the pressure shift 4 seconds before the shear front hit the canyon rim and adjusted the platform configuration accordingly. The riders, 12 in the drop seats for the 14:30 slot, experienced an unplanned 600-meter express descent, the shear catching the platform harnesses at an angle Drenna had designated as outside optimal parameters, but within engineered tolerances. The safety nets took the load. The deceleration array engaged 2.3 seconds faster than the standard sequence. The ride lasted 19 seconds instead of the planned 31. All 12 riders stumbled off the platform and stood in the recovery zone with the physical affect of people whose neurological assessment of the immediate past had not yet completed. Then the first one, a human woman, retired, who had said at the briefing that she found the standard drop time seemed on the conservative side, looked at the drop platform, looked at the canyon, and said, "Again." Within the hour, the 11-minute early shear had been given a name by the riders who had experienced it, the Express. The platform operators logged it as a calibration event and filed Drenna's mandatory incident report in the format she had specified. 2 pages, no drama, systems performed within tolerances, no injuries, corrective scheduling adjustments recommended. Drenna received the report, read it twice, and added 1 notation. The Express is now an advertised variant. Check the calendar for shear anomaly probability windows and flag them to KES for premium pricing. On the 3rd day, a Thessian tourist on the standard boat ride leaned across his seatmate at the entry to the Fumarole Narrows to photograph one of the sulfuric vents at close range. At the precise moment that a thermal updraft from the vent produced a lateral wave in the chromatic dissolution pool that peaked at 2.4 meters, 0.2 meters above the polymer splash shield's rated containment height. The wave cleared the shield edge and contacted his right forearm with the enthusiasm that pH 1.8 chemistry brings to organic material. Oshiro treated the burn at the medical station within 6 minutes of the incident. Second-degree contact burn, approximately 90 square centimeters, managed with the colony's standard acid neutralizing protocol and dressed with BioSeal bandaging. She logged it as a treatment event, rated it a 4 on her personal lethality scale, noted that the patient had been leaning across the containment barrier at the time of contact, and that the waiver he had signed on boarding contained explicit language about barrier breaches, and considered the matter medically closed. The Thessian filed a formal complaint with the Galactic Administrative Bureau's Consumer Safety Division from his recovery cot the following morning. The complaint was 900 words and named the specific date, time, and nature of the incident and requested regulatory action against the commercial operator. The complaint arrived at a legal compliance officer's desk on Ledger Prime 4 standard days later. The officer opened it, read the description of the incident, and searched the GAB's active commercial registry for the entity described as the operator. The search returned 0 results. She searched the planetary registry for Xylos 7. It returned a single entry. Class Omega Uninhabitable. Mandatory evacuation order in effect. Classification date current. She checked the commercial licensing database. She checked the safety inspection registry. She checked the jurisdictional enforcement registry. In each database, the same result. No active entry. The planet did not exist for regulatory purposes. The commercial operator did not exist for regulatory purposes. The complaint described an incident at a location that, according to every system the GAB operated, was not there. She filed the complaint under unactionable, jurisdictional void, which was a category that had existed in the GAB's filing system for administrative completeness, but which she had never personally used in 11 years of service. Then, because she was thorough in the way that people who have worked at Ledger Prime for 11 years become thorough, she added a notation in the remarks field. Commercial activity reported on Omega classified world. Recommend review of classification status and applicable regulatory framework. She marked it for escalation to the senior administration level and sent it up the queue. The flag reached Senior Administrator Quellen Thresh's desk the following afternoon. He read the complaint. He read the notation. He read the complaint again. He set it down on the surface of his desk, the single item on an otherwise empty surface, as was always the case with Thresh's desk, because Thresh believed that an administrator's desk reflected an administrator's mind, and an administrator's mind should contain only the problem it was currently working on. He opened a new file on his terminal. He typed 4 words into the title field. Xylos 7, active investigation. He reached for his comm. "Get me the Inspector General's office," he said. The park had been open for 4 days. The first war of paperwork had just begun. Chapter 5. The Inspector General. Dorvan Kesuthi had shut down 312 commercial operations, condemned 47 orbital stations, and caused the revocation of 11 planetary governments' commercial charters in 31 years of service as the Galactic Administrative Bureau's Inspector General for Outer Reach Sector Compliance. He had never filed a report that did not result in corrective action. He had never visited an installation that did not, somewhere in its infrastructure, contain a citable violation. He had, on one occasion, found a sighting-level breach in the sterile processing unit of a hospital that had received a perfect score from 4 previous inspectors, and he had noted this not with pride, but with the professional satisfaction of a person for whom the gap between what a thing is and what it is certified to be is simply the natural state of the universe, and whose function is to measure that gap precisely. He was a Thessian, 7 feet of administrative authority in formal GAB field attire, and he descended the shuttle ramp onto Xylos 7's landing pad 3 weeks after Thresh's call with 6 junior assessors behind him, a portable regulatory database that contained the complete text of every applicable GAB statute, and the unshakable institutional certainty that if a commercial operation existed, it was in violation of something. The only variable was how many somethings and how long it took to find them all. Corbin Latch was waiting at the base of the ramp. He was wearing a park staff shirt, the same design as the I Survived Xylos 7 merchandise in the gift shop, but in the colony's standard gray with the park logo on the chest. He had 2 mugs of Hap Dawlish's approximate coffee. His reading glasses were on his forehead. He was smiling. "Inspector General Kes Uthi," he said, "welcome to Xylos 7. Can I offer you a beverage?" He extended one of the mugs. "It's not regulated." Kes Uthi looked at the mug. He looked at Latch. He looked at the entrance arch, visible 200 meters ahead, and at the park beyond it, already operational at this hour with the sounds of tourists and rides carrying on the morning air. He had been briefed. He understood what this was. He had shut down operations with larger physical footprints and more sophisticated legal preparation than anything he expected to find on a condemned colonial settlement. He did not accept the coffee. "Under GAB Inspection Protocol 449, subsection 2, he said, "I am hereby formally announcing the commencement of a compliance review of the commercial entity operating on the planetary body designated Xylos 7. The review will be comprehensive. All areas of the facility are subject to inspection. All records, logs, and operational documentation are subject to review. All staff are expected to cooperate fully." He produced his inspector's credential from his inner breast pocket and presented it without theatrics. "I suggest we begin with the food service infrastructure." "Of course," Latch said. He pocketed one of the mugs and kept the other. "Right this way." The first day proceeded with the methodical efficiency of a man who had done this many times and expected to be done quickly. Kes Uthi moved through the park's food service preparation area with his datapad active, his citation protocols loaded, and his 6 assessors fanning out behind him in the inspection formation they had used at 438 previous sites. His senior assessor had the food safety database open. The junior assessors had the environmental, structural, and safety frameworks queued respectively. Within the first 40 minutes, the datapad had flagged 412 conditions in the kitchen preparation area alone. They were all violations of the Galactic Food Safety Harmonization Protocol, which applied to all commercial food operations serving tourists and the general public in regulated commercial zones, and which specified, across its 940 pages, requirements regarding surface material composition, temperature control margins, pest exclusion specifications, ingredient labeling standards, preparation surface separation requirements, and the mandatory display of allergy information in all 642 of the GAB's recognized standard languages. The Xylos 7 staff canteen violated all 940 pages simultaneously. The preparation surfaces were ferrocrete. The temperature controls were calibrated for the food's survival rather than for regulatory thresholds. The ingredients were locally sourced from Hapdolish's acid soil cultivars, which had no entries in the GAB's standardized ingredient database because they did not officially exist. The allergy information was posted on a handwritten card in the 3 languages spoken by current staff. None of the plants in the hydroponics tower overhead had been certified by any recognized agricultural body, because the agricultural body that would have certified them did not recognize Xylos 7 as a planet. Kesuthi flagged 340 food safety citations by the end of the first morning, and then paused and returned to the top of the citation list and ran the jurisdiction check that the database performed automatically before generating a formal notice. The jurisdiction check returned: no applicable jurisdiction. He ran it again. The same result. He opened the database manually and confirmed. The Galactic Food Safety Harmonization Protocol applied to, and here the statute's own language was precise, all commercial food service operations located within registered commercial zones on habitable worlds and registered orbital platforms. Xylos 7 was not a registered commercial zone. It was not a habitable world. It was not a registered orbital platform. It was, by the GAB's own formal determination, none of the above. It was Omega classified non-existent territory. He stood in the canteen for a moment. Then he moved on to the structural compliance section. By the end of day 3, Kesuthi's citation list numbered 4,217 conditions. The sheer drop ride violated all 1,200 sections of the Atmospheric Activity Regulation Framework, which governed the commercial use of planetary atmospheric phenomena for tourism purposes and required, among other things, atmospheric predictability certification, minimum separation distances from ride structures to active atmospheric event boundaries, and a maximum G-force exposure standard of 2.4 for any species on the GAB's Protected Species Registry. The shear drop routinely delivered between 4 and 9 Gs. The anomaly, when completed, would exceed the framework's maximum single incident force exposure in the first 3 seconds of every ride. The canyon track system alone would have represented the single largest atmospheric violation in GAB enforcement history, had it been in a jurisdiction where the framework applied, which it was not, because the framework applied to, and the statute's language was clear, registered commercial attractions on habitable worlds. The Spore Walk, a guided path through a section of Xylos 7's native spore-producing biology, where the atmospheric organisms produced airborne compounds that affected neurological function in most carbon-based species in ways that the park's waiver described carefully and thoroughly, violated narcotics regulations in 14 separate jurisdictions across the GAB's member territories, under 14 different statutory frameworks, each of which applied to the manufacture, distribution, and supervised consumption of psychoactive compounds within those jurisdictions. None of those jurisdictions included Xylos 7, which was not within any jurisdiction, including its own. On day 4, Kesuthi inspected the medical bay with Dr. Oshiro in attendance. Oshiro leaned in the doorway of her own facility with the relaxed attention of a person watching something unfold at exactly the speed she had predicted. Kesuthi ran his tape measure along the autoclave, checked the sterilization certification, found that the autoclave had been certified by no recognized medical equipment authority because no recognized medical equipment authority had jurisdiction here, and noted this in his datapad with the expression of a man whose professional reality was being slowly but thoroughly dismantled from the inside. Oshiro watched him measure the autoclave for 4 hours. He's checking whether it meets Medical Equipment Standard 774, she told the junior assessor standing nearest to her. It doesn't. Nothing here meets any standard, because standards require a jurisdiction to enforce them in, and I am operating in a jurisdictional void. She paused. The autoclave works, for the record. I have sterilized things in it. The things came out sterile. That is, in my clinical opinion, the relevant fact. She rated the overall inspection, on her personal scale, at a 3. Inconvenient, manageable, unlikely to result in anything actionable. She was correct. By day 5, Kes Uti's report was writing itself in the margins of his datapad in the sense that the structure was visible, the list of conditions, the jurisdiction checks, the same result returning from each one over and over, 4,217 times. His assessors were running the checks in parallel on their own devices and arriving at the same answer from 4 different angles simultaneously. On the evening of day 5, he sat in his temporary accommodation in the colony's visitor quarters, where the walls were ferrocrete and the wind outside pressed against the blast shutters with a persistence he was finding increasingly difficult to interpret as ambient rather than deliberate. And he read the jurisdiction statute for the 3rd time, not because he expected it to say something different, but because he was not yet willing to accept what it was saying. The Atmospheric Activity Regulation Framework registered commercial attractions on habitable worlds. He read the definition of habitable worlds. Worlds classified under GAB Registry Code 1101 through 9749 inclusive. He checked Xylos 7's classification. Class Omega. Registry Code void. Not 1101 through 9749. Void. Day 7 was a Saturday by Xylos 7's local calendar, which meant nothing in the operational rhythm of the park, which operated every day because the GAB's embargo on specifying operating days for Omega classified worlds was as complete as its embargo on everything else. Kes Uti sent a priority transmission to Ledger Prime at 6 in the morning, flagged to Thresh's office, requesting statutory guidance on the application of commercial compliance frameworks to Omega classified territories. The response arrived in 4 hours. It was 43 words long. The relevant portion, the statutes governing commercial compliance, are explicit in their jurisdictional scope. Omega classified worlds fall outside the scope of all active regulatory frameworks by operation of Classification Protocol 447 1.09. No statutory basis for citation exists. He read it twice. The institution he had served for 31 years, the institution whose authority he embodied on every inspection assignment, had just confirmed in writing that it had no tools with which to do what it had sent him here to do. He was standing in the most comprehensively non-compliant commercial operation in galactic history with a 4,000 citation report that was not worth the storage space it occupied, and the Bureau's own legal team had confirmed, in 43 words, that this was correct and expected and could not be helped. He went to find Latch. Latch was, as he had been every day since the inspection began, somewhere nearby, professionally unhurried, with coffee. "I want to ask you something," Kes Uti said. They were on the upper observation platform overlooking the chromatic dissolution pools, where a boat was making its way through the mid-morning tour, the mineral suspension running through its amber and violet cycle in the flat light of the Xylos 7 sun. Latch handed him the coffee without making a thing of it, and this time Kes Uti took it. His sentences had been getting shorter since day 5, and he had noticed this and had not been able to stop it. He had filed inspection reports on operations ranging from single-room supply depots to continent-spanning agricultural combines, and in every case he had been able to identify, within the first 2 days, the point at which the operations management had decided to stop caring about compliance, the point at which shortcuts had been taken, the paperwork had been allowed to slide, the corners had been rounded off. He found those points the way a structural engineer finds a fault in a load-bearing wall, not by looking for the crack, but by looking at where the crack would be if the math was right. The math was always right. He had been looking for Xylos 7's fault for 9 days, and the only thing he had found was that the math did not apply here. No cracks, because no load-bearing walls. No shortcuts, because there were no rules to cut short. The most compliant, non-compliant operation in the history of the GAB's Enforcement Division, and there was nothing he could do about it. "Ask," Latch said. "You know that I cannot cite you." A pause. "You knew before I arrived." "I knew before you were assigned," Latch said. Kesuthi looked at the boats. The tourists on the current run were a mixed group. 3 Korvathi, 2 humans. What appeared to be a palisade researcher with measuring equipment she was not supposed to have in the polymer splash zone, but which Oshiro had apparently permitted on the grounds that the researcher's crystalline body structure made the acids less immediately lethal than for organic tissue. Below the observation platform, the pools ran their colors in the slow mineral way they had been doing for longer than the settlement had existed. "You built this," Kesuthi said, not quite as a statement and not quite as a question. "The whole structure, on purpose. We built what the regulations made possible." Latch sipped his coffee. "We didn't write the regulations." Kesuthi was quiet for a long moment. He had spent 31 years finding violations. He had found 4,217 here, and not one of them was citable. He recognized, in the way that professionals recognize things they cannot say officially, that this was the most technically proficient regulatory architecture he had ever encountered. He recognized that the man standing next to him knew he recognized this. 2 professionals on opposite sides of a distinction that was real and absolute, and had, from this vantage point at the edge of the chromatic dissolution pools, a slightly absurd quality. The kind of absurdity that is indistinguishable from precision if you look at it from the right angle. "It is," he said, choosing each word carefully. "Deeply disorienting." Latch nodded. "Most honest things are." Behind them, in the park's medical bay, Dr. Oshiro was conducting a voluntary wellness check on 2 of the junior assessors who had requested one on day 6 on the grounds that prolonged exposure to an environment where nothing was technically wrong was producing what they described as a systemic professional disorientation. She had agreed this was a reasonable response to the circumstances. She had rated their condition a 2 on the lethality scale. Not dangerous, manageable, likely to resolve on departure from the site. She had also, in the margin of the intake form, written 9 days in a theme park on a planet that doesn't exist, and they're asking me for a wellness check. The canteen coffee is more of a hazard than anything in this park, and they drink it voluntarily. She did not file the margin note. Kesuthi submitted his report on day 9. It was 940 pages long. The executive summary was 4 sentences. The first sentence, a comprehensive inspection of the commercial operation designated Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC, operating on the planetary body designated Xylos 7, was conducted over a period of 9 days by a team of 7 GAB compliance assessors. The second sentence, the inspection identified 4,217 conditions that would constitute citable violations in any registered commercial zone or on any habitable world under active GAB regulatory authority. The third sentence, none of these conditions constitute citable violations, as the planetary body designated Xylos 7 falls outside the jurisdictional scope of all applicable regulatory frameworks pursuant to Classification Protocol 4471.09. The fourth sentence, 0 citable violations were found. The recommendation section at page 937 contained 2 paragraphs. The first recommended consideration of reclassification as the only available regulatory intervention. The second, in the measured language of a man who had spent 31 years watching institutions ignore things they did not want to read, noted, reclassification carries significant fiscal risk. If Xylos 7 is reclassified as habitable, the GAB becomes formally liable for 4 decades of denied colonial development subsidies under Statute 2298.1. Estimated exposure, 800 billion credits. I strongly advise against this approach. Thresh received the report on a Thursday. He read the executive summary, he read the recommendation, he approved the reclassification motion and forwarded it to the Galactic Senate Subcommittee on Planetary Classification before the end of the business day. He did not read the appendix. At Xylos 7's entrance arch, a maintenance worker was installing a new line of lettering below "Where danger is the attraction." The new letters were the same style as the originals, cut from the same material by the same laser array. They read, Inspector General Certified, 0 violations. Behind her, tourists moved through the arch in both directions, and the park operated as it had every day since it opened. Loud, chemical, barely controlled, and entirely within tolerances. Somewhere on Ledger Prime, on a desk that contained one item, Kes Uthi's 940-page report was the item. The appendix warning on page 938 was generating no further action. The appendix warning on page 938 was a ticking clock, and in the Galactic Senate's scheduling system, a subcommittee hearing on the reclassification of Xylos 7 had just been assigned a date. Corbin Latch, reading the subcommittee schedule on his datapad that evening in his kitchen, the printouts stacked around him, the coffee cooling at his elbow, allowed himself a smile that was not a happy smile. It was a professional one. He had been waiting for this particular mistake since the day the red stamp dried. Chapter 6, The Reclassification Gambit. The Galactic Senate's Subcommittee on Planetary Classification met in Chamber 7 of the Senate's Auxiliary Wing, which seated 412 representatives and was considered by the Senate's own architectural standards a small room. The acoustics were designed for institutional authority. Curved ferrostone walls that caught and redirected sound so that every voice arrived at every ear with equal weight, regardless of where in the room it originated. The press gallery occupied the upper tier. The public observation deck, behind sealed transparalloy panels, was at capacity. An estimated 40 billion viewers were watching the live broadcast across 212 member worlds, which was considered a moderate audience for subcommittee proceedings until the final hour, after which the broadcast became the most replayed Senate clip in the history of the GAB's public record archive. Senior Administrator Quellen Thresh stood at the presentation podium with the particular composure of a man who has prepared for every contingency and considers preparation indistinguishable from outcome. His attire was immaculate, 4 arms arranged in the formal posture of senior administrative authority, rank insignia precisely placed, the GAB's institutional crest visible on his left breast above the citation ribbons he had accumulated in 22 years of service. His presentation materials were polished. He had spent 11 days preparing them. The motion before the subcommittee was straightforward. Reclassification of the planetary body designated Xylos 7 from Class Omega Uninhabitable to Class Delta Marginal Habitable, which would bring the planet under the reduced but functional regulatory oversight that Class Delta entailed, which would in turn bring the commercial operation currently running on its surface under the full scope of GAB commercial law, which would in turn give the Bureau the statutory authority to require compliance, issue citations, and ultimately shut down the park through the legal mechanisms that Kes Uthi's report had confirmed were currently unavailable. It was the correct strategic move. It was the only remaining statutory option. Thresh had analyzed every alternative and concluded that reclassification was the one path that closed the regulatory void without creating new liabilities, and he had documented this analysis in a 47-page strategic memorandum that had received the approval of the Bureau's senior legal division. He had not included the appendix of Kes Uthi's report in his briefing materials. The reclassification of Xylos 7 presents the subcommittee with an opportunity to restore order to a situation that has, through administrative oversight, been allowed to develop in an irregular fashion. His voice carried through the chamber's acoustics with the easy authority of someone who has spent 2 decades speaking in rooms designed to amplify institutional weight. The planetary body in question currently hosts a permanent population of 14,000 registered colonial inhabitants, a functioning commercial operation generating significant interstellar revenue, and physical infrastructure, including roads, buildings, power generation, water reclamation, and communications relays. By every substantive criterion applied to the classification of inhabited worlds, Xylos 7 meets the threshold for habitable designation. The current Omega classification is a relic of an outdated assessment that did not account for the colony's 40 years of infrastructure development. He advanced his presentation to the next display. The subcommittee is being asked to correct an administrative error. Nothing more, nothing less. The chamber's murmur was approving. The committee chair, a veteran Thessian legislator named Oreth Venn, who had been processing classification motions for longer than most of the assembled press corps had been alive, made a notation. 3 other committee members made notations. The media correspondents in the upper gallery were already drafting their first-hour summaries. The narrative appeared settled. The motion would pass. Xylos 7 would be reclassified by end of session. The park would be under regulatory authority within 30 standard days. Then the committee chair looked up from her notations and read, from the formal submission queue, a request that had been filed at 6:47 that morning through the subcommittee's public access portal under GAB Statute 8819.2, Interested Party Testimony. The request named the interested party as Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC, represented by its legal counsel. The statute was explicit. An interested party with a substantive legal stake in a classification proceeding was entitled to submit testimony before a vote was held. The chair had hoped, when she read the request that morning, that the legal counsel would be someone she could politely but firmly limit to a 5-minute procedural statement. The legal counsel was Corbin Latch. He came to the podium without notes. He was wearing a suit that had last been pressed sometime before his retirement, reading glasses on his nose, ink on the fingers of his right hand. He looked like exactly what he was, a 72-year-old retired contract attorney who had decided to take one more case and who found the subject matter interesting. He did not look at Thresh. He looked at the committee chair, and then at the other committee members, and then, briefly, at the assembled chamber with the comfortable attention of a man who has spent his career in rooms like this one and has no particular anxiety about rooms. "Madam Chair," he said, "committee members, thank you for the opportunity to address you on behalf of Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC. His voice was conversational, not quiet, the acoustics carried it, but calibrated to the register of someone explaining something rather than arguing something, the register of a person who has already done the work and is now simply describing the results. I want to begin by stating clearly that we do not oppose this motion. We welcome reclassification. We have, in fact, always maintained that Xylos 7 is habitable. We have been maintaining it by living there, by building there, by operating there for 40 years, without a single credit of Galactic Administrative Bureau support. We are delighted that the subcommittee is prepared to formally agree with us. The chamber murmur shifted slightly. Thresh's expression did not change, but his upper right arm moved, which was a Thessian tell that Kes Varanth had identified and noted for Latch 3 days earlier in a briefing that had lasted 90 minutes and included a detailed behavioral analysis of every committee member's public voting record. If Xylos 7 is habitable now, Latch continued, then it was habitable when our colonists arrived 40 years ago. The physical conditions of the planet have not materially changed in that period. The same atmospheric shears, the same toxic marshes, the same volcanic activity that the original GAB assessment used to justify the Omega classification exist today in substantially the same form they existed in 4 decades ago. What has changed is the human presence on the planet, and specifically the infrastructure that human presence has built. That infrastructure, the water reclamation system, the power grid, the communications network, the residential structures, the agricultural operations, was built by the colonists without GAB support in direct response to the conditions the Bureau cited as grounds for uninhabitable classification. The colonists did not find a habitable world. They built one. And if the subcommittee is prepared to classify the result as habitable, then the Bureau owes them for the building. He reached down to the floor beside the podium, where a document had been placed before the session began. It was 400 pages long, spiral-bound, printed on the standard archival paper that Kes Varanth had specified, because she wanted the weight of it to be physically apparent when it landed on a surface. He set it on the committee's presentation desk with a sound that was not loud, but was very clear in a room designed to carry sounds to every corner. Under GAB Statute 2298.1, the Colonial Development Subsidy Protocol, any colonial settlement on a world that the GAB retroactively reclassifies as habitable is entitled to claim backdated development subsidies for the full period during which the incorrect classification denied them standard colonial support. That document is our claim. He returned to the podium. The total is itemized across 400 pages. I will summarize it. Colonial development subsidies at the standard per capita rate for a population of 14,000 over 40 years, 340 billion credits. Infrastructure development grants for water, power, and communication systems constructed without GAB support, 180 billion credits. Environmental hazard compensation for 4 decades of operating in conditions that, under the classification framework the Bureau is now proposing to revise, should have triggered automatic hazard support payments, 95 billion credits. Emotional distress provisions under the Colonial Welfare Act for the period following the mandatory evacuation notice, which was issued in error if the planet was habitable, 12 billion credits, and compounding interest on the full sum at the standard GAB rate of 1.4% annually for 40 years. He paused for exactly the length of time it took the committee members to begin reaching for the document. 173 billion credits. Total claim, 800 billion credits. Another pause, shorter. We look forward to discussing a payment schedule that works for everyone. The chamber was silent. Not the polite, procedural silence of a body waiting for a speaker to finish. The silence of 412 representatives and 40 billion remote viewers processing a number simultaneously, in the manner of people who have been watching a presentation about a manageable administrative correction and have just discovered that the correction costs 800 billion credits. The committee chair looked at the document on her desk. She looked at Latch. She looked at Thresh. Thresh's expression remained controlled, which was, at this point, costing him something visible. Orath Ven set down her stylus. "We will take a recess," she said. The recess lasted 6 hours. When the subcommittee reconvened, the chair announced that the reclassification motion had been tabled indefinitely pending further review of the legal and fiscal implications raised in the interested party testimony. The motion would not be returning to the schedule in the current legislative session. The 400-page claim document was formally entered into the Senate's public record, which meant that every future motion to reclassify Xylos 7 by any party in any session for any reason would need to address its existence before proceeding. The 800 billion credit liability was now a permanent structural feature of any attempt to close the regulatory void. It was not a loophole anymore. It was a load-bearing wall. Latch returned to Xylos 7 on the first available charter. On arrival, before sleeping, before eating, before doing anything other than removing his suit jacket and hanging it on the back of his kitchen chair with the care of a man returning something to storage, he sent a message to Drenna. The message contained 4 words: "New sign for the arch." Drenna's crew installed it the following morning, below the Inspector General certified line that had gone up the week prior. The new letters were cut from the same hull plating as the originals, by the same laser array, in the same half-meter height, with the same oxidation burn at the edges. They read, "Still uninhabitable, still open." A tourist from one of the core worlds photographed it within an hour of installation. The image crossed 1,200 media platforms before midday. On Ledger Prime, in an office that contained one item on its desk, Kes Uti's 940-page report, which had occupied that desk since it arrived, and which Thresh had been working from selectively, the way a person works from a document they consider mostly resolved. Senior Administrator Quellen Thresh read the subcommittee's decision at 14:32 and sat with it for a moment. He had prepared for this outcome as a contingency. He had a contingency framework. The contingency framework involved 3 additional regulatory approaches that had not yet been attempted, and he had documented them in a supplementary memorandum he would review after he had processed the afternoon's results. He opened Kes Uti's report, not the executive summary, which he had read 4 times, not the recommendation section, which had prompted the reclassification motion. He turned to the appendix. Page 938. The appendix was 1.5 pages long. The first paragraph summarized the reclassification recommendation. The second paragraph was the one he had not read. He read it now. Reclassification carries significant fiscal risk. If Xylos 7 is reclassified as habitable, the GAB becomes formally liable for 4 decades of denied colonial development subsidies under Statute 229.8.1. Standard subsidy calculations for a colony of this size and duration produce a total exposure in the range of 700 to 900 billion credits. The exact figure will depend on which hazard compensation categories are applied and whether emotional distress provisions are included. I strongly advise against this approach. The regulatory risk of tolerating the current commercial operation on Omega classified territory is significantly lower than the financial risk of reclassification. Recommend alternative enforcement strategies be identified before pursuing this motion. He read it a second time. He was quiet for a long moment. He had received Kes-Uthi's report on a Thursday. He had approved the reclassification motion on the same Thursday, before the end of business day. He had read the executive summary and the recommendation and had forwarded the motion to the subcommittee scheduling office within the hour. The appendix was on page 938 of a 940-page document. The executive summary had not referenced it. The recommendation section had not referenced it directly, only noting in its final sentence that fiscal considerations were addressed in the appendix. Kes-Uthi had told him. He had written it down in plain language with a specific number on page 938. He had filed it in the correct section of a correctly formatted report. He had done his job. The warning had been there, in the document, in the correct location, from the moment the report arrived on Thresh's desk. Thresh set the report down. He looked at his desk, empty now except for the report, which he had just become, in the space of one reading, unable to continue thinking of as mostly resolved. He thought about the 800 billion credit document that was now a permanent record in the Galactic Senate's archive. He thought about the reclassification motion that would never return to the schedule. He thought about the 4 contingency approaches in his supplementary memorandum, each of which he would now need to review through a lens he had not applied before. The lens of what a 61-page waiver and a 400-page subsidy claim and a retired contract attorney in a wrinkled suit could do with a regulatory approach that had not been fully thought through. He had the warning. It had been on page 938. He had not read page 938. He reached for his comm. His aide answered on the second pulse. "I need a full review of all remaining regulatory options," Thresh said. "Everything that does not involve reclassification. I want the analysis on my desk by end of week." He set down the comm. He looked at page 938 one more time. He had told himself 11 days ago that this was a simple administrative correction. The subcommittee would vote. The planet would be reclassified. The park would be brought under regulatory authority and dealt with through standard compliance channels. He had believed this with the confidence of someone who had successfully predicted the outcomes of administrative proceedings 438 times. He had not read the appendix. On Xylos 7, in the park's staff canteen, at the table that had become the de facto nerve center of the most consequential commercial operation in the outer systems, Corbin Latch was drinking Hap Dawlish's approximate coffee and reviewing the Senate's public record entry for the claim document. The entry was permanent. It would appear in the public record of every future classification proceeding involving Xylos 7, and it would appear in the records of the Bureau's legal review database and it would appear in the actuarial models of every commercial entity and insurance underwriter in the galaxy who tracked Gay B regulatory exposure, which was all of them. The 800 billion credits was no longer a number in his kitchen printouts. It was a number in a Senate archive. It had weight now. The institutional kind. The kind that outlasted the people who put it there. He finished his coffee. Through the canteen window, the park was running its evening operations. The bioluminescent marshes were beginning their night cycle, the gold and violet deepening as the ambient light dropped. The entrance arch was visible from here, and the 3 lines of lettering were visible from here, and the tourists moving in and out under the arch were visible from here. The park was 4 months old. It had survived a condemnation, an inspection, and a reclassification attempt. It had a new sign on its arch, and an 800 billion credit claim in the Senate record, and a legal framework that was now demonstrably self-defending in every direction anyone had tried to attack it from. The war of paperwork was proceeding, as Latch had expected it would, in the only direction paperwork ever proceeded, when one side had read all of it and the other side had not read the appendix. He picked up his pen. He opened a fresh printout. He began reviewing the GAB's travel advisory and commercial embargo statutes, which he had been meaning to examine since week 1, and which he suspected, given the pattern he was observing in the Bureau's regulatory approach, would become relevant very soon. The wind pressed against the canteen window. Outside, the marshes glowed. Chapter 7. The Toxic Swamp Boat Ride. Drennawick arrived at the Toxic Swamp Boat Ride dock at 4:40 in the morning, which was 90 minutes before the first maintenance crew shift and 3 hours and 20 minutes before the park opened, because 90 minutes was enough time for a maintenance crew to find and correct whatever the overnight monitoring system had logged. But it was not enough time for a maintenance crew to find and correct whatever the overnight monitoring system had logged, and also find and correct the things the overnight monitoring system had not thought to log, which in Drenna's experience was always the more important category. She had a multi-tool in her right hand and a thermal scanner in her left, and her welding visor was up on her forehead in its standard operating position, pushed back far enough to see clearly and low enough to drop in under a second if something required it. She had been wearing it this way for so long that the ridge of the visor's frame had produced a faint permanent line across her forehead, just above the eyebrows, which she considered an acceptable structural modification. The dock was quiet at this hour in the specific way that the park's operational zones were quiet before dawn. Not silent because nothing on Xylos 7 was ever fully silent, but reduced to the planet's baseline. The soft, persistent chemistry of the marsh, the low register bubble of the chromatic dissolution pools through the dock's hull-plating walls, the hiss of the fumaroles in the narrow section, audible even at this distance as a sustained exhalation that the canyon walls channeled toward the settlement. The bioluminescent organisms in the deep were running their night cycle. Gold and violet pulses visible through the dock's inspection windows, the marsh doing its slow, continuous conversation in light. She did Boat 7 first, because Boat 7's port-side sacrificial coating had been flagged by the overnight sensor at a thickness of 2.9 millimeters, and the operational minimum was 3.2. The sacrificial coating was the outermost of the triple-layer hull system, a polymer compound that Drenna had developed over the first 4 months of the park's operation through the kind of empirical process that involved applying a material to a surface, submerging the surface in the chromatic dissolution pools for a measured period, retrieving the surface, measuring the remaining thickness, adjusting the compound formula, and beginning again. The formula she had arrived at dissolved at a consistent, predictable rate that she had timed against the pH cycle of the pools across all 3 biome sections. Each boat had a 12-hour operational life on the outer coating before it needed full replacement. The coating was applied by automated sprayers at the dock between operational runs, a system that Drenna had designed herself and which she serviced personally because she did not trust automated systems the way she trusted things she could put her hands on, which was a philosophy she applied universally and without apology. She pulled a hand spray unit from the dock equipment locker and applied 2 passes to Boat 7's port side. The new coating registered at 3.7 millimeters on the scanner. She noted it in her log, replaced the spray unit, and moved to Boat 3, whose deceleration coupling had been making a sound she did not like on the return transit through the fumarole narrows. The sound was a faint harmonic in the frequency range that meant a fitting was working slightly loose. Not loose enough to fail, but loose enough to become loose enough to fail, which was the category Drenna monitored most carefully, because the category of things that were about to become problems was always more dangerous than the category of things that already were. She tightened the coupling, checked the fitting on either side of it, and noted both in her log. By 5:50, she had checked all 14 boats, both dock mechanisms, the sprayer systems, the wave tracking sensors that had been added to the fumarole narrows entry after the Thessian burn incident, and the bioluminescent organism monitoring sensors in the deep that measured colony density and light output to ensure the display quality was consistent with what the booking materials promised. The fumarole narrows sensors confirmed that the overnight vent activity in the sulfuric columns had run at the upper end of the normal range. Hydrogen sulfide at 380 parts per million, measurable but well below the 400 parts per million threshold at which Oshiro's audio guide began what she called its contextualizing commentary. The Narrows canyon walls trapped the vent output between rides, which was why the boat's cooling systems worked harder in that section and why the wave tracking sensor network required more frequent calibration than anywhere else in the park. Drenna had recalibrated all 6 sensors on the Narrows entry array. The output readings were nominal. Everything was within operational parameters. She sat on the dock edge for a moment before the maintenance crew arrived, looking at the pools in the pre-dawn light, the colors moving in the slow mineral way they always moved, and allowed herself the particular quiet satisfaction of a person who has built a thing that works and has checked, again, that it still works, and found that it does. The dock entrance speaker clicked on, the automated audio guide system running its daily initialization check. Dr. Oshiro's voice, pre-recorded, timed to the tour route, occupying the pause between the chromatic dissolution pools and the fumarole narrows entry. The organisms beneath you are signaling to each other that a large predator is approaching. That predator is you, specifically your boat. They're trying to warn each other to flee. The ones directly beneath you are too slow. They will be displaced by the hull and release a burst of bioluminescent fluid that will be quite beautiful. Circle of life. A brief pause. Then the Narrows segment. Ambient air temperature in the Narrows is currently 68 degrees Celsius. Your boat's cooling system maintains interior temperature at a consistent 22 degrees. In the event of cooling system failure, the Narrows section takes approximately 4 minutes to transit at standard speed. For context, 68 degrees Celsius is the temperature at which most food proteins denature. We suggest not dwelling on this. Another pause. Then the deep segment. Silence. The deep ran without narration. That was Hap's instruction, and nobody had challenged it. The audio guide knew when to stop talking. Drenna looked at the organisms pulsing beneath the dock. Then she looked at her log. Audio guide is operational, she noted, and went to find her first coffee of the morning. The Wanderer's Ledger had been publishing travel reviews for 340 years and had a circulation of 90 billion across 400 member species, which made it the most widely read travel publication in the galaxy and the one whose ratings carried the most weight in the interstellar tourism market. A positive review in the Ledger's pages could book a destination solid for 2 years. A negative review could close a resort that had operated profitably for a decade. The publication did not assign reviews lightly. Its editors maintained a standing list of destinations under consideration, and a destination remained on that list for an average of 14 months before a reviewer was assigned, because the Ledger's editorial standard required that a destination be established, stable, and capable of providing a consistent experience before it was assessed. Anomalies were not reviewed. Gimmicks were not reviewed. Things that were probably not going to be there next year were not reviewed. Xylos 7 had been on the list for 3 months, an unusually short time. Because the Ledger's senior editorial board had looked at the booking data, the injury statistics, the Senate subcommittee proceedings, and the Inspector General's report, and concluded that whatever was happening on this planet was something they were going to need a word for, and they did not currently have one, and finding the word was the publication's actual function. The reviewer they assigned was a palisade named Shen Uteral, which translated approximately as the one who resonates correctly, which was considered an auspicious name for a travel critic in Palisade culture because Palisade experienced enthusiasm as literal harmonic resonance. Their crystalline body structures vibrated at frequencies that shifted with emotional response, producing sounds that ranged from a faint musical hum at mild interest to a sustained multitonal chime at peak experience. Shen Uteral had reviewed 4,012 destinations in a career that spanned 6 decades and had produced in that time a personal best resonance of 7.4 chimes, achieved at a sensory immersion installation on a water world in the inner systems that had subsequently framed his review in its entry atrium. He arrived on Xylos 7 on a standard green band ticket, went immediately to the toxic swamp boat ride, and did not leave for 3 days. His review appeared in the Ledger's next issue under the headline, A New Category. It ran to 12 pages, which was unprecedented for a single-venue review in the publication's history. The relevant passage, translated from Palisade into the 642 standard languages of the GAB's registry, read approximately as, I have traveled to 4,012 worlds. I have written carefully and accurately about all of them. I have no accurate language for this one. The humans have not conquered this planet. They have curated it. They have taken everything that was trying to kill them and made it available for purchase. And the transaction is, in ways I am still attempting to measure, the most honest thing I have encountered in 4 decades of looking for honesty in the tourism industry. The toxic swamp boat ride is not a theme park attraction. It is a primary source. You are not observing Xylos 7 from a safe distance. You are being permitted into it briefly, at the planet's discretion, and the planet has opinions about your presence that it expresses in chemistry and light and heat, and all of those opinions are the most interesting thing you will encounter this year. 5 chimes. I resonated at 8.1. I believe this is a new record. I am not entirely certain my crystalline lattice has fully restabilized. The booking queue extended to 14 months within 6 days of the review's publication. Kes Varanth, watching the numbers from her operations terminal, adjusted ticket prices upward by 40% across all access bands and introduced the tiered access system she had been holding in reserve for the moment demand exceeded capacity by a factor she considered significant. Green Band, standard access, general admission, the experience as advertised. Yellow Band, enhanced access, including extended time in the Fumarole Narrows section and the after-hours bioluminescent observation, at a price point that required the extended liability waiver. Red Band, full access to all park systems, including the sections Oshiro had rated at 7 or above on the lethality scale, requiring a comprehensive medical screening, a 91-page waiver that Latch had revised 3 times since the Thessian incident, and a pre-filed medical record on the colony's emergency treatment system. Red Band sold out first, every time. At every price point Kes raised it to. She raised it 4 times in the first 2 weeks. It sold out each time, usually within hours. Red Band is now priced at 12,000 credits per day, she told Voss at their weekly operations meeting. For context, that is the standard annual salary of a mid-level GAB administrator. She paused. I enjoy that comparison considerably. The merchandise situation had become a separate operational category. The I Survived Xylos 7 shirts had moved from the gift shop's shelving to a purpose-built merchandise area occupying the 2 shipping containers adjacent to the original gift shop, which had itself been expanded twice. The park's creative team, 3 colonists who had previously been responsible for the colony's communications infrastructure and had been reassigned to merchandise operations on the grounds that their skills transferred, had added 16 new designs, including uninhabitable, open for business, and the text of the entrance arch in miniature across the back, and a children's design that read, "My family visited the planet that doesn't exist." Bootleg versions appeared on 200 worlds within a month of the Ledger review. Latch filed trademark registrations in every jurisdiction the GAB recognized, which did not include Xylos 7, which meant the originals remained blissfully untaxed, which Kes noted in the monthly financial summary with what she described as a warm actuarial feeling. The park's gift shop ran at a profit margin of 91.3%. The secondary merchandise category, off-site licensing and online sales through the Freeport Commercial Network, ran at 97.8%. Kes described the merchandise operation in the same monthly summary as one of the more elegant revenue structures she had encountered in her professional career, primarily because the marketing was being done by the GAB. Hap Dawlish stayed at the chromatic dissolution pools after park hours on a Thursday evening in the park's 7th month of operation. He did this sometimes, not as a job responsibility. His formal duties as chief naturalist ended when the last tour group returned to the dock. But because the pools in the evening light were different from the pools during operating hours, and the difference was worth sitting with. During the day, the boats moved through the water, and the displacement triggered the bioluminescent cascade, and the audio guide narrated the chemistry, and the tourists photographed everything, and the whole space was full of the business of experiencing itself. After hours, the pools returned to what they had been for the 30 years before the park existed. A marsh that nobody was in, running its colors for no audience, the mineral suspension shifting through its cycles because the chemistry required it to and not for any other reason. Hap had spent those 30 years trying to survive this marsh, not enjoying it, not studying it, not curating it, surviving it in the specific way that meant every morning you checked your equipment and your readings and your polymer seals, and you went out anyway, and you came back, and you did it again the next day. The marsh had not been a place to him. It had been a set of conditions he was required to manage. He was looking at it now as a place, and it was taking some adjustment. A kid approached along the path from the main park, human, maybe 15, with the look of someone whose family had done the boat ride earlier and who had gone back to the dock on the way out to look at the pools one more time before the shuttle home. She stopped when she saw Hap, registered his chief naturalist badge, and then registered the fact that he was just sitting there not doing anything official. "Are you actually, staying here?" she asked. "After hours." "Probably another hour," Hap said. She came and stood next to him at the pool edge, looking at the colors shifting in the late light. The gold running toward copper as the sun angle dropped, the violet deepening at the margins where the heavy metal concentration was highest, the mercury silver threading through both. "Is it true you used to farm here?" she asked. "Like in the poison?" 30 years, Hap said. She stared at the pool for a moment. "That's the coolest thing I've ever heard." Hap looked at the marsh. He had spent 30 years understanding it as a thing that wanted to kill his crops and, failing that, wanted to kill him. He understood it that way, the way you understand anything you fight every day. Not as a fact about the thing, but as a fact about the relationship between you and the thing. The relationship had changed. He was not fighting it anymore. He was showing it to people, and the people were doing what people do when you show them something genuinely extraordinary that they have never been asked to understand as ordinary. They were seeing it. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Yeah, I guess it is." The kids stayed for another 20 minutes, asking about the luminophores and the fumaroles and whether the tomatoes really tasted like normal tomatoes or like something different. Hap answered all of it. He had 30 years of material. After she left, he sat with the pools for a while longer in the evening light, the colors moving through their cycle, the chemistry doing what the chemistry did. He was thinking, for the first time in a way that felt accurate rather than performed, that he was glad they had stayed. In the morning, he went back to the dock for pre-dawn checks with Drenna, because Drenna had asked him to start coming along on the dawn checks on the grounds that his knowledge of the pool's overnight chemistry fluctuations was operationally useful, which was the most affectionate thing Drenna had said to him since they had started working together, and which Hap had accepted with the equanimity of someone who understood that some people expressed regard through maintenance. The park had been open for 7 months. The booking queue was 14 months long. The ledger review was generating 3,000 new inquiries per day. The red band was sold out through the following calendar year. On Ledger Prime, in a different office than the one Thresh occupied, a 12,000-word travel advisory and commercial embargo notice was being drafted in the formal register of GAB regulatory language, and Corbin Latch, 400 light-years away at his kitchen table with the embargo statutes spread across 3 printout stacks, was already at page 47 of his response. Chapter 8. The Embargo. The Galactic Administrative Bureau's Travel Advisory and Commercial Embargo on Xylos 7 was 12,000 words long, which was 4,000 words longer than the mandatory evacuation notice that had started everything, and 8,000 words longer than it needed to be to convey the 2 things it actually said. Do not go there, and if you try to send anything there, it will be delayed. The Bureau's legal division had spent 3 weeks drafting it in the formal register of GB regulatory language, which required that every operative clause be supported by a jurisdictional citation, every citation be cross-referenced to its enabling statute, and every enabling statute be identified by its full designation, including all subsections and amendments. The embargo's enabling statute was GAB Commercial Restriction Authority 411.7, which allowed the Bureau to impose travel advisories and commercial restrictions on any territory it designated as presenting a public safety risk without requiring a Senate vote. The restriction could be imposed by senior administrator authority alone. The embargo named, in its operative clause, the planetary body designated Xylos 7 and its immediate orbital space. It recommended that commercial operators and private travelers refrain from transiting to or trading with the named territory. It noted that vessels entering the named territory system may be subject to routine inspection procedures, capable of generating delays of up to 90 standard days, long enough to ruin a charter operator's schedule, long enough to spoil a perishable supply shipment, and long enough to make the practical effect of an inspection indistinguishable from a seizure without actually being one, which would have required a court order, which would have required a jurisdiction Xylos 7 still did not have. Latch read the embargo's operative clause at 7 in the morning and spent the rest of the day reading the moon's astronomical registry entry. The charter operators started canceling within 48 hours. Not all of them. A handful held their routes for the first week, watching the situation, calculating whether the inspection delay risk was something their operational margins could absorb. One by one they concluded it was not. Bookings dropped 60% in 11 days. The supply shipments that kept the park's food stores stocked and Drena's engineering inventory current began arriving with delays that were random in timing but consistent in impact. Everything that came through the system arrived later than contracted, and some things did not arrive at all, held in inspection queues that were staffed by the same number of inspectors as before the embargo and were therefore generating a backlog that had no scheduled resolution date because the backlog was the point. Drena noticed the inventory impact first, because Drena tracked inventory the way she tracked hull coating thickness, not against the current level, but against the rate of change, which told you not where you were, but where you were going to be. The sacrificial coating polymer was the immediate concern. 2 weeks of supply on hand, replenishment order in an inspection queue with an estimated clearance date of 31 days, which meant a gap of approximately 17 days during which Boat 7 and Boat 3, and eventually all 14 boats, would drop below operational coating tolerance and need to be taken offline. She flagged it to Voss at the daily operations brief on day 8 of the embargo. Boat ride goes offline in 17 days unless we get the polymer. After that, it's a question of what else. The food stocks were the slower concern, but the larger one. The park's canteen and the tourist meal service ran on HAP's acid soil cultivars for the base ingredients, which were locally produced and therefore unaffected by the supply chain delays. But the supplementary ingredients, the items that made the menu something other than ferrocrete and tomatoes, came from off-world suppliers who were now sitting in the same inspection queues as the polymer shipments. HAP estimated 3 weeks before the menu contracted to what local production could sustain. He said this at the same daily brief, looking at the table with the expression of a man who had spent 30 years keeping plants alive in impossible conditions and was finding the supply chain problem philosophically similar to the acid soil problem, in that the solution was probably going to involve doing more with less and being creative about definitions. Voss called the emergency meeting on day 9. Not the cargo hangar, This was not a matter for 14,000 people. Not yet. Not until there was something to tell them that was more useful than the situation is bad, and we are working on it. This was the staff canteen, the same table, the same bad coffee, the core team who had been in Latch's kitchen 8 months ago when a napkin with a joke on it had been the whole plan. The mood was different from any previous meeting she could compare it to. The inspection, the reclassification attempt, those had been legal problems, and legal problems had a quality that suited the people around this table. A legal problem was a problem you could read your way to the bottom of. You could find its load-bearing points. You could apply force at the right angle. The embargo was not a legal problem. It was a logistics problem, which was a different category entirely. Not a wall you could find the door in, but a slow reduction of supply that did not require a single citable action and could not be countered by a statute number or a Senate testimony. You could not file a 400-page response to a shipping delay. Kesvaranth's skin had shifted to the cool end of its operational spectrum, which Voss had learned to read as the equivalent of a human furrowing their brow. Not alarm, but concentrated recalculation. Drenna's arms were crossed, which was Drenna's body language for a structural problem she had not yet found the solution to. Latch was reading. He had been reading since before the meeting started, and he had not yet looked up. "We survived the classification," Voss said. "We survived the inspector. We survived the reclassification attempt. I will not lose this park to a shipping delay." She looked at Latch. "Tell me you've been reading something useful." Latch looked up. He had been reading the moon's astronomical registry entry for 2 days, and also the Freeport commercial law statutes on transit hub establishment, and also the exact operative language of the embargo's jurisdictional clause, which he had read 11 times since Tuesday morning with the attention of someone who has been told a sentence means one thing and suspects it means something slightly different. He had a printout on the table in front of him. He turned it so the others could read it. "The embargo covers the planetary body designated Xylos 7 and its immediate orbital space," he said. He tapped the page. "The moon orbits Xylos 7. It is, by every conventional understanding, within the Xylos 7 system. But a moon is a separate celestial body. The GAB's own astronomical registry classifies it independently. It has its own designation, Xylos 7b, its own registry entry, its own orbital parameters recorded as a distinct object." He set down the printout. The embargo's drafters said immediate orbital space. They meant the space around the planet. They were thinking of ships approaching Xylos 7 directly. They were not thinking of an unregistered, unclassified moon that technically qualifies as a separate entry in the same registry system. He paused. They embargoed the planet. They forgot the parking lot. The table was quiet for a moment. "You want to build a spaceport on the moon?" Drenna said. It was not entirely a question. "A Freeport transit hub," Latch said, "incorporated under the same Freeport commercial law framework as the park. Charter operators land on Xylos 7b, which is not embargoed, which is outside the operative clause's jurisdictional scope, which is, for regulatory purposes, simply an unclassified rock that happens to orbit a condemned planet. From there, park-operated shuttlecraft carry passengers and cargo to Xylos 7 directly. The shuttles operate within Xylos 7's own airspace, which is unregulated Omega territory. The embargo cannot reach them there. The whole logistics chain relocates one step to the left, and the embargo hits nothing." He picked up his coffee. "The moon becomes our international terminal." Drenna unfolded her arms. She pulled the printout toward her and looked at it for a long moment with the attention she gave to structural problems that had presented themselves from an unexpected direction. The same look she had given Hap Dawlish's dock placement recommendation 8 months ago. "The moon has no atmosphere," she said. "No existing infrastructure. We'd be building in vacuum, in spacesuits, from nothing." She turned the printout over and began writing on the back of it in her compressed engineering shorthand. "I need prefab pressure modules, welding equipment rated for vacuum conditions, a landing pad surface treatment that handles the moon's regolith particulate, and a temporary power system until we can route a line from the main grid." She wrote for another 30 seconds. "Give me 30 days. "We have 23, Voss said. "The polymer shipment clears the inspection queue in 31 days. Boat operations need to continue until then. After that, if we don't have an alternative supply route, we start losing rides." Drenna looked at her list. "It won't be pretty," she said. "It won't be comfortable. The atmosphere will hold and the structure will not explode. That is the standard I am working to." She looked at Voss. 23 days. "Do it," Voss said. Kes Varanth, who had been listening with the focused quiet of someone running a separate calculation in parallel with the conversation, shifted back to warm amber. "Before we begin construction," she said, "I want to pre-sell tickets." Everyone at the table looked at her. "The embargo has made Xylos 7 the most prominently forbidden destination in the galaxy," she said. "Fear is the most efficient marketing tool in the universe, and the GAB has just told every species that experiences adrenaline that Xylos 7 is so dangerous that it requires a formal quarantine. That is not a travel advisory. That is a dare. And every species that responds to dares is going to want to visit before the dare goes away." She pulled up her terminal. "I want to release a limited ticket allocation. Specifically, the allocation that will fit on the first shuttle from the completed moonport. I want to price it at 200% of standard admission. I want to market it under the name Embargo Survivor." She turned the terminal so Voss could see the draft. "The pitch is, visit Xylos 7 before the galaxy tries to stop you. The moonport construction is the product. The embargo is the advertising. We sell the experience of circumventing the ban before the ban is circumvented." Voss looked at the draft. "How fast?" "At 200% premium, with the framing I have drafted, I estimate the allocation sells within 4 to 6 hours of release." Kes paused. "The revenue will fund the moonport construction." "It sold out in 4 hours and 7 minutes. The moonport construction began on day 10. Drenna's crew worked in shifts of 12 6 hours on the surface and 6 hours in the pressurized staging habitat that had been deployed from the colony's emergency equipment reserve on day 1 of the construction schedule. The moon's surface was exactly what the geological survey had described. Barren, gray-brown regolith with the fine particulate that got into every seal and joint and filter and required daily clearing to prevent accumulation damage. A terrain that was in no way hostile in the way Xylos 7 was hostile, but which presented the specific patient difficulty of an environment that had no interest in being built on and expressed this through the aggregate effect of 1,000,000 small frictions. The crew had been told about the frictions. They built anyway. On day 1, the landing pad foundation was surveyed, marked, and compacted. On day 3, the first pressurized habitat module was inflated and sealed, a standard colony emergency dome rated for 18 months of continuous occupation, repurposed as a transit terminal, and a crew member named Talus, 26 years old, who had been on Xylos 7 since she was 3 and had strong opinions about naming things, painted Checkpoint Spite on the airlock exterior in letters large enough to read from the landing approach. Nobody changed it. On day 8, the second and third habitat modules were connected and the internal terminal space was functional if bare. Exposed module walls, folding tables, a coffee unit that Drenna had insisted on as a non-negotiable priority on the grounds that people working 12-hour vacuum shifts needed coffee the way structures needed load-bearing points. On day 12, the landing pad surface treatment had been applied across the full touchdown area and tested with 3 unmanned approach sequences. The pad held. On day 21, Drenna's crew connected the fuel and power lines from the park's main grid via a tether cable that ran across 44 kilometers of lunar surface in a straight line that Drenna had run herself, on foot, in a pressure suit, checking the ground anchors at every 50-meter interval, because the alternative was trusting a map, and she had never trusted a map the way she trusted her own feet on actual ground. Checkpoint Spite was operational on day 22, 11 days ahead of the polymer shipment's inspection clearance date and 8 days before the first tourist booking under the Embargo survivor allocation was scheduled to arrive. The first shuttle descended from Checkpoint Spite on a morning when the atmospheric shears were 4 hours away and the canyon was still. 80 tourists, the full Embargo survivor allocation, were aboard, having transited from the outer systems to Xylos 7B on charter operators who had been very willing to land on an unembargoed moon. The shuttle was a colony transit craft that had been carrying colonists between the settlement's outposts for 20 years, repainted the previous week with the park's logo on the fuselage. Someone had added on the cargo bay door a hand-painted banner in letters approximately the same size as the ones on Checkpoint Spite's airlock. It read, "The Gab said don't come. We came anyway." Voss watched the shuttle land from the canyon rim. Latch was standing next to her. The shuttle's landing struts touched down. The cargo bay door opened. The 80 tourists descended the ramp into a morning that smelled of sulfur and the chromatic dissolution pool's ambient chemistry, carrying their luggage and their Embargo survivor wristbands and the expressions of people who have done something they were told not to do and are finding the sensation exactly as satisfying as they expected. That's the 5th time the Gab has tried to close this park, Latch said. Voss watched the tourists move toward the entrance arch. How many times do you think they'll try? As many times as it takes them to run out of mechanisms. He was quiet for a moment. They haven't run out yet. The booking numbers recovered to pre-embargo levels within 3 weeks of Checkpoint Spite's opening. Within 6 weeks, they exceeded them. The Embargo survivor wristband became a collector's item, a limited edition run of 500 that Kess had authorized as a supplementary merchandise category, sold through 3 times in the first month. The I-survived Xylos 7 shirts had been selling at the park since opening day. The I circumvented the Gab's travel embargo shirts sold out faster. On Ledger Prime, Thresh's aide delivered the media analysis summary at the weekly briefing with the manner of someone presenting information they would have preferred not to have been the one to present. Public sentiment has shifted, Administrator. 62% of surveyed species now view the Bureau's actions toward Xylos 7 as disproportionate or petty. Thresh looked at the summary. And the other 38%? The aide paused. They've booked tickets. Thresh set down the summary. He was quiet for a moment in the manner that had become familiar to anyone who worked closely with him. the silence of a man doing a particular kind of calculation, not the quick arithmetic of a decision already mostly made, but the slower work of reassessing a strategic framework that was not producing expected results. He had tried classification. He had tried inspection. He had tried reclassification. He had tried embargo. Each attempt had failed. Each attempt had, in one way or another, made the park more famous, more popular, and more legally entrenched than it had been before the attempt was made. He was beginning to understand, with the specific clarity that comes from repeated attempts at the same category of problem, that the tools available to him were regulatory tools, and the problem he was dealing with existed in a space where regulatory tools had no purchase. He reached for his calm. There were other categories of tools. He had not explored all of them yet. He intended to. Outside the canteen window on Xylos 7, visible from the operations terminal where Kes Varanth was running the updated booking projections, the entrance arch caught the morning light. The 3 lines of lettering were visible from here. The 4th line, the one that had not been there a week ago, added by Talus in the same paint she had used on Checkpoint Spite's airlock, read, Embargo Survivor Checkpoint Spite. Kes's skin ran through a brief, warm cycle that she did not bother to suppress. She updated the projections. The numbers, as they had been since the day she first read the incorporation filing, were excellent. Chapter 9. The Competitor. The announcement came through the Galactic Commercial Register on a Wednesday, a full-page notice in the format reserved for major commercial launches, with the kind of production quality that suggested a marketing budget larger than most colonial settlements' annual operating expenditure. The headline read, Glitter Spine, The Extreme Experience, Tessera 9, opening in 6 months. Below the headline, a rendering of a crystalline planet surface at sunrise, the ground catching the star's light and fracturing it into prismatic columns, and in the foreground, a park entrance arch that bore a notable structural resemblance to a certain arch on a certain condemned planet, except that this one was built from imported composite materials rather than reclaimed hull plating and had a logo designed by a professional firm on 7 worlds simultaneously. The notice listed the investors, a consortium called the Vorax Collective, comprising 3 of the largest corporate entities in their respective species: Thessian Administrative Management, Drellic Financial Architecture, and Corvati Construction and Heavy Engineering. Combined capitalization, 40 billion credits. Construction workforce, 12,000. Timeline to opening, 6 months. Hap Dawlish read the announcement at the canteen table over his first coffee of the morning, then read it again, and then went to find Voss because he thought someone with more institutional gravity than himself should see it first and form an opinion before he formed his. Voss read it, forwarded it to Latch without comment, and went back to the water reclamation plant's morning maintenance cycle, which required her attention and which, unlike the Vorax Collective's capitalization figures, was a problem she had the tools to address. Latch read it, forwarded it to Kes with a single notation, analysis requested, and went back to his printouts, which were currently covering Gay B Statute 1109 on third-party commercial operations in contested jurisdictions, a statute he was reading preemptively in case the Vorax announcement was a precursor to a legal challenge, rather than a straightforward competitive venture. By the time Kes's response arrived, 12 pages, comprehensive, delivered in the precise actuarial register that meant she considered the subject worth her full attention, Latch had concluded it was probably just a competitive venture and turned to the more immediately interesting question of whether it would succeed. Kess's 12 pages concluded, in the summary at the top, that it would not. The reasoning occupied the remaining 11 pages and 3/4 in the structured taxonomy that Kess applied to any problem she considered worth analyzing properly. On Xylos 7, at the staff canteen table, over dinner 3 days after the announcement, the founding team read the 12 pages together. The canteen was quiet at this hour. The day's tourist operations had wound down, the evening meal service was finished, the kitchen crew had gone home. The park's ambient sounds came through the windows, the distant chemistry of the marshes, the residual atmospheric energy in the canyon from the afternoon's shear cycle, the low hum of the power grid running its overnight load. Hap had a beer. He was the only person at the table who had a beer, and he had it because he had formed his opinion already and considered the situation to call for one. Drenna spoke first, before anyone had finished reading, because she had gone straight to page 4, which covered the Vorax Collective's construction methodology on Tessara 9's crystalline piezoelectric surface, and she had read it with the progressive expression of someone watching a structural problem arrive at its entirely predictable conclusion from a very long way away. Non-reactive foundations, she said, to the table rather than to anyone specifically. They used non-reactive foundations on a piezoelectric surface. A pause. That is like building a boat from sugar and being surprised when it rains. Nobody responded immediately because they were still reading. Drenna went back to page 4. Hap took a drink of his beer. The Vorax Collective had, Kess's analysis explained, made a category error that was available to them from the day they announced the project, which was the error of assuming that because the Xylos 7 model existed, it was replicable. It was not replicable. It was not replicable for reasons that were structural rather than circumstantial. Not because Xylos 7 had a particular set of hazards that happened to be commercially useful, but because the humans running the operation had a particular relationship to hazard that was specific to their species and not available by franchise. The Vorax Collective had the money, the workforce, and the marketing. They did not have the relationship. Tessara 9's primary hazard was its crystalline surface geology, which generated piezoelectric discharges at irregular intervals. Essentially, the ground randomly electrifying with enough voltage to stun a Corvathi, which was a meaningful benchmark because Corvathi were built like armored transport vehicles, and their stun threshold was approximately 40 times that of most species on the GAB's roster. The discharges were unpredictable in timing and location, but consistent in magnitude and entirely predictable in their engineering implications. Any foundation system that was not specifically designed to absorb or redirect piezoelectric energy would eventually conduct it, and a foundation that conducted 40 Corvathi equivalent voltage into a structure's load-bearing elements would, over time, compromise those elements in ways that were difficult to detect and catastrophic when they resolved. This was not a mystery. This was physics. The physics had been available in Tessara 9's geological survey since the planet was classified, which had happened 11 years before the Vorax Collective announced Glitterspine. The Corvathi construction crews had used non-reactive composite foundations because that was what the standard heavy construction specification called for. And the standard heavy construction specification was what the Corvathi construction division used because it was what they had used for 400 years and it worked everywhere. They had used it before, and the specific reason it didn't work on Tessara 9 was the kind of detail that required reading the geological survey rather than the standard spec, and the Corvathi construction division read standard specs. The Thessian management team had known about the Foundation issue from the geological survey, which they had read, because Thessians read everything. They had flagged it in week 2 of the construction planning phase and recommended a full redesign of the foundation system using piezoelectric absorbing substrate technology that was available but expensive and required a 16-week lead time for fabrication. This recommendation had added approximately 14 billion credits to the projected construction cost and pushed the timeline by 5 months. The Drellick financial team had reviewed the revised cost projection and concluded that at the new cost basis, the projected return on investment was below their threshold for approved deployment and had required a budget reduction. The budget reduction had been applied to the foundation redesign. The Thessian engineers had protested. The Drellick financial team had noted the protest in the project record and proceeded with the reduced budget. The Korvathi construction crews had been given a revised specification that retained the non-reactive composite foundation with a modified grounding layer that the financial team's consulting engineers had proposed as a cost-equivalent alternative. The grounding layer had not been tested on piezoelectric geology. It had been tested on standard conductance ground, where it performed adequately. Tessara 9 was not standard conductance ground. On day 8 of active construction, a piezoelectric discharge event of above-average magnitude propagated through the non-reactive composite foundation of the park's central hub structure, conducted upward through the modified grounding layer, and interacted with the hub's primary power routing junction in a way that produced a cascading electrical failure across the construction site's entire power infrastructure. 3 structures under active construction lost their temporary atmospheric containment. 12 construction workers were evacuated. 41 million credits of partially completed infrastructure was written off in the incident report. Construction halted for 48 hours, while the Thessian management team and the Drellick financial team conducted a review that arrived on opposite ends at opposite conclusions. The Thessian team recommended a full foundation rebuild. The Drellick team recommended a targeted repair of the power routing junction and resumption of the original construction schedule. The Korvathi construction foreman, who had been on Tessara 9 long enough to have personal opinions about the ground, recommended abandonment. His recommendation was not in his remit to make. He made it anyway and was noted in the project record. By day 11, the partially repaired hub structure had sustained a second discharge event. The modified grounding layer had failed completely, and the Vorax Collective's board of directors had convened an emergency session that lasted 9 hours and ended with a decision to suspend operations pending comprehensive review. The comprehensive review took 4 days, during which the construction workforce remained on site in the pressurized habitat modules at a daily cost of approximately 2.3 million credits, and at the end of which the board concluded that completing the project would require an additional 26 billion credits in foundation redesign and construction delays that would push opening by 14 months. The board voted 6-3 to liquidate the project. Total loss: 40 billion credits in 11 days of active construction, plus 4 days of suspended operation habitat costs. The Glitter Spine announcement had been in the Galactic Commercial Register for 19 days when the bankruptcy filing appeared in the same publication. Hap took another drink of his beer. 40 billion credits, he said. I built my first acid-proof greenhouse for 600 credits and a favor from a neighbor who had a spare polymer roll. He looked at the announcement image, which was still on the canteen terminal showing the crystalline sunrise rendering. Amateurs, They had the wrong people, Kess said. She set down the last page of her own analysis and folded her hands on the table in the manner that meant she was moving from reading mode to speaking mode, the shift from the numbers to the explanation of the numbers. I want to be precise about this, because it is not simply that they made engineering errors. The Vorax Collective employed 3 of the most technically capable species in the galaxy in their respective domains. Thessians are the best administrators and regulatory architects that exist. Drellic are the most accurate financial modelers. Korvathi are the most physically capable builders. Any one of them in the right environment would have succeeded. She paused for the length of time it took the table to settle. The right environment is a stable one. An environment where the rules are known, the variables are bounded, and the optimal path is the one you identify before you begin and execute as planned. Tessara 9 is not that environment. Xylos 7 is not that environment. They are chaos environments, places where the variables change under you, where the optimal path shifts between the time you identify it and the time you attempt it, where the thing that is true about the ground today is not necessarily true about the ground on day 8. She looked at the table, at Voss, at Drenna, at Hap with his beer, at Latch, who was reading something else entirely on his datapad and had been for the last several minutes, which was a sign, Kess had learned, that he had finished processing the current discussion and had found the next one. Thessians are experts, she continued. They are optimal in environments where expertise is the variable that determines outcomes. When the environment changes in ways that expertise did not anticipate, they require time to update their framework before they can act. That time cost them the project. Drellic optimize for risk reduction. In stable environments, this produces efficient, profitable outcomes. In unstable environments, where reducing one risk increases another, it produces a death spiral. They cut the Foundation budget, which increased the discharge risk, which triggered the failure, which compounded the financial exposure they were trying to reduce. They optimized themselves into 40 billion credits of loss. She allowed a moment for that to land. Korvathi approach novel problems as battles. They apply force, assess the result, and apply more force. It is an excellent strategy in environments that respond to force. Tessara 9's piezoelectric discharge does not respond to force. It is indifferent to how hard you hit it. She paused. The canteen was quiet. The marshes glowed outside. Humans generalize, she said. You are the only major species in the Galactic Registry that does not specialize at the cognitive level. Your engineering tradition does not have a single dominant paradigm. It has 40 competing paradigms applied simultaneously based on what the specific situation requires. Your regulatory tradition, as I have observed it in this room, involves reading the entire statute rather than the relevant section. Your construction tradition, as I have observed it in Drenna, involves redesigning the machine to fit the problem rather than redesigning the problem to fit the machine. She looked at each of them in turn. Specialization is the optimal strategy in stable environments. Generalization is the optimal strategy in chaos. Xylos 7 is chaos. Tessara 9 is chaos. Every Omega classified world is chaos by definition. That is what makes it Omega classified. Every species in the galaxy has sent its specialists at chaos. They have all lost. You are the only species that sends generalists. She picked up her coffee. That is why you win. It is not luck. It is not circumstance. It is architecture. Drenna, who had been listening with her arms on the table and her expression in the configuration, that meant she was filing something under true and correct and already accounted for in the model she ran, looked up. "The Vorex Collective's abandoned infrastructure," she said. She was not asking about it. She was noting that she had been thinking about it in the background while Kess was speaking. "The project record will go into the bankruptcy filings, the construction equipment, the habitat modules, the partially completed structures, and any telecommunications infrastructure they installed." Latch looked up from his data pad. The timing of it was precise enough that Drenna paused. "They were building an FTL communications relay," he said. "It appears in the project record on page 41 of the construction asset inventory. Partially completed, the relay tower itself is standing, the power routing is installed, the transceiver array is mounted. What's missing is the calibration software and the network registration, both of which are digital assets that will go into the bankruptcy estate rather than the physical salvage." He set down the data pad. "The physical structure is on a planet nobody owns anymore, in a bankruptcy estate that will take 18 months to resolve, which under Freeport commercial law means the physical assets are available for salvage claim after 12 months of uncontested possession." He picked up his coffee. "Under Freeport Salvage Statute 33.4, a party in continuous commercial operation in proximity to an unclaimed asset can establish a salvage claim. The calibration software can be written. The network registration can be filed independently of the original project." A pause. "Someone left a perfectly good communication system on a dead planet that nobody wants. I believe the legal term is an opportunity." Voss looked at him. "How long to establish the claim?" 12 months of uncontested possession. We'd need a presence on or near Tessara 9, not a large one, a monitoring station, something that constitutes commercial operation in proximity." He tapped his data pad. "Checkpoint Spite cost us 23 days. A monitoring station on Tessara 9's moon would be simpler. No tourist infrastructure, no atmospheric entry. Just a relay beacon and a legal filing." Drenna was already writing on the back of a napkin. She had a compressed engineering shorthand that could produce a structural schematic in the margins of any available paper surface, and she used every available surface, and the napkin was the nearest one. "Give me a week to spec it," she said. "We're not doing it this week," Voss said. "One thing at a time." "I'm not proposing to do it this week," Drenna said, without looking up from the napkin. "I'm proposing to know how to do it when it becomes this week." She noted 2 more dimensions on the schematic. "The relay, when complete, gives us a direct, high-bandwidth communications link to the core systems independent of GAB networks. Every communication we currently send goes through infrastructure the Bureau theoretically has access to. This one wouldn't." She folded the napkin. "That seems worth spexing." Nobody disagreed with her. The canteen was quiet for a moment, with the particular quality of a room full of people who are each running the same long calculation from a different starting point and are arriving one by one at the same place. Hap finished his beer. 40 billion credits, he said again, to no one in particular, and in the tone of a man who has spent 30 years growing food in battery acid and finds the number instructive. For a park that lasted 11 days. He set down the bottle. "We've been open 9 months. Outside, the park ran its evening operations. The bioluminescent marshes began their night cycle. The entrance arch caught the last of the day's light, and the 4 lines of lettering were visible from here. The original cut in reclaimed hull plating, the 2 additions from the arc of legal battles behind them, and the 4th line that Talus had painted after the shuttle landed. The night was warm and sulphurous and entirely, defiantly operational. The galaxy's only working Death World theme park had just been proven, in 40 billion credits and 11 days of crystalline catastrophe, to be something that no other species in galactic history had managed to build, and no other species in galactic history was likely to manage. Not because it was impossible, because it required a cognitive architecture developed on one particular world, under one particular evolutionary pressure set, in a species constitutionally incapable of treating a hostile environment as anything other than a design constraint. Kess's skin ran warm. The numbers were, as always, excellent. Chapter 10. The Atmospheric Anomaly Rollercoaster. 6 months after grand opening, on a morning when the atmospheric shear was running on its standard 11-hour cycle, and the canyon air had the particular charged quality that preceded each arrival, Drenna Week stood at the Anomaly's launch platform and ran her final pre-opening systems check for the 44th time. She ran it 44 times not because she expected to find something different on the 44th pass that she had not found on the 43rd, but because the 44th check was the one that happened with the ride operational, the capsules loaded, the track pressurized, and the shear approximately 90 seconds from the canyon rim, the configuration in which the only version of the check that mattered was the one that ran in real time against real conditions. She ran it the same way every time. Thermal integrity of all 12 capsule seals, G-sensor calibration across the full track array, deceleration loop tension at the western terminus, onboard AI prediction buffer status, everything nominal, everything within tolerances she had set herself, tested herself, and revised upward twice during the construction phase when the first test runs had shown her where the tolerances she had originally specified were, in her private assessment, not quite sufficient for what the shear was actually capable of delivering. The Anomaly had taken 11 months to build, which was 3 months longer than the park itself had taken to become operational, and the 11 months included 6 months of test runs that Drenna considered the most instructive period of her engineering career. The concept had been straightforward. Xylos 7's atmospheric shears were the most powerful natural force on the planet, operating on a reliable cycle, predictable in arrival time and consistent in their canyon funneling behavior. What they were not predictable in was their exact speed, bearing, and depth on any given cycle, because they were natural phenomena, not machinery. And natural phenomena had the characteristic that Drenna had spent her career either working around or incorporating into designs, which was that they did what the physics required and nothing else. The onboard AI she had developed to bridge the gap between natural unpredictability and passenger survival operated on a 30-second prediction window. Atmospheric pressure differential readings feeding a model that had been trained on 14 months of shear data and could, within that 30-second window, adjust the capsule's trajectory, angle of engagement, and deceleration timing to match actual shear behavior rather than predicted shear behavior. The distinction was the difference, as she had told the AI development team on the day she commissioned the system, between a ride and a consequence. The track was 14 kilometers of reinforced ferrocrete rail embedded into the canyon walls at varying heights, running from the launch platform on the eastern rim to the deceleration loop at the western terminus, with 3 intermediate engagement zones where the canyon geometry focused the shear most powerfully, and the capsules, if the AI was doing its job, were caught and accelerated through the highest G-force windows. The rail geometry had taken 4 months to finalize. Not the engineering of the rail itself, which was straightforward heavy construction, but the geometry, which required Drenna to understand the shear's canyon behavior at a level that the planet's existing atmospheric survey data did not provide, and which she had therefore acquired by standing in the canyon at various positions during 17 consecutive shear cycles with a full sensor array and a personally designed data logging system, and getting extremely wet and occasionally knocked over. She considered this the most useful research she had ever conducted. The sensor data from those 17 cycles was the foundation of every structural decision in the Anomaly's design. The capsules she called stones. The name had come from a construction crew comment during the first test run, when a crew member watching the prototype capsule take the shear's initial hit had said that whoever was going to ride in that thing would need to have stones the size of canyon boulders, and Drenna had written Stone 1 on the prototype hull in marker and kept writing it on every subsequent capsule because she thought the name was accurate, and also because she found it useful to name things. Stone 1 through Stone 8 were operational. Stones 9 through 12 were in final certification. The certified capsules could hold 12 passengers each, with harness configurations tested to the full G-force range the shear could produce, between 2 Gs at the low end of a mild shear cycle and 9 Gs at the peak of a strong one. The capsule hull was built to withstand forces that would have compromised a standard light spacecraft's structural integrity, because Drenna's design philosophy for anything that was going to interact with the shear was, build it for what the shear can do at maximum, not for what the shear typically does, because the shear did not consult the typical range before it decided what to do on a given cycle. The maximum speed recorded in test runs was Mach 1.2. She had noted this in her engineering log without exclamation, because it was a measurement, and measurements were what they were. And what this one was the speed of sound exceeded by a ride system on a planet the galaxy had classified as not existing. The inaugural run had been scheduled for the morning of the 44th check. The crowd at the canyon rim numbered 40,000. They had come from the park's 6 access points and from Checkpoint Spite, and from 3 chartered viewing vessels that Kess had authorized to take up orbital observation positions above the canyon at a ticket price that Drenna had described as deranged, and that had sold out before Drenna finished describing it. The press gallery alone represented 214 media outlets across 160 worlds. The Wanderer's Ledger had sent Shen Uteral back, because the publication's editorial board had decided that anything Drenna Week built after the toxic swamp boat ride was worth Shen Uteral specifically. He was standing at the canyon rim in the press section with his crystalline body already running a faint background harmonic that the journalists nearest to him could hear as a low, sustained musical note. Not a chime, not yet, but the baseline state of a palisade whose sensory anticipation had already exceeded his normal ambient resonance. He had noted in his pre-event filing that his baseline was elevated and that this was a data point worth recording. The first riders were 12 passengers selected by lottery from the Anomaly's booking queue, which had been open for 3 weeks, and in which 47,000 entries had been submitted for 12 seats. The lottery winners were 4 humans, 3 Korvathi, 2 Palisade, 1 Drelic, one of the avian species from the Meridian cluster, whose species name did not translate into any GAB standard language, and who was listed in the park's booking system under the designation they used for self-reference, which transliterated approximately as the ones who remember falling, and 1 retired test pilot named Yara Solis, who had spent 22 years flying experimental atmospheric craft for a military research program, and who, when asked at the pre-ride medical screening what her experience with high-G environments was, had said sufficient and had said nothing further. Drenna's pre-launch comm check ran at 7 minutes before shear arrival. Wind speed confirmed at 640 kilometers per hour, bearing northeast, shear depth 1,200 meters. That is a clean run, nominal on all systems. She keyed the launch authorization. Send them in. A pause, brief and deliberate, because she was Drenna, and she did not leave things unsaid when they needed to be said. And Drenna, enjoy the boom. She had said this to herself. Nobody on the comm had noticed. She had said it anyway. The capsules launched on the shear's leading edge, not the full shear which hit the canyon rim 40 seconds after the pressure wave, but the edge, which was the structural feature that Drenna's 14 months of shear data had identified as the optimal engagement point. The engagement felt, from the observer positions at the canyon rim, like the planet reaching into the canyon and taking hold of something. The 4 capsules were there, and then they were accelerating. And the transition between those two states was so abrupt and so total that several people in the 40,000 crowd made sounds they did not consciously intend to make. The track system was invisible from most observer positions, built into the canyon walls, not above them, which meant what the crowd saw was 4 sealed capsules moving through the canyon air at speeds that the eye processed correctly, but that the brain required a moment to accept as real. The engagement zone audio that Drenna's team had designed broadcast the raw atmospheric data as sound through the canyon speaker array, a rising harmonic that matched the shear's acceleration profile, climbing in pitch and volume as the capsules moved through the first engagement zone, and the G-forces built toward the 4G threshold that the AI had predicted for this cycle's first peak. Inside Stone 1, the audio environment was different. The speakers in the capsule broadcast the same harmonic, but filtered and shaped by the AI to reflect the exact conditions the capsule was currently experiencing rather than the general shear profile. A real-time acoustic translation of what the physics was doing to the vehicle and therefore to the people inside it. At 2 Gs, the harmonic was a deep, sustained tone that vibrated in the chest. At 4 Gs, it had risen to a frequency that Yara Solis, in the front harness position, would later describe as the sound of being taken seriously. At 6 Gs, it crossed into the range where the Korvathi passenger in harness position 7, whose species fought recreationally and experienced peak physical stress as a positive neurological event, began laughing. The translator unit on his harness rendered this as extended positive vocalization, which was accurate in the way that describing a shear as a strong wind was accurate. He was laughing the way things laugh when the experience has exceeded the available category for it and the body finds the nearest substitute response and uses it at full volume. His translator unit at 6.4 Gs shorted out. He kept laughing anyway. The capsules hit the second engagement zone at Mach 0.7, where the canyon geometry compressed the shear and the AI executed a trajectory adjustment that Drenna had spent 3 weeks modeling and that produced, at the precise moment of the adjustment, a lateral force spike of 8.1 Gs lasting 1.4 seconds. This was within engineered tolerances. The tolerances had been specified for 9 Gs. The spike was within them. The medical team at the western terminus, watching the G-sensor telemetry, noted the spike, noted that it was within tolerances, and noted that the biometric readings on all 12 passengers were within expected parameters for the force level. which was to say that everyone inside the capsule was experiencing 8.1 Gs of lateral force and responding to it in the ways that their respective physiologies responded to 8.1 Gs of lateral force, which for the humans and Korvathi was intense physical stress being processed as sensation. For the Palisade was an immediate escalation in resonance frequency that was audible to the capsule's internal microphones as a chime, and for Yara Solis was, by her own later account, the fourth hardest she had ever been pushed in a vehicle, and the first time she had been pushed that hard without also being in danger. The sound barrier broke at Mach 1.03 in the canyon's middle section, between the second and third engagement zones, where the canyon walls were closest together and the shear had no room to dissipate laterally and had therefore put everything into forward momentum. The sonic boom propagated through the canyon and arrived at the park's main gate, 8 kilometers away, as a pressure wave that the 40,000 people at the canyon rim felt in their chests before they heard it with their ears. Shenutaral's background harmonic became a chime that lasted 11 seconds and attracted the attention of every journalist within 15 meters. Several of them filed the chime as the lead element of their reports before the capsules had reached the deceleration loop. The capsules decelerated through the western terminus at a rate that Drenna had engineered to bring passengers from Mach 1.2 to 0 in 4.7 seconds, which was the minimum deceleration window she had identified as physiologically survivable across the full species range of the booking demographic, and which produced a force profile in the deceleration sequence that Oshiro had reviewed, annotated with 17 questions, reviewed again after Drenna answered the 17 questions, and signed off on with the notation, medically acceptable, appended by the observation that medically acceptable and comfortable were 2 distinct categories, and this experience occupied one of them. The capsule doors opened. The medical teams were positioned at both doors of each capsule. The first passenger out of Stone 1 was a Korvathi who stepped onto the platform, stood still for a moment with his translator unit still offline, and his laugh subsided into the expression that his species wore when a physical experience had concluded and the neurological processing of it had not yet caught up, and then looked at the deceleration platform and the canyon and the sky above the canyon and said something that his translator unit would have rendered had it been operational as a formal declaration of respect toward a worthy opponent. He said it to the canyon. The canyon did not respond. Yara Solis stepped out of Stone 1/3. She stood on the platform for a moment looking at the canyon with the expression of a person completing a professional assessment. A camera drone had been hovering at exit distance since before the capsules docked, and it was close enough to capture the expression clearly. She looked directly at it without any particular self-consciousness. "That," she said, "is the second fastest I have ever gone." A pause of exactly the length required for the secondary clause to land cleanly. "And the first time I enjoyed it." The footage was on 600 media platforms within 3 hours. Within a day, it had crossed 2,000. Kes Varanth, watching the booking system from her operations terminal, set the per-ride price at 50,000 credits and watched the queue extend to 14 months in the following 48 hours. She considered 50,000 credits a conservative figure and said so in the operations meeting, where Voss told her to hold the price at 50,000 for the first month and see what the data showed, and Kes agreed with the composure of someone who considers holding a price conservative and considers conservative a temporary condition. Latch was at the park's main gate when the sonic boom arrived as a pressure wave. He was holding his coffee. The wave hit, and the coffee surface moved in its mug, and 40,000 people around him flinched or gasped or made sounds, and he stood still and felt it in his chest and looked at the canyon rim where the capsules were completing their run and the crowd noise was building from the first flinch through the second and into the full roar of 40,000 people processing what they had just experienced. He waited until the roar had crested and begun to settle. Then he said, to Voss, who was standing next to him, "That sound you just heard? That's the Gaby's relevance cracking." She did not disagree with him. The Anomaly was booked solid for 14 months. The planet the galaxy said did not exist had just broken the sound barrier, and 50,000 people had paid 50,000 credits each to be inside the boom when it happened, and the booking system was still taking entries. Chapter 11, the Senate Hearing. The full Galactic Senate chamber occupied the top 3 floors of the Senate's central tower on the administrative capital of Veth Prime, and had been designed 400 years ago by an architectural firm that had been given a single brief: make the room feel like the weight of the galaxy is present in it at all times. They had succeeded. The chamber seated 4,200 representatives from 400 member species in tiered arcs that curved upward from the central floor in a geometry that focused every sight line on the speaker's position at the chamber's base, which meant that standing at the podium was an experience of being watched from every angle simultaneously by 4,200 individuals whose species ranged from the crystalline to the gaseous to the thoroughly mammalian, and whose collective attention had the physical quality of pressure. The acoustics were perfect. Every word spoken at the podium arrived at every seat in the chamber with equal clarity, regardless of distance. The architects had considered this the feature of which they were most proud. Press galleries occupied the upper 2 tiers. The public observation deck, behind sealed transparalloy, was at capacity. An estimated 300 billion viewers were watching the live broadcast across 400 member worlds, which was the highest viewership figure in the Senate's recorded history for any proceeding that was not a formal declaration of war. Quellen Thresh had requested the hearing. Specifically, he had spent 6 weeks building the political architecture that made it possible, calling in favors accumulated over 22 years of service, briefing sympathetic committee chairs, framing the issue in the language most likely to generate the required threshold of senatorial concern. The hearing's formal title was Galactic Public Safety Concerns Regarding Unregulated Commercial Activity on Classified Worlds. The title was precise. It was also, as Thresh had designed it to be, capable of being shortened by any media outlet to the Xylos 7 problem. He wanted a vote, not the reclassification motion. That path had been closed by the 800 billion credit liability sitting permanently in the Senate's own archive. He wanted an ad hoc resolution, a political decree authorizing emergency action that operated outside the normal statutory framework, which would bypass the jurisdictional void that had defeated every previous approach. A resolution required a simple majority. A simple majority in this chamber, with the political groundwork he had laid, was achievable. He had counted the votes 3 times. He had the votes. His presentation lasted 40 minutes. It was the best work he had done in 22 years, and he knew it, and he delivered it with the controlled authority of a senior administrator who had spent 2 decades learning how to move institutional bodies in desired directions. He showed the injury statistics. 47 recorded injuries in the park's first year of operation, including 3 requiring extended medical treatment. He showed images of the park's infrastructure, the exposed ferrocrete, the improvised equipment, the facilities that met no recognized safety standard in the GAB's registry because the registry did not extend to their location. He showed the 114-page Anomaly waiver and read 4 sections aloud, including the passage that specified the range of forces passengers might experience and the passage that noted that natural phenomena could not be guaranteed to remain within predicted parameters. He showed the booking figures: 140,000 visitors in the park's first year, 300 billion credits in revenue, a growth trajectory that, unimpeded, would bring the operation to a scale that the GAB had no existing framework to address. He framed it as a moral question. Was the galaxy prepared to allow any commercial entity to operate beyond the reach of safety law, environmental law, labor law, and consumer protection simply because a classification document had been carelessly drafted 40 years ago? The chamber murmured with the sound of 4,200 representatives processing a well-constructed argument and finding it largely persuasive. The committee chair, who was not Orath Venn, that subcommittee was distinct from this full chamber proceeding, gavelled the murmur down after 30 seconds. 3 delegations in the upper arc made visible notations on their session records. 2 media correspondents in the press gallery were already composing their first-hour analysis summaries, both of which would describe the proceeding as appearing to move toward resolution. Thresh returned to his seat with the bearing of a man who considers the outcome settled and is waiting for the formality to conclude. Governor Maren Voss of Xylos 7 had been subpoenaed to appear. She had arrived the previous evening on a charter from Checkpoint Spite, accompanied by Latch, who had spent the transit reviewing every piece of testimony Thresh had submitted to the hearing record, and had arrived at the Senate Tower that morning with ink on both hands and reading glasses on his nose. Voss had arrived with her work clothes, her governor's pin made from reclaimed colony metal, and no notes. She had told Latch on the shuttle that she did not intend to argue the law. He had told her that was fine because he was there to argue the law, and she was there to do something else. And in his professional assessment, the something else she was there to do was worth considerably more to the proceeding than anything he could bring to it. She had not responded to this. She had looked out the viewport at Veth Prime's atmosphere on approach and thought about the water reclamation plant. She took the podium at the chamber's center and looked at 4,200 representatives looking back at her. The press galleries, the public observation deck, 300 billion viewers receiving this image in real time on 400 worlds. She had addressed crowds before. 8,400 colonists in a cargo hangar that smelled like engine grease on the night the red stamp had dried. This was different in scale and identical in requirement. Speak accurately, without theater, about what was true. She addressed the injury statistics first. 47 injuries in the park's first year of operation, she said. Her voice was direct and level, calibrated for the room without being amplified by it. She spoke at the register of a person having a conversation with 4,200 people simultaneously, not declaiming at them. Senator Thresh presented this as an indictment. Allow me to provide context. In the same period, GAB-regulated theme parks across the galaxy reported an average of 12,000 injuries per installation per year. That figure comes from the Bureau's own safety compliance registry, which I have here. She set a document on the podium. Our injury rate is 0.3% of the regulated galactic average for comparable commercial entertainment operations. The safest theme park in the known galaxy is the one you are being asked to close. The chamber was not silent. It was something more textured than silence. the sound of 4,200 individuals simultaneously adjusting a calculation. Senator Thresh showed you images of our infrastructure and described it as substandard. She did not look at Thresh. She addressed the chamber. He is correct. It is substandard. By the standards of worlds that received GAB development funding, GAB infrastructure grants, GAB logistical support, and 40 years of the colonial development subsidies that the Bureau's own Statute 2298.1 guarantees to qualifying settlements. We received none of these things. Every structure on Xylos 7 was built by hand, from local materials, by people your government told to leave and who did not leave. The fact that those structures are standing is not a failure of safety standards. It is a demonstration of what human beings do when they are given a death sentence and a planet and left alone. She paused for exactly the length of time it took the sentence to reach the far end of the chamber. In our opinion, that demonstration deserves a different word than substandard, but we will accept your terminology if you will accept our numbers. The committee chair did not gavel. There was nothing to gavel. The chamber was processing. The senator showed you the anomaly waiver. Voss continued. 114 pages. He read sections aloud for dramatic effect, and I understand why. Some of those sections are alarming when read in isolation. I would like to add context there as well. The waiver exists because we wrote it. Nobody required us to write it. There is no safety regulation on Xylos 7 that mandates a waiver, because there are no safety regulations on Xylos 7. The senator has documented this thoroughly, and we agree with his assessment of the regulatory situation. We wrote a 114-page waiver because we believed the people who chose to ride the Anomaly deserved to know exactly what they were choosing. That document is not evidence of recklessness. It is evidence of the opposite. Another pause. The senator has not shown you the medical outcomes of the Anomaly's first year of operation. I will. 0 fatalities, 0 permanent injuries, 4 cases of temporary inner ear disorientation, all resolved within 72 hours. Those outcomes exist because we took the waiver seriously, because we built the ride to survive what we wrote in the waiver, because on Xylos 7, the documentation and the engineering are the same project. The chamber's murmur was different now. Thresh, in his seat, had the expression of a man watching the vote count shift in real time and doing the arithmetic with increasing precision. Voss paused. She looked at the chamber, the full arc of it, the 4,200 faces in tiers above her, the press gallery, the transparalloy panels of the observation deck. She had not written what came next. It was not strategic. It was what she would have said to the 8,400 people in the cargo hangar if she had known then what she knew now about what they were capable of. I am not here to argue statistics, she said. The statistics make our case and we will stand on them. But I think you deserve an honest answer to the question this hearing is actually asking, which is not a safety question. The question this hearing is asking is, why won't the humans leave? Her voice did not change register. It did not need to. The answer is simple. We were the people nobody wanted. We came to Xylos 7 because it was the world available to us. Dangerous, marginal, classified as barely worth settling, and ultimately classified as not worth anything at all. We stayed because we built something worth staying for, not because the planet became safe. It has not become safe. It remains a planet that will, at multiple points during a standard visit, attempt to dissolve, scorch, disorient, or blow away anything that is not specifically engineered to resist it. We have not made it safe. We have made it ours." She let that sit for a moment. "And when your government, this institution, this bureaucracy, told us that our home was not real, we did not argue. We agreed. You said it was not habitable? We said correct. It is not a habitat. It is a theme park. You said it was not regulated? We said correct. We will regulate ourselves. You said nobody could live there? We said nobody does. We just work there. Every action we have taken has been within the framework this institution constructed. Every loophole we have used is a loophole this institution created. We did not break the system, senators." A pause that was not theatrical. It was the pause of someone ensuring the sentence that followed would not be misheard. "We are the system's output, and if this institution does not recognize what it is producing, I would suggest it look very carefully at the machine." The chamber was silent, with the specific quality of a room in which a very large number of people have arrived at the same thought simultaneously and are waiting to see if the person next to them has arrived at the same place. Latch, in the observer's seat behind the podium barrier, allowed himself a single small nod. He had prepared remarks for after Voss's testimony, covering 3 specific legal points he had intended to address before the vote was called. He folded the remarks into his jacket pocket. They were not going to be needed. The committee chair gavelled the session into a recess at 3 hours and 42 minutes. The recess was announced as indefinite pending review of testimony and documentation submitted. The resolution Thresh had built 6 weeks of political architecture to reach did not come to a vote. It was removed from the session agenda before the chamber reconvened. Officially, it was tabled pending further deliberation. In the reporting of the 312 media outlets that covered the proceeding, it was described in various formulations as dead. Thresh found his way out through the chamber's administrative corridor rather than the main exit, because the main exit involved the press gallery access points, and the press gallery access points currently contained journalists who wanted him to respond to what had just happened, and he had nothing to say to journalists that was useful to him at this moment. His aide found him in the corridor at 4:17. The aide had the media analysis summary that had been compiled in the 40 minutes since Voss's testimony concluded. Public sentiment indicators across the broadcast networks showed a favorable response to the testimony across 68% of viewing demographics. Unfavorable response, 14%, undecided, 18%. The proceeding had been watched by 300 billion viewers. The aide noted this without editorial comment, because the aide had been working for Thresh long enough to know when editorial comment was not the thing being requested. Thresh took the summary. He read it. He was quiet for a moment in the corridor with the particular stillness of a man who has just watched a plan he spent 6 weeks constructing not fail to work, but fail to apply. The plan had worked precisely. The political architecture had been sound, the presentation had been his best work, and none of it had mattered because the terrain had changed under him again in the way it always changed under him when this particular operation was involved. He looked at the summary for another moment. "If the Senate will not act," he said, "and the law will not act, and the public will not permit action, what remains?" His aide understood the question was not directed at him and did not answer it. Thresh folded the summary. "Get me the security directorate's contact schedule." In the transit corridor outside the Senate Tower, walking toward the charter pad, Voss and Latch moved through the crowd of departing gallery observers and press personnel with the forward momentum of 2 people who have somewhere to be and know exactly where it is. Latch was quiet for the first 100 meters of corridor, which was the time it took him to finish filing the proceeding in the part of his professional memory reserved for cases that had concluded satisfactorily. Then, that was the best closing argument I have never given. Voss did not break stride. It wasn't an argument, Corbin. No, he said. It wasn't. He put his folded remarks back in his jacket pocket. It was a fact. They walked. 300 billion people had watched a colonial governor from a planet the galaxy said did not exist stand in the largest deliberative chamber in galactic history and explain, without theater, without legal strategy, without anything except the accurate description of 40 years of people choosing to stay somewhere difficult, exactly what the system had made. Somewhere on Veth Prime, in the building they had just left, a senior administrator was calling the security directorate. The next move was coming. Latch had been reading for it for 3 weeks. He had a good idea of what it was going to be. He had a better idea of what to do about it when it arrived. The charter lifted off at 1847. The broadcast had not yet stopped trending on any network that carried it. Chapter 12. The Insurance Problem. The GAB's Financial Regulatory Division did not send a directive. It did not issue an order. It did not make a public announcement. It sent a guidance memo, which was a document that did not legally exist in any binding sense, not a regulation, not a citation, not a statute, but which carried the weight of everything the GAB could bring to bear on any regulated entity that chose to ignore it, which was to say the full weight of enhanced regulatory scrutiny applied to every transaction, filing, audit, and certification that those entities processed through any GAB-adjacent system, which was most of them. The guidance memo went to the 40 largest insurance conglomerates in the galaxy on a Tuesday, 3 weeks after the Senate hearing, through the Financial Regulatory Division's Standard Advisory Channel. It recommended, in the measured language of institutional advice that everyone understood was institutional instruction, that insuring operations on Omega classified worlds may constitute imprudent actuarial practice that could expose the insuring entity to questions regarding its own regulatory standing. The first 3 insurers dropped Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC, on Wednesday. The remaining 37 dropped it by the following Monday. The charter operators who flew to Checkpoint Spite discovered on Tuesday morning that their hull insurance policies had been voided for routes involving Xylos 7 and its orbital infrastructure. The payment processing companies that handled the park's interstellar transactions discovered that their liability coverage had been restructured to exclude transactions originating from Omega classified territory. The supply companies that had been routing shipments through Checkpoint Spite discovered that their cargo insurance was now technically invalid for those routes, which meant their contracts were in breach, which meant their ships were grounded until the contracts were renegotiated with coverage that did not exist. The park's revenue stream did not cease immediately. It seized the way that a mechanism seizes when the lubricant has been removed, smoothly at first, then with increasing friction, then with a grinding certainty that the operational tolerances were being exceeded faster than they could be compensated for. Bookings could still be taken. Tourists who had already arrived could still be served. But the infrastructure that moved people and goods to and from the park was progressively immobilizing itself, and Kes Varanth's revenue projections, which had previously shown an upward curve that she described as structurally elegant, were now showing something she described in the operations meeting on day 8 after the guidance memo as a correction event that required intervention. Voss looked at the projections. She was furious in the quiet, focused way she was furious when something threatened the park's physical survival. Not loud, not reactive, but operating at the temperature of a person who has rebuilt a water reclamation plant after a mudslide with half the resources she needed and considers that experience a reasonable baseline for what difficulty looks like. They didn't pass a law, she said. They sent a memo. She said memo with the particular inflection of someone who has just been told that the thing trying to kill them is technically a piece of correspondence. Latch set down his coffee. He had been calm since the guidance memo arrived, which was how Voss had known he had already read past it to whatever the guidance memo made possible, because that was the only circumstance under which Latch was calm when something was actively trying to kill the park. They have just told us two things, he said. The first is that there is a gap in the insurance market the exact size and shape of every commercial operation that cannot get traditional coverage because it does not fit a standard regulatory model. Every frontier operator, every Freeport corridor merchant, every independent in an unregulated zone, every entity operating in gray market space that has never had access to a functioning insurance product. Tens of thousands of entities, possibly more. He paused. The second is that they have eliminated all competition for that market in a single guidance memo. Kes Varanth's skin had already shifted to warm amber. It had been warm amber since the guidance memo arrived, which Voss had also learned to read as a sign, not of crisis, but of Kes encountering a problem that contained within its structure a financial opportunity large enough to register on her actuarial instincts as something worth being warm about. The GAB just destroyed the market, she said. That is not a problem. That is a monopoly opportunity. They cleared the field and told us to play. She was already opening a new terminal window. I need 48 hours. She used 31. Xylos Indemnity, LLC was incorporated on a Thursday evening, again at Latch's kitchen table, again under Freeport commercial law, again for a filing fee of 12 credits, which brought the total founding capital invested in the two most financially consequential commercial entities in the outer reach sector to 24 credits, a figure that Latch noted in his incorporation log without particular comment, because he considered the pattern established and the point made. The company's registered address was the same as Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC, the park's administrative office, which was the same converted shipping container that had housed the gift shop until the gift shop had been expanded twice and required the full container. It was domiciled on an Omega classified world. It was licensed under no authority. It was regulated by no one. It operated in the same jurisdictional void as the park that had spawned it, which meant that everything it did was, by the same logic that had governed the park since the day the napkin was written, not technically happening anywhere that the GAB's instruments could measure. Kes's actuarial model was the product of 31 hours of continuous work, which she later described as the most satisfying modeling project of her career, which had included 11 years of work for a galactic financial conglomerate, and had therefore included some substantial models. The model's central insight was a reversal of the fundamental principle on which standard galactic insurance was priced. Standard insurance priced on risk avoidance. The lower the demonstrated risk, the lower the premium, because the insurer's business model required minimizing payouts relative to premium income. Kes priced on risk acceptance. Her model assumed that the insured entity was operating in a genuinely hazardous environment, accepted that assumption explicitly and without reservation, and priced accordingly. The premiums were high. The payouts were fast, generous, and unconditional, because Xylos Indemnity had no regulatory authority to adjudicate disputes, which meant its reputation was its only operational asset. which meant a single slow payout or a single contested claim would destroy the business more thoroughly than any guidance memo. Kess had therefore designed the payout process to be the fastest and least conditional in the galactic insurance market, which was not difficult given that the galactic insurance market's payout process was, in Kess's professional assessment, one of the most elaborately obstructive systems that had ever been constructed by sentient beings for the purpose of not paying money they had contracted to pay. Every insurer in the galaxy charges you more when the risk is low because they can get away with it, she told the first charter operator who came to them for coverage, a human freight captain named Jos Arel, who had been flying routes to Checkpoint Spite since the moonport opened and whose hull policy had been voided on a Monday and who needed new coverage to fly on a Wednesday. I charge you more when the risk is high because you have no alternative. The difference between those two models is that I actually pay when something goes wrong. Honesty, Captain, is a remarkably profitable business model in a sector built on obfuscation. Jos Errol flew on Wednesday. He told 11 other charter operators. They all contacted Xylos Indemnity by end of week. Within 6 weeks, Xylos Indemnity was insuring not only the charter operators and supply ships serving the park, but the independent merchants operating in the Freeport corridors between the outer systems, where traditional insurance had never been available because traditional insurers considered the corridors too legally ambiguous to price against. The corridor merchants had been operating uninsured for decades, not because they were reckless, but because the option had not existed. Kess's pricing model was structured for exactly this environment. The premiums were high, as promised. The payouts were fast, as promised. The coverage was comprehensive, as promised. The entity providing it was located on a planet that officially did not exist, which meant that the coverage contract operated under Freeport commercial law in a jurisdictional void, which meant that it was binding and enforceable in the only court that mattered in unregulated space, which was the Court of Commercial Reputation. Xylos Indemnity had its first payout in week 3. A charter freighter whose cargo bay depressurized during atmospheric entry at Checkpoint Spite, destroying 400,000 credits of merchandise bound for the park's expanded gift shop operation. The claim was filed on a Monday. The payout was processed on Tuesday. The full 400,000 credits transferred before the freighter captain had finished his incident report. He posted about it on the Commercial Operators Network that same evening. By Thursday, Xylos Indemnity had 40 new applications. By the end of the first month, it had 312 active policies across 16 commercial categories. By the end of the second, the client list included independent freight operators in 9 separate frontier systems who had never previously had access to coverage of any kind. A collective of Freeport corridor merchants who had been operating under informal mutual aid arrangements since the corridors opened because no insurer would touch them, and the operators of 4 independent fueling stations on the route between Checkpoint Spite and the outer systems, who had been uninsured for between 6 and 22 years. All of them had the same response when asked why they had chosen Xylos Indemnity. It existed, it paid, and it did not take 6 months to dispute the claim. In month 3, revenue from Xylos Indemnity was 2 billion credits. Revenue from Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC in the same period was 1,600 million credits. The insurance company had grown larger than the theme park in 63 days. Voss, reviewing the month 3 financial summary with Kess, looked at the two figures for a long moment. The insurance company is bigger than the park. Yes, Kess said. You built an insurance company larger than the park in 2 months. 63 days. A brief pause. The park is a tourist attraction. Insurance is a civilization. We have built a piece of one. The intelligence report that reached Thresh's desk in month 4 was 31 pages long and had been compiled by the GAB's Financial Intelligence Division, which had been assigned to map Xylos Indemnity's client network after the division's routine monitoring of Freeport commercial activity had flagged an anomalous growth pattern in commercial insurance transactions originating from an Omega classified territorial address. The report was accurate and thorough, as the Financial Intelligence Division's reports usually were, and it arrived at a conclusion that was clear and unambiguous. Xylos Indemnity, LLC was currently providing insurance coverage to 47,000 commercial entities operating across unregulated space, including 412 entities that had previously been clients of GAB-adjacent financial institutions, and its client base was growing at a rate that, if sustained, would reach 300,000 insured entities within 18 months. Thresh read the report to the relevant page and stopped. How many entities are insured through Xylos Indemnity? His aide, who had read the report before bringing it, said, 47,000 at last count, Administrator. Thresh looked at the figure. He looked at the growth projection. He ran the arithmetic that the report had already run, but which he ran himself because he wanted the number to arrive in his own cognition, rather than from a document. If he shut down Xylos Indemnity, which required, first, finding a legal mechanism to shut down an entity operating in a jurisdictional void, which was the same problem that had defeated every previous approach to the park itself, he would be simultaneously voiding the coverage of 47,000 commercial entities that had no alternative source of insurance. The disruption to Freeport commercial activity alone would be measurable in hundreds of billions of credits. Several of those 47,000 entities operated infrastructure the GAB used for its own logistics. He had the report's client list in front of him. He could see several of them. "We can't touch the insurance company," he said, "without collapsing 47,000 businesses." "That appears to be the design, Administrator." Thresh set down the report. He was quiet in the manner he was always quiet when a calculation had completed, and the result was not what the calculation had been intended to produce. They were not building a business anymore. They had been building a business for the first 4 chapters of this story, and then they had built a legal defense, and then they had built an infrastructure network, and now they were building dependencies. Every entity Xylos Indemnity insured was an entity that required the park's survival for its own operational continuity. They were making themselves necessary, not to the GAB. The GAB had always been able to operate without them. To the galaxy, to the 47,000 businesses that could not fly, could not ship, could not trade without the coverage that only one entity in the known galaxy was positioned to provide, and that entity was located on a condemned planet that officially did not exist. And it had arrived at this position because someone had sent a guidance memo to 40 insurance conglomerates on a Tuesday and had not read the consequences 3 moves forward. He reached for the security directorate file. He had been building toward this option since the Senate corridor. He had been building slowly, carefully, and with more documentation than any previous approach, because this one could not fail the way the others had failed. He intended to be very thorough. He intended for the first time to read the appendix before he acted on it. On Xylos 7, in the park's operations office, Terrace Muln, Latch's new regulatory defense counsel, former GAB Xylos 7 task force analyst, and the author of what Latch had described to Voss as the most elegant resignation letter in bureaucratic history, was reviewing the guidance memo that had precipitated the insurance situation and compiling her formal complaint against the Financial Regulatory Division under GAB Statute 6620.1, which prohibited coercive use of regulatory advisory communications to achieve commercial outcomes. She had found the violation while working for the GAB. She had found 47 violations in total during her 4 months on the task force, which was an average of nearly 12 violations per month in an operation that had been nominally running as a compliance enforcement action. She had noted all 47 in a personal log she had maintained on her own equipment rather than on GAB systems, because she was a Thessian and Thessians noted everything, and she had taken the log with her when she resigned, and she had forwarded it to Galactic Media the same morning, and she had applied for a job at Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC the same afternoon, and Latch had called her back in under an hour. The call had lasted 4 minutes. The job offer had been extended at minute 2. Minutes 3 and 4 had been Latch asking whether she had the log backed up in multiple locations. She had it backed up in 11. She was filing the complaints in sequence rather than simultaneously, which had been Latch's instruction and which she had adopted with the expression of someone who has found a professional mentor after a long search. Because filing them simultaneously would have allowed the GAB to resource a single response team to address all 47 at once, whereas filing them in sequence required 47 separate response processes, each drawing on institutional capacity that the Bureau was simultaneously trying to redirect toward the Security Directorate operation Thresh had been building since the Senate corridor. The first complaint, covering the guidance memo under 6620.1, had been filed on a Monday. The GAB's Legal Response Division had 30 standard days to acknowledge and 60 to respond. Terrace had the second complaint scheduled for day 28. She considered the calendar a form of engineering. Latch had told her when she showed him the schedule that it was the most precise use of bureaucratic timing he had encountered in 50 years of practice. She had noted this in her personal log under professional feedback. Positive. The park had been open for 14 months. It had survived a condemnation, an inspection, a reclassification attempt, an embargo, a Senate hearing, and an insurance squeeze. It had spawned a company larger than itself. It had 47,000 entities that needed it to survive. It had a former enemy analyst filing complaints against her former employer from a desk in its operations office. The marshes glowed outside the window. The Anomaly ran on schedule. The gift shop had a 2-hour line. Chapter 13, The Defectors. The resignation letter was 912 words long, which was 272 words longer than the mandatory evacuation notice on page 212 that had started everything, and in Latch's professional assessment, it was more precisely drafted than anything the GAB had produced in the 18 months since the red stamp dried. Terrace Muln had filed it through the GAB's official HR documentation system at 9:14 on a Tuesday morning, which meant it was time-stamped, verified, and entered into the permanent institutional record before the Financial Regulatory Division had finished its morning briefing. She had then forwarded it, through a separate channel, to 11 Galactic media outlets simultaneously. She had resigned, filed the evidence, and notified the press in a sequence that took 4 minutes and 37 seconds from first submission to final confirmation, which was, Latch noted when he reviewed the timeline, more efficient than most of the legal procedures he had spent his career executing. The letter's relevant passage, as quoted across every news broadcast that ran it, I joined the Galactic Administrative Bureau to serve the public interest. I am leaving because the Bureau has forgotten what the public interest is. It is not located on Ledger Prime. It is located on Xylos 7, where 14,000 people built a civilization without institutional support and a business despite institutional interference. I have spent 4 months searching the entirety of GAB regulatory law for a single statute that applies to an Omega classified world. I did not find one. I found 47 regulations that the Bureau is violating in its campaign to close a business it cannot legally touch. I am attaching the evidence. I am no longer an employee of this institution. I am now its adversary, and I intend to be a very thorough one. She had applied for the Regulatory Defense Counsel position at Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC at 9:19. Latch called her back at 9:41. The call lasted 4 minutes. He offered the job at minute 2. Minutes 3 and 4 were confirmation that she had the evidence backed up in 11 separate locations. She had told him yes and named the locations in order without needing to consult a list. You filed a complaint against your former employer, Latch told her when she arrived at the park 3 days later and sat down across from him at the canteen table. Using evidence you gathered while working for them through the formal institutional record system that they cannot retroactively expunge, after notifying 11 media outlets simultaneously, so the notification itself became a public document before anyone could suppress the underlying filing. He set down his coffee. Ms. Muln, that is the finest piece of lawyering I have seen in 30 years, and I once got a planet declared non-existent. Terrace Muln, who was 26, Thessian, and had spent 4 months in an institutional environment that had responded to her discovery of 47 internal violations by asking her to document them in a format that made them less findable, allowed herself a brief, controlled expression of professional satisfaction. The GAB's institutional record system uses a file designation protocol that automatically routes documents to the senior oversight layer when the subject line contains any combination of the phrases statutory violation, anti-coercion, and regulatory communication, she said. All 3 phrases appear in my complaint's subject line. My complaint was automatically routed to the oversight layer before any member of the task force would have been notified. By the time anyone with the authority to suppress it was informed of its existence, it was already under senior review. She paused. I designed the subject line specifically for that routing outcome. Latch looked at her for a moment. Then he said, when you have finished scheduling the 47 complaints, I have a secondary project for you involving the Security Directorate deployment authorization process and whether Galactic Security Directive 7790 was properly invoked. He slid a printout across the table. I've been reading it for a week. I want a second opinion. She picked up the printout. She began reading. She had it back to him with annotations in 40 minutes, and the annotations were better than his, and he told her so, and she noted it in her personal log under professional feedback. Positive. Terrace was not the last. She was the first, and the first had the quality that first things sometimes have of being a proof of concept that required only visibility to become a movement. The Xylos 7 task force had 14 members when she resigned. It had 11 when the second resignation arrived, 8 days later. A mid-level compliance auditor named Sev Harath, who had been assigned to cross-reference the park's operational documentation against GAB Commercial Standard 44.3, and had spent 6 weeks doing this before arriving at the conclusion that GAB Commercial Standard 44.3 did not apply to Omega classified territory, and that the 6 weeks had therefore been in service of a task that had no achievable outcome. He submitted his resignation with a one-line note. "I have been assigned to find a legal mechanism that does not exist. I would rather spend my professional capacity on problems that have solutions." He arrived on Xylos 7 2 weeks later and was assigned to Kes Varanth's financial compliance team, where the problems were abundant and the solutions were, by institutional design, always available somewhere in the fine print if you read far enough. After Harath, the pace increased. Not explosively. This was not a mass exodus, not a dramatic defection event, but a steady professional erosion of the kind that institutional health monitors are specifically designed to detect, and that the GAB's institutional health monitoring system was detecting and reporting upward through the correct channels, and that those channels were producing responses that arrived on Thresh's desk as summary documents he read in the manner of someone receiving information that has become too consistent to surprise and not yet consistent enough to constitute a crisis. By month 3 after Terrace's resignation, 34 GAB employees had left to join Xylos 7's operations. The breakdown, as Thresh's personnel analysis report detailed it, was 11 compliance analysts, 7 administrative engineers, 4 communications technicians, 3 logistics coordinators, 2 atmospheric scientists, 2 financial auditors, 2 legal researchers, 2 data management specialists, and 1 senior procurement coordinator named Dallin Voss, no relation to the governor, who had spent 12 years managing the GAB's outer system supply chain and arrived at the park with a complete operational understanding of every supply chain vulnerability the Bureau had used and would use in any future embargo attempt. She was hired by Drenna personally on the same day she applied, after a conversation that lasted 11 minutes and that Drenna described afterward as the most efficient use of 11 minutes she had conducted since commissioning the Anomaly's AI prediction system. Each of the 34 had cited the same core reason in their exit documentation. The Xylos 7 campaign represented a disproportionate use of institutional resources relative to any public benefit outcome. The average tenure of the departing employees was 9.3 years. The average performance rating in their final annual review was 4.1 out of 5. These were not disgruntled personnel. They were the institution's functional core. They were the people who made the institutional machinery operate, and they were leaving not because they had been mistreated, but because they had been asked to operate the machinery in service of an objective they had determined, through professional assessment, to be indefensible. The GAB's Internal Oversight Board convened a hearing on the personnel situation at month 4. The hearing was chaired by Deputy Administrator Velith Carr, a career institutional oversight specialist who had been conducting internal compliance reviews for 31 years and who approached the proceeding with the methodical detachment of someone who has learned to separate the finding from the political consequences of the finding. The finding, after 6 hours of testimony and document review, was: the Xylos 7 campaign has consumed 412 million credits of institutional resources across 19 months of operation, has produced 0 regulatory outcomes, and has resulted in the departure of 34 personnel representing an estimated combined institutional knowledge value of 620 million credits, calculated at the standard GAB knowledge asset valuation rate of 18.3 million credits per year of experienced service. Total institutional cost of the Xylos 7 campaign to date, 1,032 million credits. Total regulatory outcomes achieved, 0. The Oversight Board noted in the hearing's concluding remarks that principle did not appear in the budget line for this proceeding and that the resource allocation warranted review. Thresh argued it was a matter of institutional integrity. The Oversight Board noted his argument in the record. The record was public. Terrace Muln had the record before the session concluded. It appeared in Latch's printout stack the following morning. What Thresh had not said in the hearing, and what the Oversight Board had not had the clearance to know, was that the personnel losses were the smaller part of the problem. The smaller part was the head count. The larger part was what the head count had taken with it. 34 employees who had worked inside the GAB's Xylos 7 response architecture now worked inside the operation those employees had been trying to dismantle. They had not committed espionage. They had not stolen classified documents. They had simply carried in their professional memories the full operational knowledge of an institution's internal procedures, communication protocols, decision-making hierarchies, and strategic playbook, and they were now applying that knowledge from the other side of the table. When the Financial Regulatory Division drafted the guidance memo, Terrace had been watching the Financial Regulatory Division draft guidance memos for 4 months. When the Security Directorate began its deployment authorization process, Dallin Voss knew every supply chain the fleet would need to run through, and she had spent a week briefing Drenna on each one. When Thresh had a plan, the people who had helped him make similar plans before were reading the plan's likely structure from first principles and preparing responses before the plan was formally issued. Thresh understood this. He had understood it from the moment Terrace's resignation letter appeared in 11 media outlets simultaneously on a Tuesday morning. He had understood it with the specific, cold clarity of a man who has watched an opponent acquire not just resources, but institutional memory, and who knows that institutional memory is the one asset that cannot be replaced by recruitment or budget or political leverage because it takes years to build and leaves with the person who built it. He had said nothing about this understanding in the oversight hearing, because saying it would have required acknowledging the scope of what had been lost, and acknowledging that scope would have been the kind of admission that an institutional record did not benefit from containing. He had, instead, accelerated the Security Directorate timeline. He had been building toward military authorization since the Senate corridor. He had been methodical. He had read the appendices. The deployment dossier he had submitted to the Directorate was the most thoroughly documented strategic case he had assembled in 22 years of service, and it had been reviewed by 3 separate legal teams, and it had been cleared by the oversight protocols that governed Directorate deployment authorizations, and none of those legal teams had known what Terrace Muln knew about Galactic Security Directive 7790's invocation requirements, and none of them had seen the annotations she had made on the printout Latch had slid across the canteen table, and none of them had had 45 minutes to find what she had found in those requirements. She had submitted her analysis to Latch on a Wednesday evening. He had read it, added his own annotations, and filed a preliminary legal brief with the Galactic Security Oversight Council by Thursday morning. The brief was 47 pages long. It argued that the Directorate's deployment authorization had been improperly invoked under Directive 7790's Section 12, which limited enforcement action to registered sovereign territories and regulated commercial zones, and that Xylos 7 was neither. The brief was docketed. The Oversight Council's acknowledgement window was 30 days. In 30 days, a Class 3 enforcement fleet would either have resolved the situation or created one that 30 days of legal processing could not address. Latch read the council's acknowledgement receipt and set it in the incoming stack. He had 4 weeks. He intended to use them. In the canteen, at the table that had become the operational center of the most consequential commercial enterprise in the Outer Reach sector, Terrace Muln was cross-referencing the Directorate's deployment protocols against Section 12's definitional appendix, looking for the specific clause that would make the brief irrefutable rather than merely compelling. She had been at the park for 3 months. She had, in that time, filed 9 formal complaints against the GAB, generated 412 pages of regulatory defense documentation, and identified 2 additional statutory arguments that had not existed in Latch's original framework because they required knowledge of internal GAB procedure that only someone who had spent 4 months inside the operation would have known to look for. She worked the way Latch worked, at the table, with paper, with coffee, with the patient, precise attention of someone who understands that the sentences nobody reads are where the important things are. They had not discussed this similarity. They had not needed to. Outside, the park ran its evening operations. The marshes glowed. The Anomaly stood silent in the canyon between shear cycles, its 14 kilometers of track catching the late light, its mass driver housing looking exactly like what it had always claimed to be, a very large roller coaster. The gift shop had a 2-hour line. 312 employees were working their shifts across the park's 6 operational zones. 34 of them had worked for the organization that was sending a fleet. The fleet was 72 hours away. Thresh had convened his own staff meeting that same evening in the conference room adjacent to his office on Ledger Prime. The room held 16 people. It had held 31 at the beginning of the Xylos 7 campaign. The chairs at the far end of the table were empty in a way that was visible rather than merely numerical. The kind of absence that communicates something about the nature of the absence, not just its quantity. He looked at the room. "We are the Galactic Administrative Bureau," he said. "We do not lose talent to a theme park." His aide, who had been working with him for 7 years, and who had, in those 7 years, developed a very precise sense of the things that needed to be said and the things that needed to be not said in any given moment, said quietly, "With respect, Administrator, the theme park has better benefits." Thresh looked at him. The aide held the look for exactly the length of time that a person holds a look when they have said the accurate thing and are prepared to accept the consequences of having said it. The consequences were a long silence and the end of the meeting. The aide considered this an acceptable outcome. He noted it privately, under professional interactions, within expected parameters. Chapter 14, the Volcanic Vent Slide. The volcanic vent slide had been under construction for 4 months before Drenna told anyone outside her engineering team what it actually was. The final pre-public test run had happened at 5 in the morning 3 days before the public opening, with Drenna at the monitoring console and 2 of her senior engineers at the platform and nobody else present because Drenna ran final tests the way she ran everything she considered consequential, without an audience, with full instrumentation, and with the understanding that the test either confirmed the engineering or it didn't, and in neither case was a crowd useful. The capsule completed its 240-meter descent through the spiral bore, held its geometry through the caldera exposure section, and decelerated to rest in the terminal dock in 4.1 seconds, which was within the 4 to 4.3 second window she had specified. She looked at the telemetry. She looked at her senior engineer, who was watching the readout with the expression of someone who had spent 6 weeks drilling through volcanic rock and was prepared to be told it had worked. Drenna gave a single nod. "Operational," she said, and began the debrief. The public-facing version was accurate as far as it went. The park's fourth signature attraction was built into the northern face of Mount Dissolution, Xylos 7's most active volcanic formation, a caldera system that had been producing continuous low-level eruptive activity for the full 40 years of the colony's existence, and which the colony's original geological survey had classified as a Category 3 volcanic hazard, meaning it would not produce a civilization-ending event, but would produce at irregular intervals eruptions sufficient to require evacuation of the northern settlement outposts. The survey had recommended the colony not build within 14 kilometers of the caldera rim. The colony had built within 11 because the geothermal gradient in that zone was excellent for the hydroponics towers, and the survey's recommendation had been treated as a guideline rather than a constraint, which was how most of the survey's recommendations had been treated, and which was why the colony was still there and the survey team was somewhere more comfortable. Drenna's construction crew had spent the first 6 weeks of the project drilling the descent channel, a spiraling bore through 240 meters of volcanic rock, following the natural fracture geometry of the caldera's upper face, in the way that Drenna always followed natural geometry when she had the option, which was to say she followed it when it saved work and ignored it when it didn't, and had a highly developed sense for which situation she was in. The channel was 3 meters in diameter, with a frictionless polymer lining that had taken Drenna 2 weeks of formulation testing to get right, because the thermal gradient across the channel's length varied by 63 degrees Celsius from top to bottom, which meant the liner had to be simultaneously rigid enough to hold its geometry at the high end and flexible enough not to embrittle at the low end, and no existing polymer in the park's supply inventory did both, and she had therefore made one that did, which she had entered in her engineering log under custom formulations. Channel liner, thermal gradient application, developed on-site, patent pending in all Freeport jurisdictions, which was a notation that Latch had told her to add to everything she made that was new, and that she had been adding without particular sentiment because the instruction made structural sense. The thermal fluid, the orange-red substance that gave the slide its lava visual effect, was an engineered compound that Drenna had developed from the caldera's own geothermal brine, filtered and adjusted to a viscosity that moved smoothly through the channel at the required rate while retaining enough thermal mass to produce genuine heat at the rider's capsule surface. It was not lava. It did not behave like lava. It behaved like a very hot, very viscous fluid that had been specifically designed to move at a controlled rate through a specific channel in a specific direction, which was a more accurate description and also a considerably less interesting one for the booking materials. So the booking materials described it as lava adjacent and left the thermodynamic details to the waiver, which covered them at length on pages 31 through 47. The rider experience began at the platform on the caldera rim, where the temperature was already 12 degrees above the ambient canyon reading, and the air carried the distinctive sulfurous mineral signature of active volcanism that Oshiro's audio guide described at the platform entry as the smell of a planet actively metabolizing itself. You are about to enter that metabolism. Your capsule is rated to survive it. Probably. The capsules were sealed polymer units, similar to the Anomaly's stones but shorter and wider, designed for the channel geometry rather than the canyon geometry. with a transparent forward panel that gave the rider a direct view of the channel ahead, which during the upper section was the spiral bore through volcanic rock, lit orange-red by the thermal fluid coating the walls, and during the lower section was the open caldera view, where the channel exited the rock face 300 meters above the caldera floor and ran along an external rail before re-entering the rock for the deceleration section. The caldera floor view lasted 11 seconds. It was, in Oshiro's medical assessment, the most reliably disorienting 11 seconds in the park's operational inventory because the human brain's depth processing system had not evolved for the combination of enclosed high-speed transit and sudden vertical exposure over an active volcanic feature, and responded to the combination in ways that she rated in her personal log as a 6, significant, manageable, and providing excellent data on vestibular response thresholds across species. The first public run drew 12 riders and 47 observers at the platform, 4 humans, 3 Corvathi, who had already ridden the Anomaly twice and were approaching the slide as comparative research, 2 Palisade, 1 Drelic, whose skin had been cycling through an anticipatory amber since the platform briefing, and 2 members of a species that the park's booking system listed under a transliteration that approximated as the ones who remember heat, which suggested an evolutionary history that made the volcanic context either particularly resonant or particularly alarming, and nobody on the platform had been able to determine which. Hap Dawlish was in the observer group, having declined to ride on the grounds that he had spent 30 years next to Mount Dissolution and had developed a working relationship with it that he preferred to maintain from a respectful distance. Voss was on the platform because the platform was her park, and she made a point of being physically present at every first public run of every new attraction. She rode in Capsule 2. The caldera view lasted the 11 seconds Oshiro had specified. She emerged from the deceleration section with the particular expression she wore when something had worked precisely as the engineering had promised. Not surprise, but the satisfaction of confirmed calculations. The Corvathi who exited Capsule 1 stepped onto the platform, looked back at the channel entrance, and said something his translator unit rendered as, "That was volcanic." He appeared to mean it as the highest available praise. The Drelic, whose skin had shifted to the warmest amber reading anyone on the platform had observed in a non-financial context, stood still for a moment and then opened her terminal. Kess, watching from the observer section, recognized the gesture and considered it professionally satisfying. The booking queue extended to 9 months within 48 hours of the public opening. Kess set the price at 38,000 credits per ride and noted in the operations summary that she considered it conservative given the demand curve, but was prepared to revise upward after the first month's data was available. Drenna noted in her engineering log that the attraction was operating within all specified parameters and that she considered this satisfactory and was moving on to the secondary systems review. She had been waiting to move on to the secondary systems review for 4 months. The secondary systems review was the meeting Drenna had been waiting 4 months to have. She had told Voss, when she began the volcanic vent slide's construction, that the project had a technical complexity she would brief when the construction phase was complete. Voss had noted this in her operations calendar as Drenna technical briefing, schedule when construction done, and had waited with the patience of someone who has worked with Drenna long enough to know that Drenna's technical briefings arrived when Drenna considered the technical situation ready to be briefed, and not before. The briefing was scheduled for the staff canteen at 7 in the morning, 2 days after the public opening, before the first tourist group arrived for the day's operations. Everyone came. Voss, Latch, Kess, Oshiro, Terrace. The Defector cohort's senior members, Sev Harath, Dallin Voss, no relation, the atmospheric scientists. Hap, because Drenna had specifically asked him, which meant it involved the marshes. The canteen table was not large enough for the full group, and 3 people stood at the wall with their coffees. Drenna had a projector. She had not used a projector at any previous staff meeting. The projector produced a map. It was the park's infrastructure map, not the operational one, the complete one, the one that Drenna maintained in the engineering systems and that showed every structure, every system, every network connection across the full park footprint from Checkpoint Spite to the southern marsh boundary. She let them look at it for a moment. Then she added an overlay. The overlay showed the same map with a second set of designations. Every major attraction had 2 labels, one operational, one functional. The toxic swamp boat ride, tourist attraction, mineral extraction, Velenite, 200 kilograms per day, substrate harvest rate consistent since operational month 1. She looked at Hap when that one appeared. He nodded, confirming. Latch, who had known about the Velenite since the construction phase, watched the rest of the table process it. The shear drop. Tourist attraction, atmospheric prediction and redirection network. Weather mapping at 99.7% accuracy. Shear origin displacement capability up to 15 degrees using the surface thermal vent array. The Spore Walk. Tourist attraction, xenobiology research station. Active cultivation and study of Xylos 7's native biological systems. Data shared with 3 research institutions under confidentiality agreements that Terrace had drafted. The Anomaly. Tourist attraction, mass driver, orbital launch capability, tested twice in the past 3 months at sub-payload weight, confirmed functional to low orbital insertion velocity. And then the Volcanic vent slide, tourist attraction, geothermal power generation network. Drenna advanced the slide. The thermal fluid circulation system's schematic appeared over the ride diagram. The fluid that moved through the channel was not simply a ride medium, it was the working fluid of a closed-loop geothermal energy extraction system. The caldera's thermal gradient drove the fluid circulation. The circulation drove the turbines housed in the maintenance chambers at the base of the channel, which Drenna had designed as ride maintenance access points, which they were, and which were also turbine housings, which they also were. The distinction was, as she had noted in her engineering log, purely a question of what label you put on the schematic. The system's power output was 340 megawatts. It was sufficient to power the complete park, Checkpoint Spite, and Reclamation City's full residential and infrastructure load simultaneously, with a surplus of 47 megawatts that was currently being stored in the battery array that had been built into the Anomaly's deceleration loop housing, which was a ride maintenance system and also a grid-scale energy storage installation. The room was quiet in the way it was quiet when information was arriving at a scale that required a moment to fully land. "When you asked me to build rides," Drenna said, "I built rides. I also built a power grid, a mineral extraction operation, a weather prediction and control system, a mass driver, and a research station. Because on this planet, nothing gets to have only one job." She advanced to the summary slide. "We have 340 megawatts of independent power generation. We have Velenite extraction running at 200 kilograms per day. At 4 million credits per kilogram, that is 800 million credits of extracted mineral value per day, currently held in reserve. We have an FTL communications relay operational since month 2. She gestured toward Terrace, who had handled the calibration software. Independent of all GAB networks. We have Xylos indemnity providing financial infrastructure to 47,000 entities, and we have, she returned to the dual-use map, a defensive capability across every system that was built as entertainment infrastructure first and is available for secondary application as required. She paused. I did not design a park. I designed a contingency. Voss was looking at the map. Drenna, did you plan this from the beginning? I planned the power grid from the beginning, Drenna said. A remote installation on a hostile world with unreliable supply chains needs independent power. The grid design came first. The ride came second. The mineral extraction was Hap's observation during the dock construction phase. He noticed the velenite substrate and understood its depth and extent better than anyone because he had been farming over it for 20 years. The weather network grew from the sheer monitoring I needed for the Anomaly's AI system. The mass driver was a structural consequence of the Anomaly's track geometry at the Western Canyon terminus. The physics of the deceleration system, inverted, produces orbital launch capability. I did not design a mass driver. I designed a deceleration loop and realized what the deceleration loop was also capable of. She paused again. The mass driver was an accident, a structural accident. Latch had been quiet through the briefing in the way he was quiet when he was running a calculation that he had been expecting to run and was now running with the full data set for the first time. He looked at the summary slide. Independent power, independent resource extraction, independent communications, independent finance, a defensive infrastructure distributed across the full park footprint with civilian use plausible deniability for every component. He looked at Voss. We are not a theme park, Governor. We are a sovereign economy. The question is not whether the GAB can close us. The question is whether they realize they need us. Kess pulled up a new projection on her terminal. She had been running the numbers during the briefing, because Kess always ran numbers during briefings. It was how she listened. At current growth rates, she said, Xylos 7's gross domestic product will surpass 30 GAB member worlds within 2 years. Not revenue, GDP, total economic output, including Xylos indemnity, the velenite reserve, the power surplus, and the park operations. She turned the terminal so the table could see the figure. Shutting down Xylos 7 at that point will not be closing a theme park. It will be crashing an economy. And the GAB knows exactly how much paperwork a crashed economy generates. The table was quiet for another moment. Then Hap said, with the equanimity of someone who has been farming in battery acid for 3 decades and finds most things less surprising than people expect. So the tomatoes were always on top of a power plant. The tomatoes were on top of a velenite deposit, Drenna said. The power plant is in the volcano. She closed the projector. The fleet arrives in approximately 60 hours. I want to run a full systems test on the weather network before then. Hap, I need your shear cycle data for the past 3 months. The raw readings, not the processed set. She was already moving toward the door. Oshiro, the medical stations need to be restocked for higher throughput capacity. Terrace, whatever you're filing against the Directorate authorization, file it today. She paused at the canteen door. The park opens in 2 hours. We have a full booking today. A beat. Do good work. She left. The room began to move. Chairs pushed back. Terminals opened. The particular productive noise of a group of people who have just been shown what they have built. and are now going to use it. Voss stayed at the table for a moment after the others had gone, looking at the dual-use map still on the projector screen. Then she got up, straightened her governor's pin, and went to open the gates. On Ledger Prime, at roughly the same hour, the Gay-Bee's Signals Intelligence Relay received a routine operational update from the Xylos 7 monitoring node, a summary package that the monitoring node transmitted every 48 hours, and that had been flagged for Thresh's review since the Security Directorate authorization. The relevant item was item 17 of 23 in the operational summary. Volcanic Vent Slide Attraction commenced public operations. Power output reading from northern caldera region, 340 megawatts continuous grid stable. Thresh read item 17 twice. He read it the way he had been reading Xylos 7 reports for 19 months, looking for the thing that was more than it appeared to be. 340 megawatts exceeded the combined power requirements of the park, the moonport, and Reclamation City by a margin inconsistent with a tourist attraction. He looked at the figure for a long moment. "What else have they turned?" he said quietly to the room. His aide, who was present, understood that the question was not directed at him. He did not answer it. The fleet was 58 hours out. Thresh intended to be very prepared for what it found. Chapter 15, The Declaration of War. The dossier that Senior Administrator Quellen Thresh submitted to the Galactic Security Directorate's Threat Assessment Division was 63 pages long, comprehensively sourced, and, in the clinical assessment of the 3 Directorate analysts who reviewed it before the authorization decision, the most thoroughly documented case for commercial zone enforcement action they had processed in 7 years of Directorate service. Thresh had spent 4 weeks building it. He had read every appendix. He had cross-referenced every citation. He had had it reviewed by 2 independent legal teams before submission, and both teams had confirmed that the deployment authorization pathway under Galactic Security Directive 7790 was correctly identified and that the evidentiary standard for the action was met. He had been very thorough. He had been thorough in a way he had not been thorough before, because he had learned over 19 months of this particular campaign that the gap between what was documented and what was acted on was the gap his opponent lived in, and he intended to leave no gap. The dossier's central argument was a reframing, and the reframing was accurate. Xylos 7. Experiences, LLC was not a theme park. It had never been only a theme park. It was an unregulated economic zone with independent energy generation at 340 megawatts, independent resource extraction, at a rate that Thresh's financial analysts had estimated conservatively at 800 million credits per operational day. Independent communications infrastructure operating outside all GAB network oversight, independent financial services serving 47,000 commercial entities across unregulated space, and an active program of GAB personnel recruitment that had resulted in the transfer of 34 institutional employees, including personnel with direct access to the Bureau's strategic planning and supply chain architecture. Remove the cotton candy and the gift shop and the roller coaster that broke the sound barrier, and what remained was the profile of a non-state actor establishing sovereign control over a strategic planetary body, independent power, independent resources, independent communications, independent finance, independent intelligence, without authorization, outside jurisdictional oversight, and with a demonstrated capability and willingness to use each of those systems in active opposition to legitimate institutional authority. The Directorate's threat assessment framework had a designation for this profile. The designation was Hostile Non-State Sovereign Entity. The framework's response protocol for a designated hostile non-state sovereign entity was enforcement action under Directive 7790, Section 8, threat containment by all necessary means. The Directorate authorized deployment on a Thursday. A Class 3 enforcement fleet, 14 ships including the heavy cruisers, Absolute Certainty and Regulatory Compliance, was assigned to the operation. Estimated transit time to the Xylos system, 72 hours. The fleet commander was Fleet Admiral Soreth Kavalan Korvathi. Career military, 200 years of service, 14 pacification campaigns, a service record that the Directorate considered exemplary, and that Kavalan himself considered a list of situations he had been placed in by people who had not fully thought through the situations before placing him in them. He had reviewed Thresh's dossier on the transit to his command vessel. He had read the operational briefing. He had noted in the margin of page 14, in the handwriting of a man with very large hands writing on a very small document, 3 words: "It's a park." He had then commanded the fleet to FTL insertion and had spent the 72-hour transit reviewing the tactical overlay of the Xylos system and thinking about what it meant that the most thoroughly documented hostile non-state sovereign entity in the Directorate's recent history had a gift shop with a 2-hour line. Terrace Muln received the deployment authorization through a contact in the GAB's Administrative Records Division at 2:14 in the morning, Xylos 7 local time. The contact had worked in administrative records for 11 years and had not defected and did not intend to defect and had no particular sympathy for Xylos 7's legal situation, but had strong professional opinions about the proper application of Directive 7790 and had, upon reviewing the deployment authorization in the course of her regular duties, identified what she considered a procedural irregularity significant enough to warrant notification through the appropriate channels. Terrace was, at this point, the appropriate channel for anything that constituted a procedural irregularity in the GAB's Xylos 7 campaign. The notification arrived as a standard document transfer through the Freeport Commercial Relay. It contained the authorization document, the fleet assignment order, and a 1-line note from the contact, Section 12. Terrace had been looking for Section 12 since the day Latch had slid the Directive 7790 printout across the canteen table. She had found what she needed in it 6 weeks ago. She had been holding the argument, waiting for the authorization document to exist so there was something to file it against. Now there was something. She forwarded the authorization document and her 47-page legal brief to Latch's comm, flagged urgent, and went to find Voss. Voss was in the water reclamation plant. She was there because she was always in the water reclamation plant at 2 in the morning when something was wrong with the water reclamation plant, and the secondary circulation pump on line 3 had been making a sound since midnight that she did not like, and that the monitoring system had logged as within operational parameters, and that she trusted her own assessment of over the monitoring system's assessment because the monitoring system had not been trained on the sound that Line 3's secondary pump made when it was 3 days from a seal failure, and Voss had. She had a wrench in her hand and grease on her forearm, and the particular focused attention of a person who is fixing something small and immediate as a way of not thinking about something large and distant. The distant thing had been on her mind since the Directorate authorization had appeared in the GAB's public regulatory calendar 10 days ago. She had not said anything about it at the daily operations meeting because there was nothing operationally useful to say until there was something specific to respond to. Now there was something specific. Terrace handed her the document. Voss read the fleet assignment. She read the estimated arrival. She read the operational mandate. Restore regulatory compliance by all necessary means. She set down the wrench. She looked at the pump, which was still running, which was, she noted, an accurate metaphor for the operational situation. The thing she had been trying to fix was still running, and someone was sending 14 ships to address it. 2 heavy cruisers, she said, for a theme park. She held the document for a moment in the manner she held structural assessments that required a decision before the tolerances ran out. I'd be flattered if I weren't terrified. She put the document in her jacket pocket. Get everyone to the canteen. The canteen table had held many meetings. It had held the first one when Latch had explained the loophole over bad coffee and a kitchen that had disappeared under paper. It had held the Kes introduction, the groundbreaking planning, the embargo response, the insurance company launch, the directorate brief annotation. The table had become, over 22 months, the nerve center of the most consequential commercial operation in the outer systems. And it had achieved this status not through any architectural distinction, but through the fact that the people who needed to be in the same room always ended up in this room, at this table, with these mugs, before anything important happened. They were all here now. Voss, Latch, Drenna, Kes, Oshiro, Terrace. The park's operational day was 4 hours away. The fleet was 68 hours out. Voss set the deployment order in the center of the table. Nobody spoke for a moment. This was different from the embargo, different from the inspector, the reclassification attempt, the Senate hearing, the insurance squeeze. Those had been regulatory problems, and regulatory problems were the specific category of problem the people at this table were uniquely equipped to address. A regulatory problem had load-bearing points that you could find if you read far enough. You could apply force at the right angle. You could file a brief. This was warships, 14 warships, 72 hours out, with a mandate that contained the phrase by all necessary means, which was institutional language for, we have decided not to constrain the response in advance. Kes skin had shifted to the coolest end of its operational spectrum. Not the warm amber of profitable calculation, but the pale, precise tone that meant she was running a model she did not like the shape of, and was checking it from every angle to find the entry point where the shape changed. Latch had the printout of the directive in front of him, open to Section 12. He had been holding the Section 12 argument for 6 weeks, waiting for the authorization to exist. Terrace had filed the brief this morning. The Council's acknowledgement window was 30 days. In 30 days, a fleet could do a great many things. He set his coffee down. Can we fight a fleet? Voss asked. The question was direct, and it was the only question that mattered, and the only person at the table who could answer it was Drenna. Drenna had not been reading the deployment order since Terrace put it on the table. She had been looking at the wall above the serving counter where the canteen's maintenance schedule was posted on a laminated sheet because Drenna had put it there 18 months ago on the grounds that maintenance schedules should be visible to everyone at all times and not filed away somewhere people had to look for them. She was not reading the maintenance schedule. She was looking at the spatial relationship between the maintenance schedule and the wall and the room and the building and the park that the building was part of, running a different kind of calculation from the ones being run by everyone else at the table. Not the legal calculation or the financial calculation or the risk model, but the engineering calculation, the one that started with what exists and moved toward what it can be made to do. She looked at Voss. "We can't fight a fleet," she said. "I don't have weapons. I have rides and infrastructure." She reached across the table for the laminated maintenance schedule, turned it over, and produced a marking pen from her front pocket, which was where she kept it, always, because ideas arrived on whatever surface was nearest, and Drenna had learned to ensure something writable was always within reach. She began to draw. "But I think we can make the planet fight it for us." She drew a rough orbital diagram. The Xylos system, the planet, the moon, the fleet's probable approach vector based on the transit origin the deployment order specified. She drew the atmospheric shear pattern. She drew the mass driver vector from the Anomaly's western terminus. She drew the checkpoint spite position on the moon. The fleet has to pass the moon to reach orbital position. Checkpoint Spite's docking beacon is a high-powered navigational system. At full output, it saturates navigational sensors with guidance data. It is not a jammer. Jamming is an act of war. It is a safety system providing extremely comprehensive docking assistance to 14 ships simultaneously. She drew the beacon's coverage radius. While they are recalibrating, I redirect 3 shear cycles upward through the magnetosphere gaps I have been mapping for 6 months. The shears breach the upper atmosphere as superheated plasma columns. They will not hit the fleet. They will hit the orbital space around the fleet. The fleet's shields will engage. Their formation will scatter. Their targeting systems will lose lock. She drew the shear redirection vectors. And if they regroup in high orbit beyond the shear column range and attempt a precision strike? She drew a trajectory line from the canyon terminus to a point above the orbital plane. The Anomaly fires a stone. 1 stone. Unarmed. Past the lead cruiser's bridge. Close enough to read. She set down the pen. The message is, "We can reach you. We are choosing not to." The table was quiet. Latch was looking at the diagram with the expression he wore when a structure had been presented to him that was legally complex in a way he found professionally satisfying. Kess was running numbers. Oshiro was looking at the orbital diagram with the clinical attention she applied to anything that produced a range of possible medical outcomes, and was assessing which range this was. Terrace was reviewing the legal parameters of each described action against the directive's definition of hostile act, which was her function and which she was performing with the speed and precision that had made her the most useful person at the table in the 6 weeks since she arrived. "Plausible deniability," Terrace said, looking up from her notes. "Every described action has a civilian designation: navigational beacon, commercial docking guidance system, atmospheric shear redirection, ride safety weather management, orbital stone launch, scenic orbital experience. The Anomaly's mass driver function has never been publicly disclosed. None of these actions constitute a hostile act under Section 14 of the directive's definitional appendix, because none of them are weapon systems." She paused. "They are a docking beacon, a weather monitor, and a roller coaster. A roller coaster that can reach orbital altitude," Latch said. "A scenic launch system," Terrace said, with the precise correction of someone who understands that the word matters. Latch looked at Drenna. "The stone. What do you put on it?" Drenna thought for approximately 2 seconds. "Welcome to Xylos 7, have a nice day." Voss looked at the diagram on the back of the maintenance schedule. She looked at the deployment order in the center of the table. She looked at the people around the table. The lawyer who had found the loophole in a kitchen 22 months ago. The engineer who had built rides that were also weapon systems that were also infrastructure. the actuary whose insurance company was larger than the park it had been built to protect, the doctor who rated orbital bombardment on a 10-point lethality scale, the analyst who had been the enemy's institutional memory and was now theirs. She thought about the water reclamation plant and the mudslide and the half crew and the half supplies. And she thought about page 212. And she thought about the napkin with the coffee ring on the lower left corner. "What about the legal front?" she said to Latch. "Terrace's brief is filed. The Oversight Council's acknowledgement window is 30 days. The fleet cannot legally engage until the brief is resolved or the Council declines jurisdiction." He paused. "They will not decline jurisdiction on a well-documented Section 12 argument before the fleet has done anything citable. The brief is not our defense. It is their timeline. Every hour they spend not engaging is an hour in which the political situation can shift." He picked up his coffee. "I have separately been in contact with 12 galactic media organizations, 3 Senate oversight offices, and the Insurance Industry Regulatory Council, whose 47,000 clients would like very much for the fleet not to destroy the entity that insures them. None of these contacts have resulted in anything yet. They will result in things very quickly if the fleet does something citable." Another pause. "I am also, as a precaution, reviewing whether the deployment authorization itself is citable under Section 12, which Terrace's brief argues it is. If the brief succeeds, the fleet is here illegally. An illegal fleet cannot issue legal orders." He set down the coffee. "I guess we find out if the waiver covers orbital bombardment." It was the exact line, delivered in the exact register. Not a joke, not bravado, but the dry professional assessment of a man who has been operating at the intersection of legal risk and existential threat for 22 months and has developed a working philosophy about both. The table absorbed it. Oshiro rated the overall tactical situation privately at a 7. Significant, manageable, requiring careful navigation, high data generation potential. She kept the rating to herself. Voss stood. "All right. Drenna, full systems test on the weather network today. HAPS shear data, raw readings, stone preparation for the anomaly. Terrace, keep the brief moving. Kess, I want the Xylos indemnity client notification ready to send at my instruction." She looked at the table, at the diagram on the back of the maintenance schedule, at the deployment order with its mandatory evacuation language and its 72-hour arrival window. "The park opens in 4 hours. We have a full booking today." She picked up the deployment order and folded it precisely, in the manner of someone filing a document they intend to respond to. "Do good work." Outside, the marshes ran their night cycle. The anomaly stood silent in the canyon between shear cycles. The gift shop, which would not open for 4 hours, already had 3 tourists waiting at the entrance arch, because some people arrive early and the park had become the kind of place that people arrived early for. The entrance arch caught the pre-dawn light on its 4 lines of lettering. The planet that officially did not exist was about to have a fleet arrive in its orbital space. The planet had been waiting for the fleet since the day the red stamp dried, in the sense that everything the planet's inhabitants had built since that day had been built with the understanding that eventually someone was going to send something larger than a memo. The fleet was 68 hours away. The park had been preparing for 68 hours for 22 months. The gift shop had a 2-hour line. Everything was operational. Chapter 16. The Ride of Their Lives. Fleet Admiral Sorth Kavalin dropped out of FTL at the edge of the Xylos system at 0600 hours, fleet time, with 14 ships in standard enforcement formation, and the particular professional composure of a Corvathi who has conducted 14 pacification campaigns and considers composure the baseline rather than the achievement. The Xylos system was, by the tactical overlay on his bridge display, unremarkable. A mid-weight star, 7 planetary bodies, 1 moon of interest around the 6th planet, and the 6th planet itself, which was the one he had been reading about for 72 hours, and which looked from this distance like every other marginally habitable Class Delta world in the outer systems. Canyon geology, atmospheric disturbance patterns consistent with the shear activity in the briefing materials, a faint thermal signature from the volcanic northern formation. It did not look like a hostile non-state sovereign entity. It looked like a planet. He had been sent to pacify a planet before. He opened the compliance channel. This is Fleet Admiral Sorath Kavalan of the Galactic Administrative Bureau Enforcement Fleet, operating under authority of Galactic Security Directive 7790, Section 8. You are directed to cease all commercial operations on the planetary body designated Xylos 7 and prepare for orderly evacuation of all personnel. You have 1 standard hour to acknowledge and comply. Failure to comply will result in enforcement action. Acknowledge. The response came in 40 seconds, which was faster than he expected, in a voice that was level and professional and not notably alarmed. Admiral Kavalan, this is Governor Marin Voss of Xylos 7. We acknowledge your transmission. We are unable to comply with your directive. Xylos 7 is classified as Class Omega Uninhabitable under GAB Regulatory Statute 4471.09 and exists outside GAB jurisdictional authority, including military authority under Enforcement Charter Section 12, which limits enforcement action to registered sovereign territories and regulated commercial zones. Xylos 7 is neither. Your directive has no legal standing in this jurisdiction. A brief pause. The park is open today, and we are running a 20% discount on all attractions for military personnel. Checkpoint Spite can accommodate your vessels at the standard docking rate. We accept all major commercial payment formats. Voss out. Kavalan looked at his communications officer. His communications officer was a 23-year veteran of the Directorate's enforcement arm who had heard many things on compliance channels and had developed a professional policy of not reacting visibly to any of them. He was, at this moment, exercising that policy. Kavalan looked back at the tactical display. He ordered the fleet to advance to orbital position. The fleet had covered approximately 40% of the distance to Xylos 7's orbital band when Checkpoint Spite activated. Kavalan's tactical officer had been monitoring the moon since the fleet dropped from FTL. What he had not anticipated was the character of the activation, which was not a weapons lock, not a jamming signal, not any category in the Directorate's threat recognition library. It was a navigational beacon. Specifically, it was the Checkpoint Spite docking guidance system at full operational output, designed to guide civilian shuttlecraft to the landing pad in conditions of poor visibility, transmitting docking guidance to 14 warships simultaneously. Detailed, helpful, continuously updated information about approach vectors, deceleration profiles, landing pad availability, and atmospheric entry corridors, all formatted in the standard civilian navigational aid protocol that the fleet systems were designed as a safety feature to receive and process as priority input. The fleet's targeting arrays had been designed with a navigational aid priority override because navigational aid signals took precedence over targeting operations to prevent warships from accidentally destroying civilian guidance infrastructure during combat. It was a sensible design decision in every context except this one. The fleet's targeting arrays were fully occupied, distinguishing the docking guidance from the tactical environment. The moon was not jamming the fleet. The moon was trying to help the fleet park. "Admiral," said the tactical officer, with the delivery of a man who has spent 23 years maintaining professional composure and is currently aware that this sentence is going to test that composure, "our targeting arrays are receiving docking instructions." Kvalan kept his eyes on the tactical display. "Override them." "I cannot override them, Admiral. They are formatted as civilian navigational aids. Our systems are designed to accept them. It is a safety feature." A silence of approximately 4 seconds. "A safety feature," Kvalan said, "is blinding my fleet." "Technically, sir, it is trying to help us land." The recalibration process required isolating the navigational aid input from the tactical processing stream, which required a manual override at the systems level, which required 4 hours because the process had not been designed to be executed quickly, because nobody had previously needed to execute it quickly, because no civilian navigational beacon had previously attempted to dock a combat fleet. The fleet held position. It was not a threatening position. It was the position of 14 warships that were, temporarily, receiving a great deal of helpful information about where to put themselves from a moonport 400,000 kilometers away. Drenna completed the atmospheric shear redirection during those 4 hours. She had been at the Weather Network's control station since 0400, and the systems test had confirmed what 6 months of development had built. The atmospheric prediction and redirection network could shift a shear's origin point by up to 15 degrees using the thermal vent array distributed across the planet's surface. 3 shears were building in the northern atmospheric band on the standard 11-hour cycle. She identified the 3 with highest mass and velocity, calculated their natural trajectories, calculated the 15-degree displacement paths that would channel them upward through the magnetosphere gaps her atmospheric scientists had been mapping for 6 months, and activated the vent array on a staggered sequence. The shears breached the upper atmosphere as columns of superheated plasma at 0914, 0931, and 0947, respectively. They did not hit the fleet. Drenna had not designed the redirection to hit the fleet. Hitting the fleet with a planetary atmospheric phenomenon would have been an act of war, and more relevantly, it would have been inaccurate, because the shear columns were natural phenomena operating at the 15-degree boundary of her control capability, and she had not built a system for precision targeting. She had built a system for scenic weather management. The shear columns hit the orbital space around the fleet. The first column bracketed the regulatory compliance on its port side, producing a thermal wash across the port sensor array and a shield activation event that the regulatory compliance's bridge crew responded to with the professionalism of people who had trained for weapons fire and were processing the conceptual gap between weapons fire and what was currently happening. The second column scattered the fleet's formation as each ship's shields engaged against the thermal event. The third column, arriving 16 minutes after the second, caught the fleet mid-reformation and restarted the scattering process. Kvalan's voice on the internal command channel had the quality of a senior military professional who has decided that the most useful thing he can do in a situation that defies his training framework is to ask precise questions and process the precise answers. What was that? Atmospheric shear event, Admiral. The planet's atmospheric shears appear to have been redirected upward. Redirected. Yes, Admiral. The shears are natural phenomena that normally run a canyon-level surface path. These 3 were directed through gaps in the planet's magnetosphere into the upper atmosphere. A pause of exactly the length it took Kavalan to process the sentence. Planets don't vent at people. This one does, sir. The fleet regrouped at high orbital altitude, above the shear column range, after 1 hour and 14 minutes of formation management. 2 sensor arrays were operating at reduced capacity. The regulatory compliance had a thermal discoloration on its porthole that the crew had already begun referring to, with the dark humor of military personnel in absurd situations, as the war paint. Kavalan reviewed the tactical situation. The fleet was in high orbit. The navigational arrays were operational again. The planet was below them, running its standard atmospheric cycle. The park was visible on the surface imaging sensors. The canyon settlement, the entrance arch, the ride infrastructure, the marshes. The park appeared to be operating. A boat was on the marsh tour route. Several tourists were visible at the Anomaly's viewing platform. He ordered targeting locks on the park's primary infrastructure, the power generation facility in the northern volcanic formation, the communications array at the canyon rim, the main gate complex. Standard pacification sequence. 3 precision strikes, infrastructure disabled, evacuation order enforced. His weapons officer confirmed target lock. He gave the order to prepare for engagement. The Anomaly fired. The launch was visible on the surface imaging sensors as a brief, bright acceleration event in the canyon system. A mass driver firing, which Kavalan recognized from the tactical profile, but not at the fleet. Past it. The projectile's trajectory passed within 200 meters of the Absolute Certainty's bridge at Mach 4, and the bridge crew, who had been watching the surface sensors, had approximately 1.4 seconds to observe it through the forward viewport before it was gone. It was a sealed polymer capsule, approximately the size and shape of a large freight container, with no propulsion system and no weapons load, and a surface paint scheme that was not military specification. The surface paint scheme included the park's logo, a rendering of Xylos 7's canyon geology, and lettering that was large enough to be read at 200 meters through a warship's viewport in 1.4 seconds, which it had been designed to be. The lettering read, "Welcome to Xylos 7. Have a nice day." Kavalan's weapons officer looked at his targeting display. He looked at the viewport. He looked at Kavalan. "The object," he said, with the delivery of a man who has decided that accuracy is the only available professional response to the current circumstances, appears to be a roller coaster car. It has a bumper sticker. Kavalan looked at the viewport through which Xylos 7 was visible below, and the roller coaster car was no longer visible because it had completed its pass and was now in a decay trajectory that would return it to the planet's surface within approximately 4 hours. He looked at his weapons officer. He looked at the targeting display, which showed the park's primary infrastructure in clean targeting lock. The power facility, the communications array, the main gate. He had the authority to fire. The operational mandate said by all necessary means. He had the locks. He had the authorization. He had a planet below him that had, in the past 6 hours, attempted to dock his fleet with a safety feature, blown superheated atmospheric plasma at his formation 3 times, and fired a roller coaster car past his bridge with a greeting on it. None of these actions had been weapons fire. All of them had been, technically, commercial systems operating within their specified parameters. If he struck the park's infrastructure, he would be destroying a commercial installation that had not, by any defensible technical definition, fired on him. He would be destroying the insurance infrastructure that served 47,000 commercial entities. He would be destroying what the legal brief his own directorate had received from a Xylos 7 legal counsel argued was outside his operational authority under Section 12. He was also, he reflected, looking at a planet that had just demonstrated the capacity to reach orbital altitude with a civilian launch system and had chosen to put a greeting on the projectile rather than a payload. The message was not subtle. He had been sent to pacify a theme park. The theme park had fought back with docking instructions, weather, and a roller coaster car with a bumper sticker. His weapons officer was waiting. The planet was below him, operational, open for business, running a 20% military discount. His comm officer interrupted the silence. "Admiral, priority transmission from the Security Directorate. Flagged immediate." The transmission was 14 seconds long. The Directorate's senior legal counsel, speaking in the flat, precise register of an institution delivering information it would have preferred not to deliver, informed Fleet Admiral Kavalin that a legal brief filed by the commercial entity designated Xylos 7 Experiences, LLC, had been accepted for review by the Galactic Security Oversight Council under the Council's Emergency Jurisdiction Protocol, that the brief argued the fleet's deployment authorization had been improperly invoked under Directive 7790 Section 12, and that the Council had issued a hold order requiring the fleet to suspend enforcement action pending resolution of the jurisdictional question. The hold order was effective immediately. Engaging the park's infrastructure while the hold order was active would constitute a violation of the Council's authority, which was a different and considerably larger problem than anything currently on the tactical display. The hold order's effective duration was 30 days, pending Council resolution. Kavalin looked at his weapons officer. "Stand down, targeting locks." He looked at his tactical display for a long moment. The park below, operational. A boat visible on the marsh tour, the Anomaly's canyon track catching the afternoon light. He looked at the transmission log. He looked at the regulatory compliance's thermal discoloration on the porthole camera feed. He looked at his communications officer. "Hail the surface. Fleet Admiral Kavalin for Governor Voss." The response came in 20 seconds. Voss's voice was the same as it had been at 0600. Level, professional, not alarmed. "Governor Voss. Governor." He paused. He was Korvathi. He had 200 years of service. He had never in those 200 years requested what he was about to request from any installation he had been sent to address in any of the 14 pacification campaigns that constituted his operational record. He used the standard military communication format because it was what he had and because it was, in the absence of any other applicable framework, the most accurate description of the transaction he was proposing. "I understand you have a military discount." A pause of approximately 3 seconds. When Voss replied, her voice contained something that was not quite amusement and not quite warmth, and was very precisely the tone of a governor who has been running a condemned planet for 22 months and has just been asked for a discount by the fleet sent to destroy it. "We do, Admiral. Checkpoint Spite can accommodate your vessels at the standard docking rate. The Anomaly's stone launch experience is available for groups of up to 14, if your crew are interested. I'd recommend the toxic swamp boat ride for anyone who wants to understand what we've been defending." Another pause. "The gift shop is open." Kavalin closed the channel. He looked at his bridge crew. His bridge crew looked at him with the expressions of people who have followed their commander through 14 engagements and are prepared to follow him into this one, whatever this one was. "Shore leave," he said. "Coordinate with Checkpoint Spite for docking assignments. The regulatory compliance docks first." He stood. "I want an after-action report on my desk by 0800 tomorrow. Include the navigational beacon, the atmospheric events, and the mass driver launch. He paused. Include the bumper sticker. He walked toward the bridge exit. At the threshold, he stopped. He looked back at the tactical display, at the park below, at the Anomaly's canyon, at the boat on the marsh tour route. He did not say what he was thinking. "Tell the gift shop we're coming," he said to his communications officer, without turning back. "I want one of those shirts." On Xylos 7, in the park's operations center, Drenna received the docking request from the regulatory compliance at 1412 and processed it with the same systems check she ran for every vessel: hull dimensions, fuel load, atmospheric entry profile, and assigned it 2 docking bays on account of the hull dimensions. She logged it under standard docking events and updated the fleet personnel count in the visitor management system. The military discount had been applied to all 14 vessels. Somewhere on Ledger Prime, Quellen Thresh received the hold order at 1731. His aide delivered it and left without being asked, understanding the kind of silence that did not require a presence. Thresh read the hold order. He read the Section 12 argument. He read Terrace Moln's name on the brief and Latch's countersignature. He set the document down. On his terminal, the fleet's shore leave request had generated visitor entries in Xylos 7's booking system. 1,240 personnel. The regulatory compliance had booked 14 red band wristbands. A midshipman on the Absolute Certainty had pre-ordered an "I Survived Xylos 7" shirt in 3 sizes. Thresh looked at the booking feed. "The fleet," he said to nobody, "went to Disneyland." The next morning, someone on the regulatory compliance's crew, nobody ever determined who, hung a banner from the heavy cruiser's port docking strut, visible from Checkpoint Spite's observation deck and from the orbital imaging sensors that the galactic media outlets covering the fleet's arrival had been operating since the fleet dropped from FTL. The banner was 4 meters wide and 2 meters tall and had been made from what appeared to be a standard issue Directorate equipment tarpaulin with letters painted on it in the park's merchandise orange. It read, "I survived Xylos 7, send help." Within an hour, the image was the most shared piece of media in the Galactic Network's recorded history. The park's booking queue extended to 18 months by end of day. Kes Varanth, watching the numbers from her operations terminal, ran a revised revenue projection and noted in the operations summary that the projection was excellent and that she was updating her definition of conservative accordingly. Chapter 17. The Franchise Agreement. 2 weeks after the fleet's shore leave ended, the Galactic Senate convened an emergency session to address the Xylos 7 paradigm. The formal recognition that the GAB's Omega classification system had created an unknown number of regulatory black holes across the galaxy, any of which could be developed as Xylos 7 had been, and that the Senate's options were limited to 3, none of which were good. Option 1, reclassify all 4,201 Omega classified worlds as habitable. Cost. The retroactive subsidies triggered by reclassification produced a total liability that the Senate's Budget Committee had ultimately expressed as a percentage of galactic GDP rather than a number, because the number was too large to be practically meaningful. The committee chair described it as requiring a new word for the category between trillion and the next thing. Option 2. Draft new legislation governing commercial activity on Omega worlds. Timeline: 3 to 5 years, during which Latch had already identified 6 additional Omega worlds suitable for development and had communicated this to the Senate's deliberative record the day the session was announced. noting with precise understatement that the legislative timeline was a relevant consideration. Option 3. Negotiate. Bring Xylos 7 into a voluntary partnership framework that produced regulatory cooperation and a revenue share. The Senate chose option 3 because option 3 was the only one that made money. A delegation was assembled, cleared for travel to Xylos 7, and dispatched with the authority to negotiate on the Senate's behalf. Quellen Thresh was not in the delegation. Quellen Thresh had been reassigned 3 days after the fleet's departure to the GAB's Statistical Analysis Division on Station 741 Kess, which was a posting so peripheral to the institutional center that it did not have a name, only a number and a suffix, and which Thresh had accepted with the composure of a man who understands that accepting it without composure would not change the assignment and would additionally produce documentation of the failure to accept it with composure, which would also be on the record alongside everything else. His file was comprehensive. His file would be comprehensive forever. He had accepted the posting, boarded the transit shuttle, and had not been mentioned in any subsequent document in the Xylos 7 matter, which was for a career bureaucrat whose professional existence had been defined by being mentioned in documents, a form of conclusion that was worse than defeat. His story ended not in loss, but in irrelevance. For a man like Thresh, that was the worst outcome. The delegation was led by Senator Prelith Vast, a veteran Thessian legislator who had been in the Senate for 41 years, who had quietly acquired a position in a Xylos 7 Experiences adjacent shell company 4 months earlier through a financial arrangement that was technically legal in every jurisdiction that had jurisdiction over it, and who had therefore been watching the park's revenue trajectory with the specific attention of a person with a financial stake in the outcome. She was not Thresh. She did not care about principle. She cared about revenue. And Xylos 7 had a great deal of it, and she was pragmatic enough to understand that the most efficient path to the Senate's participation in that revenue was a negotiated agreement rather than a legal battle that the Senate had already demonstrated it could not win. The negotiation took place in the park's staff canteen. Latch had insisted on the canteen, the same table, the same bad coffee. The Galactic Senate's delegation had been offered the conference room in the administrative wing, which had a larger table and better lighting, and a coffee machine that worked at the standard rather than the approximate level. Latch had declined and directed the delegation to the canteen, because the canteen was where everything important had happened, and because there was a particular kind of institutional communication embedded in choosing a staff canteen over a conference room that he considered worth making. Senator Vost arrived, looked at the table, looked at Latch, and said, "Let's dispense with the posturing, counselor. You have something we want. We have something you need. Let's find a number and go home." Latch had said, "Senator, we don't need anything. That's rather the point. But we're open to wanting a partnership. Wanting is more expensive." Hap Dawlish appeared at the canteen counter midway through the second hour with a tray of food. Not the standard canteen menu, but his own production. Produce grown in the southern marshes, acid cultivated, served in the manner of a man who has spent 30 years turning impossible conditions into something edible and considers this occasion worth demonstrating that. He set a plate in front of Senator Vost without ceremony. She looked at it with the expression of a diplomat being offered something she cannot identify. She took a careful bite. She looked at Hap. "This is from here?" "Grown here," Hap said. "In battery acid, mostly." The senator looked at the food again. She took another bite. She said, "It's adequate." Hap considered this the highest compliment he had received from a galactic legislator and returned to the counter. The negotiation lasted 6 hours. Voss sat across from Senator Vost. Latch sat to Voss's right, with the complete text of the GAB's Omega Classification Statute, the Colonial Development Subsidy Protocol, and Freeport commercial law spread across his side of the table in the organized printout stacks that were his preferred working environment. Kess sat to Voss's left with her terminal, which contained the actuarial model she had been updating for this specific negotiation since the fleet departed 2 weeks ago. Drenna sat at the end of the table, which was where she always sat at canteen meetings, with the engineering surveys for 6 Omega worlds that she had been examining for the past month in the background of every other task she was doing, because Drenna always had a background task, and the background task was always the next project. The Senate's opening position was a 12% revenue share framed as a voluntary regulatory consultation framework, not regulation, consultation, advisory in nature, non-binding on operational decisions. 12% of Xylos 7 Experience's current revenue was a significant number. It was also, Kess noted, the wrong number, and she had 60 pages of actuarial modeling to explain why. 12%, she said, setting the model on the table in the direction of the Senate delegation, with the particular care she applied to documents she considered persuasive, creates a perverse incentive structure that I want to draw the Senate's attention to before we proceed. She opened the model to page 14. At 12%, the GAB's revenue is directly proportional to the park's ticket prices. Higher ticket prices produce higher GAB revenue. The GAB's advisory role under the proposed framework would include input on safety standards and operational parameters. An advisory body whose revenue scales with ticket prices has a financial incentive to accept higher risk tolerance in exchange for higher ticket prices, because higher risk allows higher premium pricing, which increases the advisory body's revenue. This creates a regulatory feedback loop in which the Senate's financial interest in Xylos 7 actively incentivizes it to allow us to become more dangerous. She turned the page. I have modeled this loop at the 12% rate. The equilibrium point, where the Senate's revenue maximization interest and the park's liability management interest produce a stable operating condition, is at a risk tolerance index of 7.3, which Oshiro rates on her lethality scale as a 7, which is to say, at 12%, the optimal regulatory outcome for the Senate is a park that is actively trying to kill its visitors at a rate just below the threshold of political unacceptability. She closed the model. We propose 4%. At 4%, the Senate's revenue share is sufficient to align its interests with the park's continued operation, but insufficient to create the perverse incentive. The equilibrium risk tolerance at 4% is 3.1. Oshiro rates 3.1 as manageable. A pause of exactly the length required for Senator Vost to finish calculating. We have done the math for you, Senator. You are welcome. Senator Vost looked at the model. She looked at Kess. She looked at Latch, who was drinking his coffee with the expression of a man watching a closing argument he had not written and considers excellent. 4%, Vost said, with the particular inflection of a person who considers a number a defeat and is deciding whether the defeat is worth contesting. She looked at page 14 again. She had been in the Senate for 41 years. She understood perverse incentive structures. She understood them well enough to recognize that she had just been shown one that applied to her, and that the person who had shown it to her had done so with 60 pages of actuarial backup that would be on the public record the moment this negotiation concluded. 4%, she said again, with visible pain that she was not attempting to conceal, because concealing it would have required effort she considered better spent on the next clause. The franchise agreement was the final clause, and the clause that changed everything. Xylos 7. Experiences, LLC granted the Gambit a license to develop uninhabitable experience destinations on other Omega classified worlds. The Xylos 7 operational model applied to other Omega worlds, developed and operated by human teams recruited and managed by Xylos 7 experiences, funded by the Gambit's existing infrastructure development budget, with a revenue split of 60% to Xylos 7 experiences and 40% to the Gambit. The Gambit, which had spent 22 months attempting to close a theme park, was now the theme park's business partner, investor, and franchise licensee. The classification failures that had created the regulatory void in the first place were now the franchise model's feedstock. Every world the Gambit had condemned was a potential attraction. Every red stamp that had dried on a classification officer's desk was a potential opening day. The snake had eaten its own tail so completely that it had become a different animal. Latch signed first, with the pen he had used to incorporate Xylos 7 experiences, LLC, on his kitchen datapad 22 months ago. The same pen, maintained in working condition through the application of a replacement cartridge that he had sourced from a stationary supplier on Checkpoint Spite 3 months ago, specifically because he had anticipated this moment and wanted the pen to be the pen. He signed on the line for legal counsel. Voss signed on the line for governor with the precision she brought to all structural commitments, and set the pen down for a moment and looked at the document. The most consequential commercial agreement in the Outer Reach sector's recorded history, signed on a table that smelled like engine grease, in a canteen that had started as a converted cargo storage space, on a planet that the galaxy said did not exist. Kess signed on the line for Chief Financial Officer and immediately reopened her terminal to begin updating the revenue projections, because the agreement changed every projection she had built, and she wanted the new numbers before the session concluded. Drenna signed on the line for Chief Engineer and put the pen down and picked up the geological survey for the Omega world in the Turthan sector that she had been reading since 3 weeks ago, when the negotiation date was confirmed. Because the signing was a completed task, and completed tasks were followed by the next task, and the next task was the Turthan survey. Senator Voss looked at the 4 signatures. She looked at the canteen. She looked at the coffee machine gurgling through its cycle. She had never negotiated an agreement in a canteen. She signed on the line for the Galactic Senate, capped her stylus, and said, "I assume you have a gift shop." 2-hour line, Latch said. "We have a military discount if you brought your service credentials." On Ledger Prime, at approximately the same hour, Quellen Thresh boarded a transit shuttle to Station 741 Kess, a posting so peripheral to the institutional center that it had a number rather than a name. He accepted it without comment. His file was comprehensive. It would remain comprehensive. His story ended not in defeat, but in irrelevance, which for a career administrator whose existence was defined by being mentioned in documents, was the worst outcome by a meaningful margin. 1 month later, the park was thriving in a way that had no prior category in the galactic tourism industry, because the prior category for a destination that a major military fleet had been sent to destroy and had instead visited on shore leave did not exist and would need to be invented. Admiral Kavalin's 5-star review had appeared in the park's booking system the week after the fleet departed, attempted to pacify, was pacified. The Anomaly is worth the trip. The toxic swamp boat ride made my weapons officer cry. Recommend the Red Band experience for military personnel seeking humility. The review was the most read piece of content in the park's booking history. Tourist numbers had tripled since the fleet incident. The I survived Xylos 7. Send help banner from the Regulatory Compliance's docking strut was still the most shared image in the Galactic Network's recorded history. The gift shop had a 2-hour line. It had a 2-hour line every day. Governor Maren Voss walked the park at sunset on a Thursday evening, 1 month after the signing, because she had not walked it at sunset since before the fleet arrived, and she had been meaning to. The marshes were in their evening cycle, the gold running toward copper as the light dropped, the violet deepening at the mineral-rich margins, the bioluminescent deep beginning its night sequence in the southernmost pools where the organisms were already responding to the ambient light change. Tourists from 40 species moved along the paths. A Corvathi family at the sheer drop platform, a Palisade researcher at the spore walk entry with her equipment, 3 humans from a mid-rim station eating something from the expanded canteen menu that Hap had developed with ingredients that included produce he had grown in acid soil for 30 years and was now serving to visitors who described it as the best thing they had ever tasted and bought the seeds in the gift shop. A child of a species Voss did not recognize pointed at the entrance arch from her parents' shoulder and said something in a language Voss did not speak that her translator unit rendered as, "That sign is true." Voss looked at the arch. Xylos 7, the uninhabitable theme park, where danger is the attraction. Inspector General certified. 0 violations, still uninhabitable, still open. Embargo survivor checkpoint, spiked. And the newest line, added the morning after the signing by someone who had left no name and used the same paint as always. Under new management, same old planet. Voss stood under the arch for a moment. The park ran around her. The sounds of it, the chemistry of it, the 11-hour atmospheric cycle that was 4 hours away and would send the Anomaly's riders through the canyon at speeds the booking materials described as experience variable, and that Drenna's logs described as within tolerances, and that the riders described, when they emerged from the deceleration dock, in terms that their translator units sometimes struggled with. The marshes glowed. The gift shop had its 2-hour line. Checkpoint Spite's lights were visible on the moon above the canyon rim, steady and operational, the distant running lights of a commerce hub that had been built in 23 days on an airless rock to circumvent an embargo and was now the busiest transit point in the outer reach sector. Her comm buzzed. Latch. Governor! I have finished reviewing the geological surveys for the Terthan Sector Omega world. A pause that was not uncertain, but considered. The pause of a man who has checked his numbers and found them good and is taking a moment to enjoy the finding before he delivers it. Perpetual electrical storms. The entire surface is a continuous lightning field. The discharge rate is approximately 1 event per 4 square meters per hour at the surface level. The atmospheric conditions produce a standing electromagnetic field that causes every metal object within a kilometer of the surface to produce an audible hum. Another pause. I'm thinking bumper cars. Voss looked at the arch, at the park, at the planet that had been declared dead on page 212 of a 340-page document by a bureaucrat who had not looked up from his nutrient paste. at the 14,000 people who had built something on that declaration, and the 47,000 entities that needed it, and the fleet that had come to close it and stayed for the gift shop, and the Senate that had tried to regulate it and signed a franchise agreement in a canteen that smelled like engine grease. She looked at the entrance arch with its lines of lettering and the hand-painted newest one that somebody had added in the night. "Send me the prospectus," she said. She put the comm away. She stood under the arch for another moment in the evening light. The park operating around her, the marshes doing what they had always done and would do long after the last tourist had gone home and the last filing had been processed, and the last chapter of the Xylos 7 matter had been entered into whatever record eventually closed it. Then she straightened her governor's pin, reclaimed colony metal, made herself years ago because the GAB hadn't sent one, and walked back into the park. They said it was uninhabitable. They were right. We never planned to inhabit it. We planned to charge admission, and the galaxy, every stubborn, rule-bound, beautifully gullible corner of it, paid.